Hello, everyone.
Hello?
Hello.
Good evening.
Always takes like 2 minutes for the comments to come in and then they all just flood in all in one go. Always the way. Well, I guess before the comments start coming in, let's start with what's everyone watched this week? Anything good to talk about? I suppose I'll go first and then we'll go to Sam and then just go that way around. So yesterday I watched Zulu for the first time, which I really enjoyed. Thought that was really good.
Oh, nice.
And I saw Mickey 17 at the cinema, which I also really liked. Yeah, those are the two that I've watched recently. I haven't watched anything today because I've been out all day, but yeah, that's it for me. What about you, Sam?
Yeah, I watched, what was it? This might be a bit of a hot take incoming. I watched Sorcerer for the first time and I really didn't like it, Ollie. I was just so incredibly bored throughout. I was just like, the best part of that movie for me, the kind of the saving grace, was the score from Tangerine Dream. But yeah, I'm definitely open to giving that one another viewing at some point. It was all right. It was okay for me, that one personally. I did watch Sleepers, however, which I thought was brilliant. That was a first time watch for me. Incredible. I watched Fright with Susan George. Awesome movie. Loved that. I'm even kind of toying with watching in a not far distant future, is it When a Stranger Calls? Because apparently them two films are kind of like, I think, interlinked like that. They've got a similar bulk about them, so I wouldn't mind checking that out at some point. And yeah, just thinking, I rewatched Rashomon from Akira Kurosawa. That is fantastic. Can't wait to check out Yojimbo for the first time next week. Yeah, I would probably say, yeah, they're probably some of my recent watches there, Ollie.
Nice. Roy?
I've had a bit of a quiet weekend watch-wise. Saturday we went to the ice hockey. Yesterday I was working, but I fit a couple in. I watched North by Northwest, well, rewatched, but the first time on 4K, and it was absolutely spectacular in 4K, absolutely beautiful, and raised. I'll say it was a 4.5 out of 5 before, but 5-star now for me after watching it in 4K. Just the quintessential spy, almost James Bond type film. Yeah, I just love that film. It's great. And today I've delved back into my Jacques Tati box set and watched Traffic. Don't know if you see that. They spell traffic slightly different. They miss an F out. I suppose less letters. It's quicker for them to write their surrender notes. But yeah, this was really good. I don't know whether you like anybody knows Tati, but I'd describe it as a sort of like 60s and 70s Buster Keaton. Just brilliant visual comedy, just brilliant. Like the box set, I've got the box set there. It's quite expensive now. It's about 50 quid, but really, really good stuff. I love Tati, and I think I've got one more left in the box set, but each one has just been fabulous film. Yeah, really, really been enjoying going through that. Yeah, so just them two recently.
James?
I watched recently on Saturday. I watched Unforgiven, and I watched that in 4K. And I was saying on my video that the sound on the 4K. I was going to watch it on Friday night, but I decided to watch it on Saturday. My wife was going to bed on Friday night, and I wanted to put the surround sound on, so that would have been a good idea on Friday. So I done it on Saturday about 8 o'clock, and I went about 10 minutes at the cinema. Got up and I went to the bathroom, and I came back and I sat down, and I was like, "Have I left that tap running in the bathroom?" And it wasn't the tap; it was the rainstorm and Unforgiven coming from the back of the sound speakers. It was that realistic. I thought it was really, really good. And I'm on a Gene Hackman sort of watch, Gene Hackman Clint sort of watch. I thought at the moment, and I followed that up with Hoosiers, which I've never seen before, with Gene Hackman, and he plays a basketball coach in that. And It was an okay film. I didn't think it was anything spectacular, but still a decent film. And Dennis Hopper was in that. And the last thing I watched on Saturday was I put on Denzel Washington and got John Q, and that is where he is playing a father whose son is dying and needs a new heart, but they won't put him on the list till he pays the money. So he takes a whole year hostage with a gun to make sure they're going to get put on the list, and it's an indictment of the American, shall we say, NHS or lack of NHS, shall we say. So that's the
Oh, I think he's frozen. No,
Wake
I
up,
think
James.
he might. It looks like he's fallen asleep mid conversation.
Would be the first time.
We'll come back to James. Alan, what about you?
Okay, I'll pull a few down. Fallen Idol, good film, thriller from 1948, worth checking out. Yield to the Night with Diana Dawes, that's a good prison movie, kind of based on the Ruth Ellis murder trial, that kind of thing. Gladiator 2, I watched that a couple of days ago. Week and the Wicked, set in a woman's prison, Glynis Johns, Diana Dawes again. Good movie. And this, I think I showed this on my video today, possibly, Now and Forever. First time watching a Shirley Temple film, which is surprisingly good. And I've been watching a few episodes of Daredevil Season 1. About 4 in, I think I am at the moment. That's a pretty good show. First time getting around to that one.
Yeah, I've been watching the new series. I never watched the original Netflix series, but the new series is pretty good. I've heard that it's quite on par to the Netflix series. Like an
this
actor,
is why I started watching this one, because the new one's just landed recently. So I thought watch that first. But now I found out there's a show called Defenders as well, where
it's mixed in. Yeah,
so I'll go through them as well first before I get to the new lot.
Yeah. No, yeah, I did see as well in your video today that they were filming Grace. I started watching that. Have you actually seen any of it?
I've seen the first couple of seasons, and I got fed up with John. What's his name? John Sims.
John Sims. Yeah.
Yeah, I just got fed up with his acting. I mean, he's good in Doctor Who, but I just couldn't get on with him in Grace at all.
Yeah, I passed
him on the seafront. He walked past me.
Did you?
Yeah. Not this time, mate. When they were filming a few seasons ago.
Yeah, I only ever watched the first episode, but yeah, I never got past that. It was just.
Yeah, it was driving me mad.
I do usually like that sort of detective, like 2 hour, more of a film, but yeah, I didn't really enjoy that one that much.
No, me either.
Yeah. How about you, Andy? What have you been watching?
Yeah, so yesterday I watched the new Bridget Jones movie. It was pretty good. I enjoyed it. I also watched The Gorge yesterday as well with Miles Teller and Anya Taylor-Joy. I actually watched, I didn't think I was going to manage to get a copy of it, but I actually watched the early 90s live action version of Fantastic Four, the movie that got completely pulled, not released. I actually ended up enjoying it, to be honest, how bad it was, because you could tell there was just such a limited budget, but they actually managed to pull some decent amount of loyalty to the comic books off, despite such a poor budget. I also watched a horror film by William Friedkin that wasn't The Exorcist. It's called The Guardian. Really good film. Really enjoyed it. It's about this new couple, and they've just had a child, and the nanny's like pretty evil. She like wants to sacrifice it. But yeah, it was pretty good. Not as good as The Exorcist, but a good little horror film. That's about it.
Nice. Yeah, I watched the new Bridget Jones at the cinema. I thought it was pretty good. I think all of them are pretty good. films. I was shocked when Roy said that he liked them. Though that's still probably the biggest shock I've ever had when he came out. I said, "I bet you hate those." He said, "No, I actually quite like the Bridget Jones stuff." And Stuart doesn't, and I think it almost gave me a heart attack. I was so shocked.
Role reversal, that, isn't it?
Yeah. But yeah.
I'll tell you what. I've just ordered some Barbara Streisand.
Oh God.
I know. A box set.
Yeah. No, she's pretty good. I do quite like her, especially her older stuff.
I'm going to be Stuart's hero.
If you like them, you'll be his new favourite loon.
I know, yeah. I think that'll be forever you, Ollie.
Oh, I don't know, because he's not been very happy with me recently, hating on The Godfather and yeah. Start with the comments. Hello, Larry.
Hello.
Larry. Alan's friend.
Yes.
I have heard that story. He did tell me the story about how you two met.
Yes.
It did make me chuckle.
I thought, who the hell's this guy?
Some nutter.
Yeah. Adam, good evening to our vast stellar host this evening. Hope you're all doing well. Be looking forward to another excellent stream of you all. Thanks for joining, Adam.
Hi, Alan.
Hello, mate.
Adam.
Is Adam?
Giz. Hello, Giz.
Hello.
All right, Giz.
Rafa. Hello, Rafa.
Hello, Rapper.
Yep.
Good evening, gentlemen. I follow all your channels. I have quite a big movie collection myself. Hello, Roger.
Hi, Roger.
Hi,
Thank
Roger.
you.
Got Ash. Hi all. Have a great stream. Still at work. We'll catch up tomorrow. Hello, Ash.
Hello,
Ash.
buddy.
Ash must work late.
Yeah, he always comes on at the start, and then the last one, because it went on so long, I think him and Roy were like back at the end because of just how long it went on for.
Oh, did you get to my comments?
Oh yeah, we read your comments out. Yeah, we got to your comments in the end.
I'd gone to bed by then.
Yeah, we were still going until almost 2 o'clock. So through the lens. Hello.
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 I watched 2 Blu-ray titles: Space Trekkers 1996, Ready Player One. These 2 films are so nice. I've seen Ready Player One, but I've not seen Space Trekkers. Have any of you guys seen any of them?
Not Space Truckers.
Yeah, I've seen both.
Any good
I've seen
Space
both
Trekkers?
as well.
Space Trucker. It's corny, but it's fun. It's like it's got Dennis Hopper in it. It's one of these
Right.
like TV sci-fi movies from the 90s.
And a dog, if I remember. Is it
Yeah.
a dog with his big ears? And he's sitting as his co-pilot. He's supposed to be like Chewbacca, but
Yeah,
it's just a comedy one. Yeah, I really liked Ready Player One. I thought it was a great movie.
Yeah, I like that one as well.
You're a great ventriloquist, James.
Put your dashboard light on, James.
He's still just frozen, but you can just hear his voice now.
Oh, I'm frozen. I'm moving on my screen.
No, to us, you're just sat with your hands touching them and your eyes shut. Looks like you're praying.
Okay.
He's praying to the charity shop gods.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hope you're all doing well. Have you guys purchased Wicked this week? I'm tempted, but I haven't seen it since it first released. I've not got it yet, but I will be getting it. There you go. Alan's got it. See, two people. There you go. I'll probably get it later in the week because it was one of my favourite films of last year. I'd love to watch it again.
Never
But-
seen it.
I've not seen it.
If you like musicals, then I don't think Roy will like it unless you really love The Wizard of Oz. And
I
love
do like
music.
Wizard of Oz, but no.
Do you love
I
like
don't-
loads of musicals, like big musical numbers?
He doesn't
Wizard-
like The Greatest Showman.
Okay, then he's not going to like Wicked. You don't like The Greatest Showman?
No, it's bloody crap.
I'm with you there,
I love that
Roy.
movie.
I couldn't get
What?
into it.
wow.
They're doing a stage musical, and the worldwide premiere is actually happened by me at the Bristol Hippodrome next year. So I'm going to try and get tickets to that because I love the
Oh,
film.
cool.
So
I
yeah,
used to live in Bristol.
Yeah, I know. I've heard you say on your videos before. Are you from Bristol? Did you just to live
Yeah,
there?
yeah.
You're
No,
from
I was
Bristol.
born
Yeah.
there. Yeah.
Oh,
I lived
cool.
there for
Yeah.
18 years, 17, 18 years.
Yeah. No, I've never moved. I've always lived in the same house. Boring. But yeah, I'd love to get out of Bristol one day, because just to explore. I've been going up north. Like I went up north to York last December, and I've just come back from a weekend away in Chester.
Yeah.
I love it up north. So yeah, I'd love to go up there and live someday.
What part of Bristol are you from?
Do you know Stockwood?
No.
Do you know where Brislington is?
Yeah.
And Whitchurch is like in between them.
Oh, right. Okay.
So down that end, yeah, more towards Bath. But yeah.
I was quite away from where I was. I was in Stoke Bishop.
Oh yeah, so the other side, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. I'm seeing Mickey 17 tomorrow. Heard mixed things, but Bong Joon-ho is one of the best directors working today. So I'm expecting good things. Have any of you seen it yet? Yeah, as I said, I watched it yesterday at the cinema. It's not. I don't think it's his best film, but it's still a lot of fun. I think Robert Pattinson is great. I think the highlight for me is Mark Ruffalo, because he just really hams up his performance. It's just really like a really weird, out there performance. But yeah, it definitely feels like a Bong Joon-ho film. It's very similar, like tone-wise. It's like a cross between Okja and Snowpiercer.
Okay.
But yeah, it's a lot of fun. I think the comedy works really well. And yeah, I just thought the story was good. I'd watch it again, but yeah, I don't think it's his best one. But yeah, I still think it's a solid film. But I don't think that none of you guys said you've seen it yet, have you?
No.
I'm hoping to see it this week. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
Did you see Jodie said on her video today she can't stand Mark Ruffalo?
Did she?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought
I've
everybody
not
liked
seen
Mark
it yet.
Ruffalo.
Yeah, I think he's good.
Yeah, me too.
I'll
Have any of you
definitely-
guys seen? Have any of you guys seen Dark Waters? That's a good film.
Yeah.
I've
yeah.
not seen that one yet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's frightening, really. With the conclusion of that, with the T-foul.
Is that
That's the one, isn't it? With the T-foul.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's quite a sobering film, really. You think when you read the text after of all the facts and figures, scare the life out of you.
does
Is
yeah.
that a Japanese film?
No.
No,
So
there is
it's
a Dark
American.
Waters Japanese film, but this is like one of those taking a big company to trial.
Oh, I have seen that. Yes, I have. Yes.
Dark Waters. Dark Waters.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
I think I told James about that, actually, thinking about it. Yeah, I do know which film you mean. Yeah, it's very good.
yeah. I think it's good. It's very much along the same lines as Erin Brockovich,
Yes.
but obviously the different something more from like looking deeper into like the company bit and like bigger picture. Yeah. I thought he was good in that, and he was good in Spotlight as well. I really like Spotlight.
Mm.
And Foxcatcher as well. That's another good one he was in.
Shutter
Yeah, I think
Island.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Shutter Island, brilliant. Yeah. Yeah, I think outside of because the Avengers films are very big blockbusters, don't really get to really show much acting skills in there. It's more just a lot of heavy action. So yeah, I think the smaller films are where you kind of see those types of actors shine.
Was he in Eternal Sunshine as well, or have I just made that
Yeah.
I think he was. Yeah,
He
I'm pretty
was.
sure he was. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was
Must be
hilarious
one
in
of
the Poor Things.
Yeah. He was in The Last Castle as well, wasn't he, with Robert Redford? That's a good film.
Yes, he was. That is a good film.
Yeah, I
Is
think
that,
that,
Oh, sorry,
that?
Ollie. Sorry, Ollie. Just to quickly ask, has that
Yeah.
got James Gandolfini in that one
Yeah.
as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
want to check that out.
Yeah, that's a really good film, that is. And I think, is it Delroy Lindo as well, I think? Yeah. I like anything with Robert Redford in, but yeah, I thought that was a solid one. That's a nice Wicked Steelbook, Andy.
Oh, cheers, Josh. Yeah, it is. It does look quite nice.
It's wicked.
Hey.
The only thing
Hey.
is, I don't like it when Steelbooks don't have the title on the cover.
Tell him, Sam, they're copyrighted, them jokes.
Yeah.
That's it.
How was that? Oh, it's nice, man.
Have you watched the 4K yet?
No, I haven't
guessing
watched it yet. No.
Yeah, I want to know what it's like because I don't want to. I'm guessing it's still going to be really good, and I probably will still just go for the 4K. But I've not heard anyone say what the picture's like yet, or the sound or anything.
Yeah.
I steal Alan's catchphrases all the time. It's tea, not a sponsor.
Cut it out.
You know the line.
Yeah.
I liked Wicked a lot, but it's not the best film to be nominated for the Oscars this year. The Greatest Showman is kind of shite though. Too corny for my liking. It's the songs that I love from The Greatest Showman. I think it's just the song. The film itself isn't with. If you took the songs out and like it wasn't a musical, I don't think it would work as much. But I think with the songs and how well written they are, I think that's what's made the film as big as it is because of the songs themselves. I think that's partly why I like it as much as I do.
Can I tell you a story about The Greatest Showman?
Go for it.
Well, long ago when I had a Sky TV subscription, they probably still do it. You had a VIP thing where you could claim tickets
Yeah,
for cinemas
yeah.
and go where you want. So I thought, I'll tell you what, I'll go in this ballot and I'll get two, and I won two for The Greatest Showman. I was like, oh no, I've got to go to this. So I took my daughter with me, but we actually, when we were sitting in the cinema, I was like, this is going to be terrible. But when we were sitting in the cinema watching it, we really had a good time. And I wasn't expecting to do that, but I'm not a musical guy, but I honestly thought it was really good. I know other people don't, but I still think it's good.
Yeah, I do as well.
That was my daughter just walking past into the house. So I was just waving at her.
Tim, hello guys. Strong lineup you got going, top gents.
Right,
Hopefully
Tim.
we'll have you
Hi,
back
Tim.
next week, Tim. Medium Rare Entertainment, everyone here who knows about these physical media label. Isn't that the
Not
one
me.
that's I think they've been putting out a lot of the Universal back catalogue. I think I have a few of them. I'm pretty sure they've been like the 80s and 90s Universal titles. I'm pretty sure they've released Steel Magnolias a few years ago, for the first time over here. But yeah, I don't think they're like a big. I think they're more of a sub label. I think because I've only ever seen them releasing like smaller Universal back catalogue films.
I do prefer my movies well done.
I just got it right.
Normally you text me the next day and tell me you got it.
Opja and Snowpiercer sounds like a great mix. His English films are pretty relatable to current world affairs. Yeah, I think that's more why it kind of is like a mix of those films, because obviously those are his only other two like English language films. And it's again, yeah, it's more, I suppose it's about the population, and there's a lot of like I will say it's Mark Ruffalo's character is basically a certain person in the media nowadays, a big American guy, that's a bit of a buffoon. I think everyone probably knows what I'm talking about, but
Trumpelstiltskin.
precisely. Basically, he's basically playing a version of that. It's basically a failed politician is on this like space mission, and he declares himself like the head, although nobody's actually voted him as the head. But because they're like quite scared of what he could do, because he's like a big idiot, they just go with it. So yeah, I thought it was his performance is just hilarious. But yeah, it's definitely relates to a lot of the current world affairs at the moment. Watched the Critical Dick Drinkers review of Mickey 17 before joining the stream. Very negative appraisal of the film. Weak story, good actors given poor material, and clearly politically led content. See, I don't agree with that. I thought the story was quite strong. It's definitely, like I said, it's not his best work, but it's still a lot of fun. The story, I mean, it might be one of those that you got to watch a few times to fully understand everything in the story. But I thought that Robert Pattinson just gave a really, obviously, because he has to kind of give slightly different performances with each of the versions of his character he's playing. And I thought he nailed that. And like I said, Mark Ruffalo, I thought was excellent. For me, yeah, I personally enjoyed it, but I have heard that it's one of those that's got quite split reviews.
Before I go and see it, Ollie, you have to check out the first 16 films.
I knew you were going to say that. Dark Waters reminds me of a documentary called All the Beauty and the Bloodshed, which is about a woman trying to sue the Sackler family. Courtroom drama done right. Wasn't the Sacklers, that was OxyContin, wasn't it? Because they did the 2 mini-series, one on Disney and one on Netflix a few years ago. The one on Disney was called Dope Sick, and it had Michael Keaton in it, and the character actor Michael Stuhlbarg, he played Richard Sackler, who's like the head of, I can't remember the name of the company, but they were the company that basically produced OxyContin, which was a drug to like for heroin addicts, but it was obviously causing more problems than solving. And they knew that it wasn't work. They knew that it was harming the people taking it. Very interesting. I preferred that over, because the one on Netflix was called Painkiller, and that had Matthew Broderick played Richard Sackler in that. Basically the same story, just different characters, but it's a really interesting story. I don't think obviously, from what you said, they've done a documentary, but I think they've only done the 2 miniseries. I don't think they've ever done a film, but I would recommend watching Dope Sick if anyone's got a subscription to Disney Plus, because that's well worth the watch.
Oxy's what House is addicted to in House, isn't it?
Yeah. I think it's a pain medication mainly, but a lot of heroin addicts and stuff took it as well back in the 90s, and it was the amount of deaths mainly because of obviously abuse, and they knew that it was causing deaths, and they still, I think still to this day, that they're still fighting them in the courts. It's a crazy, a lot like the Dark Waters story. It's a crazy story, quite scary to think that there's this big corporation that is still doing this, and the scale that it's affecting people on now.
The other courtroom drama movie that I quite like, that Alan knows about, that I mucked up getting it on German Blu-ray. Can you remember, Alan?
No,
because it's got no English on it. The Rainmaker.
Oh yeah, I've got the Japanese version of that.
Yeah, you've got the Japanese version, because that's the only Blu-ray. That's the only Blu-ray. I bought the German version, the Rainmaker.
Well, if it makes you feel better, James, I did the same thing. I bought the German version, and it had no English audio. Same with Sabrina, Harrison Ford's Sabrina. I bought the German version, no English audio.
I bought 3 Rainmakers. I was going to send one to Roy and one to Larry, and so I got stuck with three Rainmakers with
well, I didn't go that
with
far.
no English. Yeah.
The Japanese one's got a really good picture quality as well.
I bet it's expensive though.
I didn't pay a lot for it. I think I only paid back £400. No, I'm joking. I think I only paid about £10-15 for it.
Isn't that 400 yen?
That's not too bad.
But it's luck of the draw, isn't it? If you find a copy.
Yep. If it's not in CX, how do they get it?
I'm a big fan of the 1997 Welsh comedy film named Twin Towns, starring Ifans brothers. Who here loves this classic cult comedy? I've never seen it. Can't say I've ever seen that one. Of it. No.
I've seen it a long time ago, and I can remember it being very funny, but I don't remember a lot about it. Was it Rhys Evans? And I think, yeah, it's 2 brothers, but that's about as much as I remember. And I remember it being funny, but I couldn't tell you much about it.
Yeah, no. I think I've heard of it, because I'm pretty sure it got a release on Blu-ray for the first time last year.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know what it's about. Evening, gents, and all in the chat. Hello, Outpost.
Hi, Outpost.
Hi.
The Greatest Showman songs are fun. The film just doesn't do anything with them. See, I gotta disagree there. I think just the blend of the songs and the story and Hugh Jackman, and I think you've got to be interested in it to start with to even like the fact that it's a musical based on this story. I think it's got to really interest you to really get your head in the game. But I mean, I guess some people just if it didn't do it for them, it didn't do it for them. But yeah, it's what I would call a guilty pleasure. But I know Roy does not believe in them.
No.
Never be guilty by what you like.
Yeah, true.
Even if it is crap.
Even if it is Forrest Gump and Grease.
Even if it is Forrest Gump and Grease.
I did a video
Grease
today.
Grease 2.
Yeah, Grease too. No, I did a video today. I was it's like essential films to have in your collection, like to start up a collection. And I did put Forrest Gump in there. I think I did mention you. Yeah, I think I did mention you, Roy.
I'm getting notorious, aren't I?
Yeah. I own it on 4K and I don't know why not. It's one that it took me ages to find the 4K because the 4K with the slipcover now is like gold dust. It's just you can't find it. It's like Jaws as well. The 4K for that is like finding the slipcover for that is like crazy now. But
Is this The Greatest Showman you're talking about?
yeah, it took me ages to find it like on eBay or anywhere with this like in CX. I just couldn't for the life of me find it on 4K with a slipcover, so it took me years to like upgrade from DVD to 4K. But I did eventually find one, but it was quite expensive on eBay.
I got the summer
Blu-ray.
came out 'cause yeah.
Yeah, I have got a copy, but I'll tell you why. In my town, there's a place called Technicolor, which is like they make, produce, and package all the Blu-rays and DVDs. And I think at Christmas time, all the employees must get a box of movies for Christmas as their Christmas box. But after Christmas, they're all in the charity shops and in CEX, so you can pick them up for like 50p, a quid at a time. And I think that is what I got from the charity shop not long after it had been out. So yeah, I have got a copy.
As long as you don't plan to like get that Forrest Gump and Grease and set fire to them or something. As long as you don't do that, it's fine. Do you guys like the movie Blu-ray range? I have quite a few of them. My favorite of the bunch being Drive My Car or Worst Person in the World. I like indie stuff if you can't tell, lol. The only one that I've got is Decision to Leave, which is Park Chan-wook's last film, which I love. But yeah, I'd love to look at the movie range more and get some more because I'll be getting The Substance later in the month. That'll definitely be a pickup. But yeah, I'm not sure of any others. I definitely don't think I've got any others in my collection.
Not me.
I've got a fair few. Ollie, I think I might have most of their titles. The ones I need to get is Annette's, which I think that's a musical as well. I might have to check out because I know I love Sparks and they did like the songs for them. But yeah, I agree with Josh though. Fantastic label. I'd say the likes of Drive My Car, After Sun, and Worst Person in the World, Decision to Leave, The Substance. Yeah, they're definitely some of my favourites on that label.
I think I've got 3 or 4. That's the one you sent me, Sam, isn't it? The Worst Person in the World.
It was, mate, and Decision to Leave as well.
And Decision to Leave. I haven't got to that yet, but I've watched Worst Person in the World, and it was brilliant. A really good film. Man. And I've got Drive My Car, but I haven't got to it yet. I keep picking it up, and it's like 3 hours long or something stupid, isn't it? So yeah. I must get to that one because I've heard only good things about it.
You need to watch Decision to Leave, Roy, because that's just just even visually. And yeah, you can just tell it's Park Chan-wook just from watching it because just of the tone of the film. And
another one I've got that I've just remembered and I haven't got to it yet is Benedetta.
I really liked that. That's a good film, mate.
Was that Paul Verhoeven?
It looks a bit risque. Yeah. It looks a bit risque. I'm waiting for my son's gone out before I watch that one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've
Andy
not
and
got
Roy.
any.
You've not got any, James? No. Andy and
The
Roy.
only one I can think that I've got is Petite Maman, which a French film about two girls that make friends, but not to give anything away. Something's wrong with one of the girls, not quite right, you know. That's a good film, Petite Maman.
Yeah, it's really good.
I'm not sure if I've got any others of theirs because I'm not in my library. The library's above me, so I can't check.
I've got 26.
26.
Wow.
But yeah, I don't know why, but because there's some movies on that label that I would never ever watch again. It's simply because some of them have got like animal cruelty in, and it's just like really nasty. But yeah, some of my favourites would probably. There's one with Andrew Garfield called Under the Silver Lake.
Oh yeah, I've got that.
Yeah.
That's another one I've got. There you go.
That's a
I
pretty
like
good
that
movie.
one. Yeah.
I know Josh is a big fan of After Sun as well.
Oh, that's terrible.
I've not
What?
seen that one.
Oh,
I
what a
really
dull,
connected with that one.
That's Paul
I love
Mescal,
that
isn't
film
it?
yeah,
personally.
yeah.
what a
Yeah.
bloody dull film that was.
I got the 4K as well of is it Perfect Days?
That's good.
That's
I
supposed to
like
be
that
good.
one.
Yeah, that's supposed to be a good one.
And,
Have you seen Priscilla? I saw it, but I've
No, I
not
haven't
picked
seen
it up
Priscilla.
yet. Yeah, that was
Another one
pretty
I've
good.
got, Priscilla.
I've got it, but I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I think, from what I remember, I watched it when it first came out. I remember quite enjoying it.
There's one called Pleasure that's very, very risque. That's probably the most risque one they've made. Well,
Yeah.
released, I should say. But,
Didn't they do
I've got
one?
another
There's a documentary called Cow, and it just
Yeah,
follows
that-
the life of a cow.
that's
Yeah.
the one that the ending's very, very upsetting to that.
Yeah,
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's that's not a movie like you get your mates round to all sit down and watch. It's just not. Yeah,
Yeah.
you've got to be in the right frame of mind to watch that.
I think
is it
I've
just
got
about the
another one.
life of a cow?
Yeah,
If Hollywood
it's
get
from-
over it, they're milked back to death.
Yeah,
it's from it's pretty much captures the life of it from it being born to it being put down, and it's just
oh,
Yeah.
wow,
Cheery stuff.
yeah.
Is there one? Now, if I tell you the synopsis, you might. I think it's a movie, but I can't remember what it's called. It's about this young Jewish girl, and she goes to like a wake, and at the wake is a older married lover.
Oh, Shiva
Oh,
Baby.
Shiva
Shiva
Baby.
Baby.
Yeah.
I really want to get that, but it's out of print now, and I looked the other day, and it's like 30 quid to get the movie released. So I
Oh,
do
is
want to
it?
watch it. Yeah, it's really expensive now.
Wow.
It's so good. It's so awkward.
Yeah,
Like the further and further it goes on, like the more awkward the situation gets. Yeah, it's really, really good.
Yeah, good film, that, isn't it, Roy?
Yeah.
I was thinking Hollywood and like generally aren't very creative with names because we've got cow, we've got lamb, there's one called dog, there's cats.
EO.
Yeah, about donkey.
Yeah.
What's the next one going to be? Horse?
Could be.
Yeah, rabbit. Me and my sister will buy the 1997 Welsh dark comedy film named Twin Town, which got an excellent Blu-ray release in 2023 August. Yeah, so it was last year, yeah.
Yeah.
Or the year before, yeah. It's Marcus. Hello, Marcus.
Hello,
Hey,
James.
Hey, Marcus.
Just thought I'd jump on in between things and say hello and wish you all a great stream. I'll try to catch the stream on replay. Thanks for joining quickly, Marcus. Okay. I've recently ordered To Catch a Killer. Fantastic performance from Brian Dennehy playing John Wayne Gacy. Brilliant true crime movie. Okay, I didn't know about that one, but
No.
sounds interesting because I know that story's quite. I'd imagine that's quite a hard watch though, just because of the subject matter. Has anyone seen it?
I
long
haven't
time
seen
ago.
that.
No.
Long time ago.
Yeah, I can imagine it's quite a hard watch just because of who it's about. But yeah. What about the Signal One Entertainment? This physical media company still not releasing any new Blu-rays since November 2023. I did not know what happened with them. What happened with Signal One?
I better not say anything.
James, you tell them what happened with Signal One.
James
My
happened.
fault.
James happened.
It's my fault. I shouldn't have laughed, should I? But they had a couple. I happened to go on, and they had their sale on, and they had movies from £5 to £7 on Blu-ray. And I had a look at the referral scheme, and it said if you put this referral link out and somebody buys something, they'll get £10 to spend, and you'll get £5. So I sent that out to everyone I knew. But what they done is they all just bought one £5 Blu-ray with a free £5. So it got posted for £5, and I got 15 referrals. So I got 15 Blu-rays for free from them. And then about 2 minutes after I put my order in, it goes, "We're ending our referral scheme." So I unfortunately bankrupted them.
Filed for bankruptcy.
I don't think quite. I don't think that happened, but the referral scheme goes, we're ending our referral scheme. We may bring it back in the future in a different form. And then I got 15 individual Blu-rays from Signal One for myself. But they don't tend to release that many new ones, to be honest with you. But
They
they
can't
still do
afford
their
to.
back catalogue. Yeah, especially with free postage and £5, you know. Because it was because it was £5 each time. I done individual orders, so I had to pay for post on 14 of them as well. I'm sorry, Signal One. I didn't think it'd affect you that much.
Brian Dennehy, very underrated actor. Yeah, definitely. I think the first film that comes to mind for me when I think of him has to be First Blood.
Yeah.
I think that's probably the biggest film. I think that he like to start with. Like, yeah. What about you guys? What's the first film that comes into your head when you think of him?
The FX he was in, wasn't he? FX.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched that about 3 days ago. So it's fresh in my mind now.
Cocoon. He's in there. He's in Cocoon, isn't he? He's one of the aliens.
Yes, on the boat.
There's one with James Woods. He's in called Bestseller. That's a pretty good movie.
Silverado.
I've not seen that one. That's the Western with Kevin Kline, Kevin Costner, all of that lot. Yeah, I think John Cleese is in that one as well, isn't he?
Yeah.
I've not seen that one yet, which
It's
is
a good one,
surprising for me. Yeah, because I do like a Kevin Costner film.
Yeah, Kevin
Who doesn't
Costner's
love a
good.
Kevin Costner film?
I know. Well, I know there's some people that definitely don't.
Roy.
With me.
He likes a few. He likes a few of them, but my favourite one's The Postman. Not everybody agrees. Roy doesn't agree with
I've
that.
not seen
I
that
like
one.
Postman's a
I like The
brilliant
Postman.
film.
See, Roy.
It's not just
He
James.
he is right. It's about long, but I always like end of the world, dystopian, like disaster sort of movies, and I just like the end with how he's fighting against the other army, and I just like that movie. So I know Roy thinks it's a bit long, but I wish that would get a 4K, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Roy, have you seen JFK?
I haven't, and I've got a copy.
Now that's a long film, but it is absolutely brilliant.
I'll get round to that one.
Yeah, Kevin's playing Jim Garrison in that. It's biopic.
Yeah, I should get to that because I know it's a seminal film that I need to watch, and I've had a copy for years.
So have I, and I want to say to you, I haven't seen it either, Alan. But the reason I've not seen it is because I've put it on, and it's always been at night, and I fell asleep 3 times.
No, you want to put that on in the morning. It's so long.
Yeah, I can.
It's only 4 hours, isn't it?
I've seen it like halfway through, but then I'm like conked out.
It's got an incredible cast.
Yeah.
Yep.
Jack Lemmon's in it as well, isn't he? I think.
And John Candy.
Yeah.
I didn't know Jack Lemmon was in it.
Joe Pesci.
Joe Pesci, yeah.
Donald Sutherland's in it as well.
Yeah.
Kevin Bacon.
Yeah. Joe Pesci. Tommy Lee Jones is in it.
Yeah.
Wayne,
I love Donald Sutherland. I should watch it.
Ollie,
his scene in it is probably my favourite scene in the entire movie with Donald Sutherland. I just love that sequence. It's just great.
Yeah.
Ollie, can you see the end of the comments? I just mean in general. I just mean in general. If you were to look right now, can you see the very last comment?
If I scroll down, the last comment is from Larry.
That's okay. The reason I was asking is I don't know if you watched my video about the Unforgiven, but I actually forgot. I said I was going to give away the other copy on the stream tonight.
Oh yeah. You're more than welcome
If
to.
if that's okay with you,
Of course,
what I was going to do, what I was going to do, is I was going to put a question out there, and with you, of course, what I was going to do, what I was going to do, is I was going to put a question.
I think he's gone again.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Again, I was trying to look at the comments that you were saying.
Is he there?
Has he gone again?
I think he's gone again.
So Scotsman, he doesn't really want to give anything away. No, he's gone. There he is.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was going to give a question out, and whoever put the first answer in the comments, they can have the movie.
Yeah, go for it.
So yeah, so you'll need to look for who's the first on your screen to get the question right.
Yeah.
Can have it. So I was going to ask what the first movie Gene Hackman and Kevin Costner starred in together was.
Good one. They were in a few, weren't they? I think.
Well, we're looking for the first one. I hope I've got the right answer, or I'll look.
I think I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, that's better. Let's see if anybody answers.
He's got it.
So a lot of comments in this.
Nobody's going to answer now. Oh, there we go. Giz has answered, and I think that's the one I was thinking of.
Yeah.
That's the right answer.
Yeah, I thought it was
good.
That's a great
game. So it is. It's the right one. And so if Giz gets in contact with you, you can maybe give me his address, and I'll post them off the copy of the Unforgiven 4K that I stupidly already had on my shelf when I asked Larry to go and get for me. Oh dear. I was seeing there was a really good YouTube video of Kevin Costner and Gene Hackman telling a wee story about Gene Hackman, so that might be one for you to look up if you want to have a look at it, because I thought it was a really good story.
Yeah, I think I've seen that video on YouTube. It was a few years ago now he did it, wasn't it?
It was, but he's just retold the story again on this. I think it's on a video for the SAG Awards in the last few days.
Yeah.
He tells it slightly differently, but it's essentially the same story. I thought it was a good one.
Yeah. Have you seen Dances with Wolves, Roy?
I have. I didn't mind that one. It wasn't too bad.
See, that's the one I would have thought you wouldn't have got on with.
No, it was all right. I don't mind Waterworld actually.
That's the next one I was going to say you didn't like, but you like that as well. It's not the obvious ones then.
Yeah. You know me, I'm a weird guy, aren't I?
No comment.
What's the ones you don't like?
Let me
Field
have a
of
look.
Dreams?
I've hated on a few, haven't I?
Do you like Field of Dreams?
No, that's mush, isn't it?
There you go. That's
I don't
one.
particularly like that one either.
What
That's
about
Bodyguards?
What about Robin Hood?
There you go, Robin Hood. Yeah.
Robin Hood's all
I
right.
like that one.
Mr.
Yeah,
Brooks,
Robin Hood. I'm a fan, aren't I?
you are. Have you seen Mr. Brooks?
No, I've not seen that.
I've seen that. That's a good one as well.
Yeah, he's
Is that about a serial killer?
Yeah.
It is indeed. Yeah.
No, I've not seen that.
Have you seen A Perfect World, Roy?
No.
That's a good one.
Oh, that's
Oh,
fantastic.
Oh, that's
That's a really
another
good one.
good one.
Yeah,
heard
it's
of it,
really
no.
good.
I've
The
not heard of it.
Guardian.
No. Bodyguard
Directed
crap.
by-
No,
Oh, yeah,
not
he
the
didn't like it. No,
Bodyguard.
Behave yourself,
he
Roy.
didn't-
Bodyguard was bloody
didn't-
awful.
Watch what you say, Roy.
How to make a good one I did watch, and I sent a copy to James. Let Him Go. That was good.
Let him go. I enjoyed
Oh
that.
yeah, I like that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, Diane Lane as well.
Hidden
What
Figures.
about
I like.
what about Wyatt Earp?
Oh, no, I didn't get on with that.
No, that's Gene Hackman
No.
as well.
That,
Plays his dad.
that was probably the worst telling of the. It's the Doc Holliday story, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a watch gunfight at the OK Corral. Criminal,
That's
I like.
right.
Have you seen Criminal?
Criminal was a decent one. Yeah, I mean, that's Tommy Lee Jones and Gary Oldman, isn't it?
Yeah.
3 Days to
So you're
Live.
more a fan than you think, Roy.
Yes, yeah, that one's a good one, Alan. Yeah, I remember liking that. Although obviously it's got Amber Turd in it, but other than that, it's good.
Open Range, I liked.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
that's a
Yeah.
quality one. Yeah,
Well, you've
Was it
liked
nice?
more than you've not.
yeah. Have you seen Horizon yet, Roy?
No,
Stuart loved that one, and I thought it was pretty good as well.
that's about 3 weeks long as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm gonna
All of the
be
films he
honest. I watched Horizon and I just thought it was awful. I don't
think
mean
the problem is
because nothing happens.
That's the
Nothing
point,
happens.
because it's more of a build-up film, isn't it? And because now we
Yeah.
don't even know when we're going to see the second part. If they never released it, it's going to be a bit of a pointless film. But I think it's because it's more of a build-up film, and there's not much. I mean, I don't think he comes into it until about the hour mark, does he?
It's like 2 hours and still nothing's happened.
Yeah,
Nothing.
they're just traveling, aren't they? They're just traveling.
Yeah.
What about Yellowstone?
I would not really like.
Yellowstone is one of my favorite
Yeah.
series on television.
That's an incredible.
Great.
Right from the very first scene. That's an incredible.
Yeah,
show.
with wasn't it
With
you,
horse.
James, that was saying you tested that?
That on the OLED TV, that is probably the best scene that I've seen because I even put it on to show my son how good it was. But then I forgot the horse dies, and my son doesn't really like animals. Then he goes, "Is that horse going to die?" I have to turn it off. But see the contrast of the white horse in his face and how close up it is. I think that's probably one of the best looking scenes on my TV you could get.
I've still not finished it. I didn't watch the second half of the last series, but
Oh, it's brilliant. Absolutely
is it good?
brilliant.
I
Yeah.
know a lot. I've heard a lot of the characters get killed off, but
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's just. I won't give any spoilers away, but yeah, I was going in thinking because Kevin obviously doesn't
He's
appear
obviously-
in it,
Like that.
yeah,
but he does in a way.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
the way they handled it was fantastic.
oh, that's good to know. It's only like 5 episodes in it. The last part.
Yeah,
It's not very
it's not
many.
long. I think they're quite long. So one of the episodes is
Oh,
extended. I think I can't remember if it's that one or something else I was watching. It was extended. But I'm pretty sure they're quite long episodes.
because I need to watch 1923, the second series, because I love the first series of that. Harrison
I've
Ford
seen
and
it.
Helen Mirren, just
Yeah, I've seen the first one, not the second one.
yeah.
It's just started. It's only got 2 episodes on Paramount Plus right now.
Yeah.
Uh,
They got
Sam hasn't watched the other 1,922 yet.
no, not yet.
Oh,
Because they got a new spin-off series of Yellowstone called The Madison with Michelle Pfeiffer, and I think Kurt Russell's going to be in it as well, which is about a different family that come. I don't know if it's Montana, but it's a different family come from like New York to like open like this ranch, like kind of
Yeah.
like a follow-on. Because obviously
yeah.
they can't really follow it on now because of. Well, I suppose they could because I think some of the characters are still in it, but obviously. I think what they want is they want a big name to lead it. So I think it was going to be Matthew McConaughey as well, but I think it's just Michelle Pfeiffer and Kurt Russell now, who are obviously.
I
big
thought they were
names
going to have
anyway.
another spin-off with the 360s.
Yeah, they're supposed to be doing that. I think it's still in development, but I think they are, and they're doing 1944, I think, as well.
Yeah.
And I think there's one which might be with Beth and whatchamacallit. Is it Rip? Yeah,
Rip.
called 2024, I think that's called, but I guess they'll change it to whatever year it comes out in.
Yeah.
But yeah, what a fantastic universe as well. I mean,
Yeah.
just the way he writes things, because he's got Tulsa King, obviously, Mayor of Kingstown, Landman now, which I've not seen yet, but I've heard is really good. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
great
he's a great writer.
screenwriting. Yeah. Have you seen Wind River? That's a great film.
Wind River, no.
Yeah,
I don't
fantastic. That film.
Don't think so. No,
Yeah.
no, I haven't seen that one. Oh, wow.
Really
Is that the one? Is that the one where it opens with the Native American girl running through?
Yeah.
Yes, I have.
Jeremy
Yeah.
Renner and Elizabeth Olsen. But that's like really, that's quite out of print now, which surprised me because it's not that old.
The thing is, they don't make as many as they used to batches, do they anymore? I mean,
Yeah.
You go HMV, they get maybe 4 or 5 copies maximum.
Yeah.
So, well, a film goes out of print so quickly now.
Yeah.
That's why I'm reluctant to get rid of them. You know,
Yeah.
when you're trying to clear out space and you're like, well, maybe in 5 years we'll decide I want to get that, but it'll be 50 quid by then.
Yeah.
I picked this one up today from CEX in Crawley for £5. I looked online, that's going for like 30 quid on Amazon.
Jeez.
So I thought, yeah, I better pick that up.
It's quite a small screen here, Alan. What title was it? I can't quite see.
That's Family Plot, isn't it?
Family Plot.
I've seen that
Family
one.
Plot,
That's in volume 2 of the Hitchcock. That's the only one I've seen in volume 2 so far. I didn't get on with it that much.
No,
Yeah.
me either. One of the
Have
few
you seen
Hitchcock films I didn't like.
Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of it either.
Thank you.
Have
But,
any of you seen Champions with Woody Harrelson?
Yeah, I enjoyed that one.
Honestly,
Yeah.
that.
Well, I went to buy that and on eBay and things like that because it's only a couple of years old.
It's not
And the
dropped in
prices
price at all.
Yeah, the prices on that were crazy. So I ended up breaking my rule of buying it from CX and paying the postage because I hate the postage. I really do. It stops me. It just stops me buying stuff.
It's against
from
the
them.
religion.
It is, but since it was £3 and it was only going to be 6, I ordered Champions from there. But trying to find it somewhere else, it was like ridiculously priced.
Yeah, it's about £19 on HMV at the minute. That
It's ridiculous. It's like just a standard Blu-ray as well, isn't it?
yeah,
And
just
it's
a standard
new.
Blu-ray, yeah. It's like £19.
And it's only 3 in CX. It was only 3 in CX when I got it.
Ridiculous. Yeah, maybe it's the company that put it out. I don't know, because I don't know. That might be a medium rare one because it's a Universal title, and they do with some of their new smaller releases now. I think they give them to them, and obviously because then they can charge whatever they want. Then, so sometimes it's a bit more.
There's an Adam Sandler one I'm looking for that was in print, but you can't get it. It's I've never seen it. It's And I Pronounce You Chuck and Larry, but it's been out
I've
of
seen
print
that
for
one.
so long. It's been out
that's
of
a
print for
funny
so
one.
long. It's like you can never find it.
What's
I
it called?
I Now Pronounce You Chuck and Larry.
Oh, yeah, I've got that.
That's Fabulous Films that put that out, I think.
But there's no. I've even looked on eBay. There's not one on eBay. There's not one in CEX. So I've been looking for that one for a while, and wait, when it comes to the CX in stock, I'll get it because it's favorited. But some titles you're just like, why is that out of print? It's not like it's a film that has sold millions, or like you said, Alan, it's probably because there was such a limited run of them.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen that for sale in CEX.
No, I had one called, I think it's called Duplex over here, or Our House. It's Ben Stiller and Drew Barrymore. And I didn't get on with it, so I thought I'd sell it. And I must have bought it in CX for about 3 quid, 2-3 quid. And I went on eBay and it's selling for like 50, 60 quid. And it's just like crazy because it's not like one of those titles that is just like you would think would be like out of print and really expensive. But I think I sold it for about 50 quid in the end.
Nice.
I grabbed this one today in the charity shop. I'd never heard of it.
Oh, I've seen that one. That's a decent film.
And I just thought it was a throwaway film. So I looked it up. eBay, 20, 30 quid a time.
Yeah. It's decent watch. If you like Steve Martin, then yeah.
I don't mind Steve Martin, not too hot on Jack Black, but I'll give it a go.
Yeah.
I still need to get the Three Amigos. I keep looking for that. Is that a premium collection one? I can't remember. But I'm still looking for the Three Amigos.
No, I don't mean it's not a premium collection.
I think that was 101 that released that.
Hmm.
I did see actually another series that's coming out later in the month that looks quite good. It's called Mobland, and it's got Pierce Brosnan, Tom Hardy, and Helen Mirren in it. And it's a Guy Ritchie series.
That'd be cool.
Very similar. I think originally it was supposed to be a spin-off of Ray Donovan, like a British spin-off, but I think they like canned that, and I think now it's just its own thing. But it looks like, I saw the trailer. It's only just over a minute, but it's set to Sympathy for the Devil, and just the minute-long look at it sold me. Like Pierce Brosnan, the head of this big family of like gangsters. That'll be good.
Sounds good.
Yeah,
Good cast.
yeah.
Where's that one
Alan,
coming on, Ollie?
That's on Paramount Plus on the 30th of March, I want to say. It's also got
Okay.
Paddy Considine in as well, I think.
Oh,
Plays
nice.
one of the brothers. It's got
Love
a
Paddy.
terrific cast from what I've read. But yeah, it's quite a quick turnaround as well, because I think they only started filming in December. But I think shows like that nowadays, they can like, some of them still film whilst like the first episodes air. Because I know a lot of them, like the
Yeah.
first series of 1923, I think that aired like December, what was it, 2022? And then they went on like a break for like a month, because I think they were still filming the back half of the episodes and finishing them.
Okay.
So I think nowadays the turnaround's so quick on some series. And then some series, like Stranger Things, can take like 2 years.
I know. Are we getting that this year, Ollie? The final season of that? Stranger
Yeah,
Things?
I think the dates that I've seen float around is the end of October and then the end of November for the second part. But I don't think that's official. I think that's just like rumors at the moment.
another one with no physical there, Alan. Stranger Things. I think you
Yeah.
picked up the first couple of series, didn't you?
No, I've got bootlegs of the first 4.
Yeah,
But
that's
I've
all of
forgot-
them so
see,
far.
they left it so long now. I've forgotten what happened in the last season.
Yeah.
All of the series have had such big gaps. Like I think series 2 and 3 had about a 3-year gap, and then 3 and 4, I want to say, was almost a 5-year gap. And now this will be, I think the last series came out, was it 2022 maybe?
Yeah,
So that's going to
that's it.
be another 3-year gap. So
Well, I waited for the first 2 seasons to be aired, and the third one had started before I started.
yeah, I did the same.
So they were
Yeah.
they were quite quick for me. But now this bloody great 2-year gap now,
I know.
and I've forgotten what's
We
happened.
could be dead.
You need to watch it
But-
all again.
What
I
I
do.
did read, which is good because he's one of my favorite directors that hasn't directed anything in almost like 20 years other than TV. Frank Darabont is directing an episode. And as soon as I read that, I thought that's going to be,
Oh.
because that's the sort of thing that I think, because obviously the last big thing he directed was The Mist. And I love that film. So it'd be interesting to see what he does with his episode.
Did he direct some of The Walking Dead?
I think he actually helped create it, but
Yeah.
there were some issues. I don't know exactly what the issues were, but he basically, I think he might have got fired
Right.
after the first series. So we had to step back, because a lot of, if you watch the first series, it's got a lot of the actors that are in his previous films that he uses quite a lot. Like there's a lot of actors that were in The Majestic and The Mist. So I think he just got fired off of the first, and I don't think he's done anything since that. So I think he's been put in what they call director's jail. So
Yeah.
Through the Lens says, I haven't bought any films recently, but I have pre-ordered the Honora and Chungking Express Criterions, 2 of my favourite films. Yeah, I've got Honora. I don't know if Sam's got Honora on pre-order as
I
well.
pre-ordered that, yeah.
Yeah, definitely be one I'll be getting. Have any of you guys got any of those on pre-order or going to get any of them?
I'll probably get Nora for sure.
Yeah, I've got Nora on.
I don't buy stuff new most of the time.
I try
I
not
do want
to.
to see it, Nora.
Yeah, I try not to buy anything new unless it's something that
Hmm.
I've really loved, like Honora. I'm going to definitely get Wicked. got Gladiator 2 because I really like that, and Conclave I've just picked up. Really liked that one as well. And Heretic as well. I really enjoyed that at the cinema.
Oh, I loved that. Brilliant, in it, Ollie?
Yeah.
I might buy the No Way Out Blu-ray new because you can't get any other way after my Music Magpie episode.
I think No Way Out, didn't they release that and Bull Durham on this website, on this special label, and you can only get it on the website?
Yeah, it's £20, but
Yeah.
I've seen it on Music Magpie for 11, and I bought it there, and they sent me the Region A one, which I can't watch because I've not got Region
Yeah.
3. And then I put it in my player just to see if I could get it to work. And in the meantime, I posted back the box without it in it because I didn't realise it was still in my player. It was still in my player, and then I got a thing from Music Magpie and eBay, like, you're trying to con us. You've sent us an empty box, and it wasn't that. I was like, I just forgot to take out the player. I just forgot. I eventually did get a refund, but I didn't want a refund. I want my No Way Out.
You know what you should have said, James? You should have said, "Don't you know who I am? I took down Signal 1."
You're next.
That's what I should have. That is what I should have. Or I should have. I'll tell you, a long time ago when that Zavi Avengers Affinity War steelbook came through, and they sent me a Denty. That was that. I'm so grumpy in that video. It's unbelievable. And I say I went on to Zavi customer service and they had no replacements. And the supervisor started sending me smiley faces in the chat. I'm like, I almost lost it. I almost went crazy.
Hello, Ellery. Great to see all
Hello,
the best
Ellery.
YouTubers on one stream.
Hello.
What
Ellery.
film do you remember that got you into your love of films? Oh, E.T. for me. E.T.'s the one for me. It's a hard one, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's only because I've done that video today that I know I got it fresh in my head. It would be E.T. and the Goonies for me.
Probably for me, it'd be The Russians Are Coming, The Russians Are Coming. Not one, I know. Alan Arkin.
For me, the first movie I think I seen or I remember seeing was Star Trek II: Wrath of Khan, and I actually had a storybook you got with a tape that you could get when you were a kid, and it played the story as you were reading the book as well. So it must have been after the film came out. But then I seen the film, and if you've seen Wrath of Khan, where that thing goes in Chekhov's ear, that gave me nightmares. Because I must have only been 6 or 7, and that gave me nightmares for years. And then you watch it now, and you're like, how fake is that? But you're like, but at the time, it terrified me. But that was probably the earliest film I can remember.
Well, mine, I've said it a few times, is the first proper film, not a cartoon, I sat down and watching with my dad and just loved it, was Jewel. Absolutely brilliant. And when the 4K come out last year, I sat down with my son so I can recreate it, albeit him being a grown-up. And we watched it, and after the end, he went, "That was boring, Dad." Yeah, so he don't live here anymore.
What about you, Andy?
I'd probably have to say the first 2 Ace Ventura movies for me. They were I was obsessed with Jim Carrey when I was younger, and it was the first time you sort of realised that an actor could be in different and multiple movies. When you first try and discover movies and they can work on different projects. But for me, he was the first actor that I remember sort of really following to see what he would do. And I actually, as much as it's not highly regarded, I actually love Batman Forever as well because of him.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's probably.
Was there a scene in Ace Ventura cut out at the end now?
What's that?
Yeah, when he grabs.
I was just saying. Alan's going to say. I was just saying. There's a scene in Ace Ventura that's now no longer on the Blu-ray or something like that. I heard there was something cut from it.
No, I'm thinking of Crocodile Dundee when he grabs the cross-dresser. But I don't know
Oh, is that cut out as well?
Yeah.
I think it's something to do with the dolphin. They've cut out something to do with the dolphin on it, but I can't remember what it is. But I know what scene you're referring to in Crocodile Dundee. But I remember watching that on TV, Alan, and on ITV, and they dubbed all the swearing in it as well.
Yeah.
It was like they did. So that was the first time I seen it, but they dubbed it all.
I saw Crocodile Dundee a few months ago, and they cut out the knife scene. I was waiting for that,
What?
and they cut the
What?
jacket.
That's
I
the
know,
like
come
best
on.
scene in the film.
That's what I was waiting at.
Knifey Spoonie?
Spoonie?
Have you seen the Simpsons episode where they go? I see you played Knifey Spoonie before when Homer goes to Australia, and he goes that ain't a knife. And he goes, no, it's a spoon. That's so funny.
I tell you a film that I don't get the love for, and people seem to love it. I think it might be more of a generational film, and I know Alan's going to agree with me on this one 100%, and that's Flash Gordon.
Oh,
I don't get the love for it. I do not get the love for it. I just can't. Yeah, I just didn't get it.
What's your mouth out, young man?
You said, you had to grow up watching that film.
Yeah, I think you're right there. Yeah, I think if you didn't grow up watching it, you're not going to get it as much as the people that grew up watching it.
It's got Peter
Roy
Duncan
doesn't like.
Peter Duncan sticking his arm in a hole. What more do you want?
Roy doesn't like my favourite film, which is Brewster's Millions. He hates that. I think
What?
that's
Oh, that was
hilarious.
dull. That was. No, I didn't get on with that.
You didn't like it, did you?
I didn't watch it till a couple of years ago. Maybe, if I'd watched it.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I love Brewster's Millions. I think it's funny.
And it's about the fourth remake, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been made a few times.
I bet you've got them all as well, haven't you, Alan?
No. I think I've got maybe 2.
Have you seen Blues Brothers, Roy?
Yeah, I love Blues Brothers.
That's brilliant.
Yeah, that's one of my favourite comedies. That is.
That's 3 musicals I like then.
I'm the opposite.
Yeah.
I hate it.
You don't like the Blues Brothers?
Maybe
Oh,
again
I
because
loved
I
it.
never watched it. I never watched it till a couple of years ago, and I just not for me.
It's one of those films that I can almost memorize shot by shot in my head, just because of how much I loved it. I think
I like the character. I like the actors. I just didn't like the film. I'm afraid.
The funniest bits of that film for me was the chase in the mall, and then when they go to the bar, and they're in the cage, and they say, "What songs you want to sing?" and the only song they can sing is Rawhide. The Rawhides.
Oh, but they're chucking everything at them, aren't they?
Yeah,
that's great.
Maybe I need to watch it again. Maybe I do. Maybe I need to watch it again. And we'll
And
see.
it's got
And we'll see how it goes.
it's full of cameos in it as well. It's like what is the precursor to all these films nowadays, where you get all these random cameos. That was like the film that started all of those big cameos in it. And yeah, I chuckle every time I watch it.
I know it had the record at one time for the most cars destroyed during the filming of a film.
At the end, yeah, that's crazy. That is. How many cars do you reckon were chasing them at the end?
Oh God, no, a lot. A lot.
Yeah. Ollie, if you enjoy Sightseers, watch Alice Lowe and Prevenge from 2016. I have added that one to my list earlier because you did mention it in the comments of my video, so I'll check that out. But yeah, I think have you guys seen Sightseers? Everyone's been praising that.
That's good.
It's amazing.
Oh, I'll try and give that a watch this week then, because yeah, it's had a lot of praise.
I'm clearly way behind. I've not seen it.
No, well, at least I'm not the only one, James.
I've got Prevenge in my collection, but guess what? I haven't watched it.
Is Prevenge one where the fetus is controlling her or something?
I think she's pregnant. She's got pregnant in the front.
Yeah, I have seen it. It's not as good as Sightseers, in my opinion.
Yeah, and she did that one last year called Time Stalker, didn't she? Apparently that was quite good.
Yeah, I've
I
not seen
enjoyed
that.
that. That was quite funny.
Yeah. No, yeah, I think I need to just watch more Ben Wheatley films in general. I think the only
Yeah.
films I've seen of him was Free Fire, which I really loved because it was like
That's
more
great.
a callback to like Reservoir Dogs. And then on the complete opposite spectrum, a film I despised was Meg 2. Despised that film. I mean, I had fun with the first film. I thought the first film was a lot of fun, but the second film was just such a slog to get through because like
Yeah.
half of the film they're literally just walking from one part to another part underwater and nothing happens, and then random creatures attack them at the end and then it just ends. Like, I like Jason Statham, and I know, Roy, you probably loved it because you love Jason Statham.
I've
but
not seen the second Meg.
You've not. Don't then. Just skip
Me
it.
either.
'Cause it's just,
Yeah.
why Ben Wheatley attached his name to that, I just I won't understand because it's just such a bore of a film. Unless you liked
I
it.
did like. I did like The Beekeeper. I thought that was really good.
Yeah, I like The Beekeeper. I'm looking forward to his new one. Is it A Working Man? That looks quite good.
Okay.
Because it's the same director as The Beekeeper, and I think it's written by Sylvester Stallone as well. It looks like it's like a good revenge action thriller. It looks like.
Yeah, he's trying. It's a bit like Taken, isn't it? He's after someone's taken some young girl, and I think Michael Pena is in it. Or Michael Pena,
and Jason Fleming's in it as well. By the looks of things, I think he only has a small part from what I've seen of the trailer.
Yeah.
So yeah, that'll be a good one to watch. And I think he's done another one which is coming out next January called Mutiny, which is the same sort of thing. And I think he's filming another one at the moment. I don't know what it's about though, and I can't even remember who's in it. But I did read like last month that he started. Bill Nye's in it with him. I can't remember what it's about. I know it's an action film, and I know Bill Nye's in it as well. But I think when you see something with Jason Statham in nowadays, you just got to assume it's action because that's pretty much all he does now.
Yeah, he does do the same film over and over, but somehow he pulls it off.
Good
He's really good at
pull it off.
Yeah. There are some I probably wouldn't watch again. Like I probably wouldn't go back to the Mechanic films again. Because for me, they were just one-time watches. Most of his like Homefront, I quite liked. I know you've seen that recently, Roy. I thought that was a good one.
Cracker. Yeah, really enjoyed that one.
And one that really
I've not seen it, but I've seen clips.
One that really surprised me that isn't really an action film. It's more of a drama thriller, I would say. Is it Redemption or Hummingbird? I think it's different names, different places. Where he plays the ex-soldier on the street in London, trying to protect the girl, and I thought that was really good. Yeah.
Oh, does he break into some guy's flat while he's away?
Yeah, and he lives there. Yeah.
I've seen that. It's pretty good.
Yeah, he's been in some decent stuff.
There's a little Chinese girl.
That's Safe. Yeah, that's the Safe. That's the one when it got
a different film.
Code. Yeah, that was a good one. Yeah, and I quite liked Parker as well, but not a lot of people like that one.
Yeah, Parker's all right.
Yeah,
is that the one that's set Florida way?
Yeah, with Jennifer Lopez.
Yeah,
because they're doing a remake. Well, not because it's based on a series of books. And I think they did one with Mel Gibson back in the 90s called Payback, which I've not seen.
That's a really good film, Payback.
Yeah, I'll try. I think James Coburn's in it as well, isn't he?
Quite brutal, that film.
Yeah, I have to check that one out. But they're doing another one with Mark Wahlberg, and it's going to be directed by Shane Black. And I've liked all of his films, so
let's hope it's better than Flight Plan because that was awful.
Oh, I watched that. I watched that, James. Larry even tried telling me not to watch it, but I still watched it, and I should have listened because it was awful.
I told you, Mark Wahlberg with a bald cap on with two sight.
It was the ending that got me. The fact that they get off the plane, you're like, oh, everything's okay. But the way he falls out of the plane and lands on his feet and then gets run over by the fire truck.
How many times did he survive?
Yeah. What the things he went through in that plane, and then the fact that
the T-800.
You think it's ended, and then in the back of the ambulance, and then that happens, and then it just ends awkwardly. You're like, and the
Oh,
credits
dear.
come on. And the thing is, the thing that shocked me when it comes up, and the first thing it comes up is directed by Mel Gibson, and you're like, what?
Yeah.
I know. I thought the plane was going to crash in the mountains, and they were going to have this.
Yeah,
Like he's going to be chasing them through the mountains or something like that. But oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
yeah,
I was really looking forward to that movie as well, and then I just.
yeah. Me too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a bit of a stinker, that one.
It's mad to think, though, isn't it, Ollie? Sometimes a director, like, say, Mel Gibson did, like, obviously, Hacksaw Ridge, which is incredible, and then he goes from that level to obviously, like, that level is sometimes, it kind of, it's kind of a bit of an interesting sort of, like, transition, isn't it? You know, like, but,
Yeah,
but I was a bit like James, actually. I was looking forward to that one from the trailer, but then I was hearing really shockingly bad things about it, so I didn't really like give it like a viewing in the end.
yeah. No, I say skip that one. I only
There's
watched
not
I
it.
always, I always like to say to people, make your own mind up, but that one is just, it
Yeah,
was a waste of 2 hours.
Mhm.
Most directors have got a turkey on their resume somewhere, haven't they?
but it's just weird that Mel Gibson, he's just done great film after great. Like he hasn't missed up until now, and he's done this, and it's just so bad. It's not even like it's weaker than his other films, but still watchable. It's so bad and so unwatchable. It's just like, how did that get made, and why did he make that? Like he's been trying to do the sequel to The Passion of the Christ for years, and he decided to do that before he. Like it makes no sense. Literally
And
makes no
what
sense.
and what decision goes, I'll put Mark Wahlberg in a bald cap.
Apparently, he went to
What
him
goes through your
and
mind?
asked him. He went to Mel Gibson and said, "Can I wear a bald cap?" But you can see the worst thing is you can actually see that it's a
Yeah,
bald
I know.
cap.
Can you?
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can clearly see
it's
where
so,
it's.
and it's not just like totally bald. He's got like the side here, like it's grown, like he's grown really fat. It's just so bad. It
Yeah,
really is.
I usually like his acting, but he even his all of the acting in that film was atrocious. The
Uh,
bloke on the film, the pilot, was so like his voice was so like he didn't even sound like an actor. He just sounded like someone they pulled off the street.
It's like now you watch some of these samurai films on Blu-ray and that the picture's now so good you can see like bits of netting that's holding the samurai wigs on.
Yeah, I don't think it'd be one I'd go back to again. I'd say so far this year it's definitely the worst film I've seen this year. But I'm sure there could possibly be films that top it. I mean, look at last year when we had Joker, Emilia Perez. I should just do a video showing all of the stinkers of last year and just talking about how much I despised them. But
Don't
obviously,
forget
you've got
Megalopolis, Ollie.
that's exactly what I was going to say. The biggest stinker of 2024 was Megalopolis, which was, oh my god, one of the worst
Francis
things
Ford
I've ever
Coppola.
seen. Have any of you guys seen it? I hope
I
someone's
haven't.
seen it so I can
No.
talk about it. Nobody's seen it.
No.
And
There's a bit. I was saying there's a bit with John Voight. His character, his acting in it is atrocious, and this is a film that's got the likes of like Dustin Hoffman, Talia Shire, like top tier actors, and they wasted. And John Voight's in it quite a bit, and he's usually a good actor, but he's awful in it. And there's a bit at the end, and it honestly shocked me. It's just the writing of the script. He sat there in his bed, and it looks like he's just had a stroke. And he's like, "Do you want to see how big my boner is?" Like, and it comes out of absolutely nowhere. And he pulls the sheets off, and he's got a tiny little bow and arrow in his hands, and he shoots one of the characters in the heart. Like it just comes out of absolute, like, yeah. I can't even describe what that film was about, to be honest with you, because it was just, yeah.
Larry sent me one about a year ago because I'm a Nick Cage fan, and he said, "Watch this one." I think he sent Roy it as well, which was Prisoners of Ghostland.
Oh, I've
Has
heard
anyone
that's
seen
pretty bad.
that?
I haven't.
I have never seen so much. I think that's the worst film I've ever seen.
it was
It's
horrendous,
It's
wasn't it?
just horrendous.
And Larry
Horrendous.
liked it, didn't he?
I don't think he did he?
I thought he'd liked it. That's why he sent us it.
No, I think he said. He sent it to us and said, "Just watch this," thinking
Oh.
to see what we would see. But he was like, it was just. I've never seen a worse film than Prisoners of Ghost. That is there a worse film than Prisoners of Ghost I've never seen? I don't think so.
Have you seen the trailer for the new Nick Cage film? It looks exactly like what he would do. It's called The Surfer. And he basically plays this guy that wants to go surfing on a beach with his son at the place that he grew up in. And it's just this group. It's a group, and they basically won't let him because it's their beach. So he's basically tells them that they can't, and they like steal his surfboard and all. And he is just from the trailer, he goes absolutely insane. And he just starts screaming at himself and just staring up in the air, shouting and I think he makes someone eat a dead rat at some point in the trailer. It is wild, and that's just the trailer. The film's not even out yet.
Sold it to me, Ollie.
I bet that's better than Prisoners of Ghostland for sure, though.
Yeah.
When he does stuff like that, it's just it looked crazy. I watched the trailer and I couldn't believe it. And he's just like there, like. It's just the trailer's basically it starts normal and you think, oh, this is going to be like a small time like drama thriller or something, and then as the trailer gets towards the end, he just becomes crazier and crazier, and he just starts like chanting to himself and staring up at the air and basically
you
doing
seen
what Nicolas Cage does.
Have you seen Nick Cage in being Nick Cage in the Unbearable?
Yeah,
Oh,
I love that.
I thought it was funny.
That was great
Yeah, I
with
like
Pedro
that one.
Pascal. Yeah, that was great. I really like Dream Scenario as well. I thought that was a good one.
I did. I thought that was really good, but it got a bit weird at the end. But I still liked the movie concept. I actually thought that's one of his better ones.
It felt a lot like a Charlie Kaufman film, like the sort of thing that he would do, because it was that weird and that out there. A bit, I suppose it was along the lines of being John Malkovich in a way, because it was
I
about
really liked
dreams
it.
and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I liked it. I just didn't like the ending of it. But you can get to a film and still enjoy it and not like the ending. But I just thought I thought it was a good concept.
Yeah. Through the Lens has said, Annette is great, Sam. I noticed Alan show off the Homie today. Need to purchase that one for sure.
Yes, documentary. It's about the estate Benin in South Africa, or North Africa. When it was under French rule, they took a load of artifacts back and they've shown them in a museum in Paris, and now they want it back. So.
They can't have them.
If Jodie here, hello Jodie.
Hello,
Evening,
Jodie.
gents. Great learn it this
Hey,
evening.
Jodie.
Big shout out to
Jodie.
Sammy. So close to 500 subs now.
Just warming up.
One more.
I think I was just saying just warming up. I think it's last time I checked it was like 499 or something.
Oh, I unsubbed just before the stream, so 498.
If we all like sub, that means he's got to get another 5 people to sub to him.
Don't do my mistake and announce it like when you get 501 or something like that, and then 4 people unsub, and you're like, make it 507 before you say something.
Yeah.
Did everybody here watch the classic musical 1980 film named Times Square? It has Tim Curry as radio host character. It was released in UK by Network in 2014. Not heard of that,
Ollie.
Yeah.
It was
Never seen
Tony.
it.
Yeah, it was Tony at the Retro Movie Zone that kindly sent me the DVD of that. I watched it last month. I quite enjoyed that. The soundtrack was probably the best part of the movie, but the movie itself was pretty decent. I enjoyed it.
Nice.
Any songs we'd know, Sam?
Yeah, can you sing some for us, Sam?
Oh God, I need to go to the bar first.
Have some Haribo, Sam.
That was going to be my.
Do you know what, Ollie? This is something I was meant to say earlier. You know, if I was to watch like Wicked and have like obviously a beverage or something, I'd have like a blue Wicked. I did that, but no, mate, I can't. I'm trying to remember what because I think there was like the Police, XTC, Susie and the Banshees that was in there. It was still a soundtrack in there.
The opening song in it is Same Old Theme by Roxy Music.
Yeah, and it's like the same old scene.
I
Something like that.
only watched it because it had Tim Curry in it, but I thought the main actress in it, I thought her singing was shocking. She was awful.
Yeah,
But it does have a good soundtrack.
Did you like the film, Andy?
Yeah, I did like it.
Yeah.
I only really liked it because of Tim Curry. I think everything he's in, he's just amazing.
But
he's
yeah,
good as that radio DJ. I think his name's like Johnny LaGuardia in it. But yeah, some of the music from the main actress in it was pretty terrible. But the soundtrack from like obviously like bigger bands is pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. I must admit, the first, 20 minutes, I was a little bit bored. There wasn't really much to write home about at the start, but then I think when they got to like New York and stuff, I think that's when the film picked it up for me. But I thought it was pretty good, but one of those, I don't know if you felt the same with it, Andy, but just one of those films that I did like, but just doesn't have a lot of rewatchability about it.
Completely agree. Agree. Yeah.
But it's still good, Ollie. I would recommend it.
Yeah, it's worth a one-time watch, but it's just not. It doesn't have the rewatch factor. I think the main girl in it, her friend in it, is the love interest from The Frighteners.
I've not seen that.
Okay.
Ooh, that's a good one to watch, Sammy.
Yeah, I need to check that one out, mate.
Yeah.
Perfect Days is beautiful. The 4K bet looks wonderful.
Now we can get a song, Sam.
Oh, it's such a perfect day. Yeah, I think when I was in New York, Ollie, last year, funny enough, I think I was listening to like the Velvet Underground when I was there, but I should have listened to what was it, the Transformer album from Lou Reed, which is also amazing. So yeah. Hello, Marty.
Hello, Marty. Brian Denny,
Marty.
he was great in Gorky Park. I've not seen that one.
I've heard of it, but I've not seen it.
No, I've not seen it.
So I think it's like is it like a Cold War Russian film or German or something? I know it's set in the snow because I'm sure I've seen it pop up on one of the streaming services before.
That isn't one where they've got a fake Russian town, is it?
I think so, yeah. Jodie said yes, love Gorky Park. Cocoon 2. Mr. Brooks is a good Costner film as he plays against type as a serial killer. I've not seen that one yet.
Does indeed.
Does it have Demi Moore in it as well?
And William Hurt.
Yeah.
Good cast.
Yeah. He was a bad Ballocks in Gladiator, a boxing film. Not heard of that one.
Stump the panel.
Interested to know what are your top 3 Gene Hackman films? Oh, that's easy. French Connection, Unforgiven. Oh, actually, maybe not as easy as I thought. French
Let's have a
Connection.
look.
The Firm.
Definitely French Connection. Definitely Unforgiven.
He was really good in The Firm. Avery Toller he played.
Yeah, he was good in that.
Very flawed character in that one.
Yeah.
Runaway Jury.
Is that the one with Tom Cruise?
Yeah.
Also, Runaway Jury. He was good in that. Rankin.
Oh, that's a good one.
Crimson Tide.
Crimson Tide was a good one, yeah.
3 for me. I always loved Bat 21 with Danny Glover and Gene Hackman. I thought that was a good film. I've also Unforgiven is a great one, but I also like him in Enemy of the State with Will Smith. I think he plays a great.
I was thinking of that one.
That one as well.
Twilight, good in that.
Yeah, I mentioned that in the last stream and nobody had heard about it, but it's such a good film, such an underrated film.
Yeah, I've got the Blu-ray of that.
Is it where's that? Where was that released? Because I'd love to get that one.
It's only, I think it's only available in Australia, part of the imprint
Right.
range, and it's part of the box set.
Oh, okay. Probably a bit expensive then.
Sorry,
what's the other-
Alan will hook us up.
No one said Superman yet.
I was just gonna say
Yeah.
Superman would
Lex
probably be
Luthor.
my number
That's a good
2.
one.
Yeah.
I'm going to
Lex
go
Luthor.
French Connection, Mississippi Burning,
Not seen that.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I
Royal
see that.
Tenenbaums.
I've not seen that either yet, and I love Wes Anderson.
Oh, it's
No Way Out.
brilliant.
No
Oh,
way.
I should have said that. I should have said
David
that.
Bryce. He played David Bryce in that.
He does indeed.
Well, the bear
If
cave.
anyone said if anyone said welcome to Mooseport, they'd be banned from the stream.
Not seen that.
That ended his
He
career,
played
I think.
Eagle Cole, didn't he, in there?
Yeah, I've not seen it. I've got the DVD in my
David
case
Marmot.
somewhere, but I'm afraid to watch it because I've just heard the worst things about it.
Yeah, it's not as bad as people say.
Is it not? Oh, that's
No,
okay.
it's not too. I didn't find it too bad anyway.
You
I really
can't-
liked.
you can't ban anybody if you haven't seen it yourself.
True. I really liked. I talked about on the stream last week as well. One called Under Suspicion with Morgan Freeman as well. I thought that was a really good one.
I've not seen a French Connection.
Oh, you've got to watch that, James. And
I've got it, and I've actually got the Conversation in my Blu-ray player that
I
I put
just
in
picked
last
that one
night,
up.
but I didn't get it because I've never seen that yet either. So I've just been sort of going through. But his first movie though was in A Bridge Too Far, wasn't he?
yeah, and he was in Bonnie and Clyde as well, wasn't he?
Yeah, Bonnie and Clyde.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Barrow, wasn't he? Isn't that?
Yeah. There's an animated film from my childhood from DreamWorks I absolutely love called Ants. And he plays the villain.
Yeah. Was he
Yeah.
an ant? I didn't know he
Yeah.
was a voice in that.
Yeah,
Great,
he's like he plays like the general, the villain in it.
Oh,
Christopher Walken's like his sidekick in it. It's like it's got such an amazing cast, that movie.
wasn't Sylvester Stallone a voice in that as well?
Sylvester-
Yeah.
Sylvester Stallone and Bancroft, Dan Aykroyd,
I remember that, yeah.
Woody Allen. It goes, the list goes on. It's
Yeah, I do remember watching that.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, Ollie. I'm just going
Hi,
to quickly
Jim.
say hi, Jim.
Hello, Jim.
Hello, Jim. Top man.
Aye.
What were you going to say, Sam?
Sorry, mate. I'm just thinking top 3 Gene Hackman films on top of my head. I probably would go original Superman, Royal Tenenbaums, and I probably would go with what was the other one? Did I say Unforgiven? Yeah, I think they would be my top 3.
See, I watched French Connection 2 the other day, well, last week before. I think I actually watched it the day he died. Well, the day he was announced to have died. And I actually really liked it. It's not as good as the first, but it's still, I mean, the storyline of what he goes through and then the fact that it then kind of turns into sort of like a revenge story. I really dug it. I thought the second one was, I don't know if everyone else has seen the second one, but I really enjoyed it.
I've got to watch the first one first.
Same.
Yeah, good idea.
I also was going to mention Behind Enemy Lines. That's a good one as well.
Yes.
That's in my
Yeah.
watch pile. I've not seen it yet.
Has anyone seen a film called Heartbreakers with him in?
No, I've heard that's quite good.
That is such a funny film with Jennifer Love Hewitt and Sigourney Weaver and Ray Liotta. It's such a good film.
He did another one called Heist, didn't he, with Danny DeVito? That's supposed to be good because it's a David Mamet film, isn't it? Yeah, I've not seen that one yet.
Yeah.
So
Bullet
many.
as well, be made.
Yeah, there's so many films. I mean, it'd take you so long to go through all his films and watch them. But yeah, there's so
Yeah.
many great films he did.
It always seems very effortless, his acting as well. Like
Yeah.
Sir Michael Caine. God bless you, sir.
Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
I noticed
he elevated every role that he did. It was so effortless.
I noticed in Unforgiven when I was watching the 4K, you know, how they mentioned he's not such a great carpenter when he's building his house. Just how actually crooked the house looks. I didn't really notice that before. Before it looks really bad, and at the end, when Clint Eastwood just goes in the bar and he's giving a big speech and Clint Eastwood just blows him away. That's a great scene.
I forgot about the Quick and the Dead as well.
I've not
Oh
seen that
yes,
yet.
that's a good
really
one.
good.
There's one with Chris O'Donnell called The Chamber.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
John Grisham
Yes.
as well, isn't it?
Yeah, he plays like an IRA
that too.
on like death row, and like Chris O'Donnell's like the lawyer to like get him off. It's good
Yeah.
film.
Yeah, I do own most of these, but they're just on my shelf, ready for when I'm ready.
There's one called Class Action as well, isn't there? That one looks quite good.
Yeah. And yeah, Ollie, also, if you can track it down, the film called Scarecrow with him and Al Pacino, that's a really good film.
Yeah.
It's in
Yeah.
the HMV. It's in the HMV Premium Collection.
Yeah.
I don't have it.
Alan's got it.
Has anybody seen Loose Cannons?
That's supposed to be his worst rated film of his career, wouldn't it?
Well, that and Welcome to Mooseport, yeah.
Yeah.
He's Loose Cannons. He's in with Dan Aykroyd. Dan Aykroyd's completely crazy, and he's sort of teamed up with him. It's a weird one. It is a weird one. It's not his best, granted, but it's make your own mind up if you see it.
What's the one he was in with that ballet dancer? Is it Mikhail Barry, whatever his name is? He was in White Nights. I can't think what it's called. It was in like either the late 80s or early 90s. It looks like an action film.
There's one more in the HMV Premium Collection, which is Night Moves.
Yeah, that's getting Criterion release, isn't it? I think it's next month.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll grab that one because that one looks quite good. Yeah, it's weird to think that a lot of people only go back and watch these actors' films after they've passed away, and then they really appreciate and find more about them. It's weird to think, but then there's some people like Gene Hackman, because he was such a huge actor and had such a big career. Like all of us have seen at least one of his films before because of how wide his career was and the different things that he did. But then you get some actors that you've just, like someone my age may have never heard of, but then when you hear they passed away, you go back and you're like, I had no idea he was in that, or they were in that, or that. It's just crazy.
I still find it weird watching people that are in movies that have died.
Yeah, I do too.
But me and my son like watching the Harry Potter movies. They're going, dead. Richard Harris,
Yeah.
You could play bingo, couldn't you?
We gotta go, dead. Hagrid, dead. Snape, dead.
Because it's going to be weird
And
when
they're
people
not that long ago.
Yeah. It's going to be weird when people like Clint Eastwood and Michael Caine do die, because I think all of us have probably seen, because they've had like such a long career, we've all seen a lot of their films. So it's going to be really, and now that obviously Michael Caine is retired, so he's not doing any more, we've seen everything that he's done pretty much, all of his career. So it's just going to be so weird when they do go and you're like, that's it.
It's the circle of life, I'm afraid. I always used to say I couldn't imagine life without the Bonds, Connery, and Moore, but they've gone, and life goes on, I'm afraid.
I can't imagine Clint's got too many years left in him.
Yeah.
No, he's 95 this year, isn't he?
With recent pictures of him, he looks like he's pretty much 1 foot in the grave as he is.
Well, I heard that when they were making Juror Number 2, there were days where the actors would turn up to set to be told to go home because Clint wasn't working that day because he was obviously ill quite a lot during the making of it. Yeah. I mean, he still made a quality film, and if that is his last film that he made, it's a better film than Cry Macho. But
for sure,
it's the films he's done in his last years, just directing, like Royal Agree, Richard Jewell, Sully, 1517 to Paris, although that wasn't as good, but still, even The Mule I really liked.
Yeah. Cry Macho, what spoiled that for me was that he wrote in the love scene with the 40-year-old woman.
It didn't make sense. Yeah, that's the thing that took me out of the film completely.
Yeah. And I think he had, like, in that film, 2 women sort of baying for him. And he's like, No 40-year-old woman's going to look at him and think, "Oh, you're a catch."
Yeah, it's weird.
Is 15, 17 watchable?
Yeah,
Unless
I've
you see his
got it.
bank balance.
It's decent because it's the only thing is the actual people
They're the action,
playing
aren't they?
themselves.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a decent watch, I would say. I think the only two films that he's directed but not been in, like newer films that I haven't seen yet, is Changeling with Angelina Jolie, and I haven't
Brilliant.
seen Letters from Iwo Jima yet, but I've heard they're both good films.
Changeling is fantastic, Ollie.
Yeah, I have to watch that one.
It just go in blind because it goes in directions you just don't expect.
I know the brief plot because I think it's I'm not sure. I think it's based on a true story because in it a mother and her son goes missing, and they bring back someone, but she's adamant it's not her son.
Yeah. Is that as much as you know?
Pretty much. I know she gets locked up for it, but that's all
Yeah.
I know.
Don't
Other
look
than that,
any further because it goes in directions after that you just don't expect it's going to go.
it's John Malkovich as well, isn't it? In it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll definitely give that one a watch.
That's brilliant.
Yeah. No, he's done a lot of films, and another one that I've not seen from the 90s because I've seen most of his films from the 90s, but I've not seen. Is it True Crime? Where he plays the is he like a journalist or something?
Not seen it either.
No, I don't know that one.
Yeah, true. Yeah. He does play a journalist. Yeah,
It's a film, but
also
I've never seen it.
Absolute Power with Gene Hackman as well.
Yeah.
That's a good
That is a
one.
good
Yeah.
one. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that is a really good one.
Forgot
Yeah.
about that. You see, there's all these films that you just completely forget.
In the Line of Fire.
That's a great one. Yeah. Bridges of Madison County is one of my favourites. Roy probably won't get on with that one though if he's not seen it.
To be honest.
Yeah, you won't get on with that one.
No,
I quite like Space Cowboys as well.
Oh yeah, that's a fun
What a
film.
cast.
I like to see that.
I think the
And
Rookie's a watchable film.
I've got that. It's sort of like a Dirty Harry one, but it's not.
Yeah.
He's not playing Dirty
Charlie
Harry.
Sheen.
He's not playing Dirty Harry. Yeah. I was going to say I got that Clint Eastwood box set with the 35 films in it, just because you couldn't get I had to look at Space Cowboys and it was out of print. I think it on Blu-ray. It was like, yeah, I've not got that one. I've not got that one.
That's the ultimate one because that's got everything. That covers everything, directing and acting. Although, unfortunately, some of them are just DVD. That's the only thing. They're not. It's not all Blu-ray, but there's more.
Which ones are DVD?
I think Bronco Billy's DVD. Thunderbolt and Lightfoot, I think's DVD.
That's strange because that's got a Blu-ray.
Pink Cadillac.
With the Curve?
That's Blu-ray. Yeah, that's a Blu-ray.
Oh, okay.
I think Pink Cadillac and White Hunter Black Heart. I think they're all DVD. And Birdie,
I don't think Trouble with the Curve. I don't think they got a UK.
It didn't. No,
release, did it?
No, it didn't. I like that. That's a good film. That's was it Gus Van Sant that directed that? I think.
Robert Lorenz.
That's it. Yeah, because he's gone on to direct a lot of the Liam Neeson films, hasn't he?
It's got Timberlake in it. Justin Timberlake.
Yeah, and Amy Adams, John Goodman.
One Roy didn't particularly like, which I really like, is the Eiger Sanction.
I've not seen that one yet.
I didn't mind
He's
that.
picking on you, Roy, isn't he? He's picking on you.
He's picking on me.
No, I'm just saying. We sometimes agree on films, and I just remember when Roy didn't like them, and I do. So,
no, I didn't mind the Eiger Sanction. I thought it was all right.
Yeah, it was. I thought an assassin climbing a mountain. I thought it was not too bad.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So, I've just been looking through the comments, and Sam, you have reached 500 subscribers.
Have I?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
According to Larry, you have reached 500.
Thanks,
so well done.
He just asked me for your channel, I think. So I just messaged him, and so he's. That's maybe why you're on 500.
Thanks, James. Yeah. Wow. Didn't think in a million years that would happen over a year, because it was like the 22nd of January last year when I uploaded my first ever video. Wow, can't believe it.
Well, you reached it far faster than me, that's for sure. I say I'm 8 years in, and I'm still going for 1,000.
Faster than me too.
But yeah, honestly though, Ollie, I'd still been like blown away if I was still on 100 subs right now. But to get to this, wow, what a feeling, what a fantastic feeling indeed.
You fully deserve it, Sam.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, guys.
I could say from heart, you're probably the most genuine person I know on YouTube.
Oh,
So-
thanks, Ryan.
Really well deserved.
Cheers. And Roy, you're gonna love this, but life is like a box of Blu-rays. You never know what you're gonna get.
Forrest Gump, probably.
Yes, yeah.
Just a box full of Forrest Gumps.
Yeah. I will ask you this though, Roy. Forrest Gump, though, are you willing to give that film at least one more viewing to? That's a
I don't
good
think he
question.
is.
Though.
He's not gonna.
He won't
hates it.
even make his time down to the chair to watch it. He's adamant.
I might do.
What about Grease?
Oh, that's a good question as well.
I've got something planned.
Okay.
I've got something planned. So
He's going to reenact it.
No, I'm not going to reenact it. Watch this space.
I quite like Grease too, but that's probably because my sisters had it on VHS all the time, and I've probably been indoctrinated into Grease 2 with Michelle Pfeiffer, the guy building his bike.
I watched someone's video. I can't remember who it was now. This was back when the Snyder Cut was released on 4K and Blu-ray. And someone actually got their Joss Whedon version of the 4K out and set fire to it.
Extreme.
Yeah, I thought, whoa.
Ollie,
I know that could have been a voucher.
Exactly. I probably did trade mine in for a voucher.
Ollie, I think I know which video you're talking about now.
Oh, who was it? I honestly can't remember who it was. I remember watching it and thinking, whoa, but I can't remember who it was.
Oh, was it someone destroyed was it the Whedon version?
Yeah. It set fire to it.
Oh, was it? It wasn't James, wasn't it? Movie Bug.
That's right. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that was so funny. I loved that.
We don't promote arson on this channel.
What are the best British horror films from 21st century you had seen, especially the indie British horror films of 21st century? What the best UK indie horror films ever? Not my area of expertise, so I'll pass it over to you guys because I'm not very good with British.
I don't know what that means.
28 Days Later? Does that count? That's
Oh,
British horror film?
Pretty good, yeah.
Is it an indie film?
I suppose at the time it probably was.
It was a low budget.
Yeah.
I suppose you could class it as that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's the dad in 28 Days Later? Was that
Brendan Gleeson?
Yeah, it was the cab driver. Yeah, I forgot he was in that.
Yeah, well, I think it was probably one of the first things I'd seen him in, like earliest roles.
Yeah.
And then you got Christopher Eccleston as well before Doctor Who.
I can't think of many British horror films off the top of my head. Well,
no,
that's why I'm struggling with British ones.
The only one I can think of
the others is Spanish though, isn't it? I think technically. I mean, it's set in Britain, but
well, you've got films from the Tygon late, 21st century. No, Tygon.
What about The Girl with All the Gifts? Has anyone seen that?
Which one, Ollie?
The Girl with All the Gifts. It's about
10
years old. Because that's English, I suppose. Paddy Considine and Glenn Close. Yeah,
I quite enjoyed that.
Yeah, I think that's one of my favourite modern zombie films because it's quite grounded and realistic. As to obviously, it's still fake, but it's more the approach where you believe it.
What about Shaun of the Dead?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say that was not indie.
No.
I'd say Girl with All the Gifts is a bit more indie.
Has anyone seen Anna and the Apocalypse?
I've
No,
not
I
seen that
haven't.
one. No.
Yeah, that's.
I'm pretty sure I have seen that.
Yeah,
I'm sure I've seen that.
it's like a musical zombie film. It's British. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, I'm going to say maybe Ghost Stories. That was good.
I've not seen that one. That's one that's been on my radar. I've not seen it yet, though.
That's quite creepy.
Martin Freeman, isn't it? And is
Yeah,
it Andy Nyman?
It's like an anthology one. I think it's got about
Yeah.
3 or 4 stories.
Paul
Yeah,
Whitehouse
Andy
is in
Nyman.
that one as well, isn't he?
He works with Alice Lowe, doesn't he? Like Andy Nyman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he was
I was
in.
going to
He
say
was
The
in
Conjuring 2.
Wicked.
Yeah.
The Conjuring 2. Yeah, that's a good one.
Mm.
I did look at that.
But is it British?
I'm just looking at my British collection, but I
But
didn't.
has it not got an American director, so it's classed as American?
It must be.
Well, what
What
about Dog Soldiers?
Yeah.
Oh, the best one.
What about? It's more horrific than horror, but I suppose depending on the way you look at it, you could consider it a horror film. Dead Man's Shoes,
Yeah,
Oh, it's amazing.
because it is quite horrific, so you could kind of
Yeah.
put it in that category, and it's definitely indie. See, if we had Tim on here, he'd be rattling them off right now.
Yeah.
Would be.
Yeah.
Tim would help us out.
Tim and Marcus
Yeah,
Definitely.
and Ash.
More there seen.
yeah. No, I can't. I can honestly not think of any other ones.
there's one
What's
with
one-
Toby Kebbell called Wilderness.
Mm.
That's like a pretty good
What's
movie. And, the one with Danny Dyer.
What's the hot? Straight Heads. That's not a horror, really. I was good.
What about-
I keep wanting to say the horror film. What's the horror film where the little girl gets her head chopped off?
Is that Hereditary?
Hereditary.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
Hereditary.
Oh yeah, but that's not British, is it?
No.
No, it's American.
What about? I suppose it's more low budget and probably more in the comedy realm. But what about like something like Cockney versus Zombies?
I've not seen that.
You don't see? Oh, you got to watch that, Roy. That's hilarious. That one is. It's got Alan Ford in it, and yeah, it's hilarious.
I've got on my shelf Pride and Prejudice versus Zombies. I've not seen that either.
Zombies. Yeah.
Was Oddity British?
I don't
Is
know.
that the one where she's got all she's the makeup thing
Yeah,
with
I
all
think
the
so.
heads? Yeah. No, I've
Yeah.
not seen that one. I'm not sure.
About
It
The
might be
Witch?
actually. The Witch. Yeah.
Is you know the girl that plays Beth in Yellowstone? She was in
Oh,
a
I'm
horror
thinking of
called
Eden Lake.
Eden Lake.
Yeah,
Is that would you say that's an indie British one?
definitely. Yeah.
That's one messed up movie. That
Oh, it is.
I've not
It is.
watched it because I've just heard the
Yeah.
ending is just so bleak. I've just not
Yeah.
watched it.
it's all bleak throughout, to be honest. Just
Yeah.
It is,
a
yeah.
miserable time.
Yeah.
Who's the bad guy in that? He's a famous guy, isn't he? I can't remember who it is.
I think it's Jack O'Connell.
Jack O'Connell. That's it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right. That's who it is. Yeah.
Oh, he's good. He is. Yeah. I'm just trying to think what else. Because there's a lot of films like that that just apparently Kill List is quite brutal as well. I've been told.
Yeah. You were
Yeah,
talking about.
Is that Ben Wheatley as well?
Yeah. I was going to say, that's it,
yeah,
right?
that's good.
Has anyone seen Martyrs? I've heard that's quite hard to watch.
That's the only French one I've not seen out of the four.
Yeah, I have seen that. Yeah, that is pretty hard to watch. Like gruesome torture scenes, but it's one that really makes you think at the end, because when it comes to find out why it's happening, it really makes you think. Oh, hang on a minute, is that maybe they're in the right sort of thing? Yeah, really morally gets you thinking. Yeah, I reckon it's tough to stomach, but it makes you think.
Yeah.
I can't think anymore.
No, I can't either. Got Stuart here. Hello, Stuart.
Yeah.
What a
Next year,
lineup! I'll
yeah.
catch up stream on repeat if it's not over 5 hours long.
Ooh.
Well, you never know. You never know. A Perfect World with Costner's worth of watch. Yeah, I enjoy that one.
It's
Yeah.
a good one.
Yeah.
It's great.
Again, that's in that black Blu-ray box set because I had the German version, but I think I gave it away to someone when I got that box set.
Mm.
It's a hard one. You can't get on a single release over here. A Perfect World, I don't think.
I'm sure there's like a Danish release or something I've seen out there that's quite cheap.
Yeah,
But,
there's no
yeah.
British one though.
No. Yeah, I've got it in the box set. I think that's a Blu-ray, but yeah, I've not seen anywhere else other than there. Anybody here is fan of Amicus and Hammer horror films? What are your favorite horror films from these two studios?
Very
I've only
specific.
seen, I've only seen the one of the Dracula films, so that has to be my favorite by default because it's the only one I've seen, and I don't know what Amicus is.
I seen the Bloody Judge, but I'll be honest with you, that's the only one I've seen, and
Yeah.
I thought it was terrible. I rated it, unfortunately.
Yeah, I've not seen that many, Ollie, to be honest. I only watched one recently for the first time, The Reptile. I thought that was a pretty creepy, cool film. I did enjoy that one. I'm still yet to check out The Devil Rides Out with Christopher Lee, but yeah, there's a lot of Hammer films I need to get myself more clued up on. And it's a bit of a blind spot for me, but The Reptile I quite enjoyed. If I was super drunk watching a lot of Hammer films, I'd probably get hammered. There we go.
Well, my favourite Hammer film is The Nanny with Betty Davis. Remember, Ollie, you asked us a few weeks ago our favourite actresses, and I totally forgot about Betty Davis.
Yeah.
And I'm just looking at Amicus now, and I don't think I've seen any. Sam should have
Not
seen them.
cultured enough.
Doctor Who. There's a lot of
What's
Doctor
that
Who
one?
on there.
Sorry,
Sam.
Roy.
There's a lot of Doctor Who on there.
Yeah.
Oh, is
Doctor Who and
Doctor
the
Who?
Daleks.
I think I've seen that. So yeah, that would be.
Yeah. I've
Daleks
seen-
invading Earth.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
Peter
I've
Cushing,
seen.
yeah.
Yeah, I've seen the first one with Peter Cushing, Roy, but not the second one. I'm still yet
Right.
to check that one out.
But no, I don't think I've seen any.
Anyone else seen any?
Next.
Well, Hammer films, they've got a certain feel about them. I don't know how to explain. You know a Hammer film as soon as you see them, really.
Yeah.
Lust for Vampire, Plague of Zombies, and there's, I don't know, they've just got a feel about them. It's hard to explain. There's just so I've probably got about 20 or 30, but I've got the Hammer box sets as well, but they're not all Hammer horrors. Amicus I've not heard of though.
In CX the other day, they had Hammer Volume 5 from Indicator and Hammer Volume 6 from Indicator. So
Yeah.
I was actually tempted to. They were behind the counter and I actually pulled one down. I was like, I looked at the movies and I thought, am I actually going to watch these if I bought it? And I was like, I probably haven't. Nice covers, looks great, but I just thought they're just going to sit on my shelf like the rest of them if I get it.
Some of those Hammer box sets are out of print now and quite expensive to track down.
Well, there's a couple of my CX, so maybe I will get that in case I do change my mind at some point. Then I got a black Hammer box set of DVDs from the charity shop a few months ago. I think I paid £11 for it. It's got like 1 million BC in it and things like that.
Yeah, good set.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got that. A lot of heaving bosoms in Hammer films.
I'm sure when I was a kid, I watched a Hammer film, a vampire one, and the lady had a corset on it, and I always remember that scene.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, I think I was a really young kid when I seen that, and it was on late at night. I was like, "What film's this?"
You had an awakening.
Yes. But I remember Dracula was biting her while he was taking off her top or something like that, or like trying to strangle her with a corset or something like that. I don't know what that would be.
Ingrid Pitt, was it?
I've no idea. No idea. You know,
Andy, have you got any
with,
favourites?
I'm not too clued up on Amicus. I've only just scratched the surface with Hammer as well, but what I really enjoyed was Captain Kronos. That set that came out recently. It was a really good film. Really enjoyed it. And there's another one. It's not your typical Hammer film, but it's called Never Take Sweets from a Stranger.
I want to see that. Yeah.
That's a really good film. Really disturbing.
Is that on the Indicator?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Might have grabbed that next set. With due a sale, I might grab that next time.
Yeah. It's a pretty it's pretty messed up for a Hammer film. Like one of the topics it deals with.
Marty says Wind River got a 4K release in America. Didn't know that. Roy. Hello, Casey.
Part of the Blue Roy movie fan club.
Oh, I've got one of mine next. My sister.
Hello.
She's probably not watching anymore, but I'd say yes to that, but she probably can't hear me and I can't shout because my mum's in bed. But yeah, I wouldn't turn down free food. Heretic was a recent release that surprised me and which I shall be picking up on 4K. Yeah, I've thoroughly enjoyed Heretic. I had £21 left on my voucher for CEX, and I think it was 22 in CEX. So I went and picked that up when I was up in Liverpool on Friday. But yeah,
is that the one with Hugh Grant? Hugh Grant being a bad guy.
Yeah. Really creepy.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Yes, I've seen him mention that. He does look like a creep in that, doesn't he?
He's always good when he does roles like that, like The Gentleman, Paddington 2. Even Dungeons and Dragons he was good in as well.
Love him.
I've not seen the Paddingtons, which Roy keeps coercing me to watch, but I'm sure I will eventually.
The first two are some of the best British films of recent years, and I know that's you would never imagine someone saying that Paddington the films are great, but they truly are. They just are such great, well-made family films that anyone can watch.
Roy sent me the first two. He did. I think he said. Yeah.
The third one, it's still a lot of fun, but I don't think it's on the same level as the first two.
Larry always pulled my leg. Sorry, Alan.
That's what I was just saying. It's a shame that Sally Hawkins pulled out of the third film.
Yeah,
you could kind of tell because the character was different. Obviously, they had to do changes and stuff to fit around the actress, and I think as well the story, because obviously they pull it out of London and take it out, and I think the whole part of the first two films, what gives them charm is that London setting and like the kind of fish out of water element. And I know I suppose it flips it on its head in the new one, and it's them that are the fish out of water. But I just don't think it fully worked, and I don't think the kids, because now they're grown up, I don't think they were as good as in the first two. And it didn't have that strong villain. Like in the first two, you had Nicole Kidman and then Hugh Grant. Whereas I won't say who the villain is because it is kind of, I suppose, a twist in a way. But they're not as strong as those two in the previous films. So I think that's still a lot of fun in itself, but not on the same level as the first two.
Is it still Hugh Bonneville playing the dad?
Yeah. I think the only one that's not back is Sally Hawkins. Even Julie Walters came back, which I loved because she's obviously not done anything for years. She's kind of semi-retired now, so it's great to see her in it. Grew up watching Amicus and Hammer films. From Beyond the Grave, Amicus, and The Gorgon Hammer are a couple of favourites.
I do have The Gorgon. As usual, I've not watched it.
That's on that set, isn't it, James?
It's on the indicators, I think, because I remember buying it in the sale and trading it in like 4 times
Is
for
it not in
double
that
the
big
money.
box set as well?
Which big box set?
The Hammer DVD box set you said you had.
It could be, but I've got the indicator Blu-ray as well as that. Because when the indicator sale comes up, I'm always like trying to be sneaky and get what film that I want and trade in for voucher at the same time at the same time. So I think the Gorgon was it was in the 3 for 15, but it was trading for £11 voucher. So I ordered 2 Gorgons, kept one, and another film. So I done it that way. But they're all sitting there ready for me to watch. But I do buy films that I really want to watch, but I just decide that if they're on my shelf, I can just choose one when I'm ready. So I don't have time to watch them all as I get them. And guaranteed, if I wait till the later on, and I do want to watch them, they'll be out of print.
Does it indicate your next victim?
They've been good to me. I'll be all right with them. Especially in the charity shops lately. I don't know how many indicator ones I got out of the charity shop
You've had a few, haven't
lately,
you?
but I must have got 15 or 16
Yeah.
ones, and they're just out. So how they end up in the charity shop, I've no idea.
No Way Out is available through Kino Lorber here in the States. It's supposed to be a
It's
good
on
label.
it's 4K. It's got a
Yeah.
4K.
Mm.
Yeah.
Kino Lorber is supposed to be a pretty good label, but they put a lot of good films out on 4K from what I've seen. I think didn't they put like Tropic Thunder out on 4K as well? Like
The
quite
thing with
big
Kino
films.
Lorber though is I don't think they do HDR on them a lot. I think so they did the Clint Eastwood ones, didn't they? And there was no HDR on them. And then then eventually they get released with HDR later on. And you're like, oh, we'll just get rid of the Kino Lorber one. I've seen loads of people with Kino Lorber ones. They've got like loads of titles, but I don't think they do put HDR on them. But I'm not 100% sure if that's right. But that always puts me off buying them because I know later on, if Kino Lorber release it, I'll probably end up over here, or there'll be a different one.
Yeah. My earliest memory of seeing a theatrical movie was Battle for the Planet of the Apes at the drive-in. I was 6 years old. I've not seen that one yet, but I'm working my way through the Planet of the Apes films, so
Yeah. You're
bet
gonna have
that's a
such
good
a fun time
experience,
with them, Ollie.
They're all
Yeah,
good, aren't they, in different ways?
I did like
Yeah.
I did really like the first one, and I've seen the newer ones, which I really like. So yeah, I'm sure I'll like the other ones.
Yeah, it's such a consistent film series, mate. Definitely one of my favourite film series.
Stuart's corrected, 26 years old. That's how old Stuart is today.
In dog years.
In dog years, yeah.
Is it Stuart's birthday today?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, I thought I was going to say I missed something.
It's the conversation we were having in the group earlier about his postman.
Oh, yes. Poor fella.
Yeah, I know. Jim says he's 57. He only looks 77. Flash Gordon is really cheesy.
Tim,
That's
I'm
definitely
surprised.
one way of putting it.
I thought Tim was all right.
Sam, there you go. That's for you.
Oh, there we go. Flash.
Bum,
Ah.
bum, 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 bum.
Take it away, Roy.
Go on. Dum, 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 dum.
Flash.
Ah!
Hey, Roy. Well, if we start our own band, it'll be Roy Division.
Right efficient.
Roy Story.
Stuart's having us on here. Flash Gordon is a masterpiece. I know,
Yes, Stuart.
but I don't know if you could go that far. Flash Gordon is an absolute cheese fest. I absolutely adore it.
Yes, Jim.
I enjoy it, though I find it cheesy. Prefer it to Grease. There you go, Roy.
You've repented, Tim. Well done.
You don't like the Blues Brothers. As a lifelong citizen of the outskirts of Chicago, those are fighting words, my friend. Sightseers, Down Terrace, and Kill List are great by Ben Wheatley. Yeah, I looked
don't
at,
know
because
Down
I was
Terrace.
looking at his films to get on Blu-ray. I looked at Down Terrace and is it Field in England or something? And they're really
Yeah,
out of
it's not
print, the
bad.
Blu-rays. So I couldn't get them. But yeah, I definitely want to delve into his films more.
Yeah.
I don't know Down Terrace.
That
Think that's his
reminded me
first
that
film.
there's another good Kevin Costner film, isn't there? Untouchables. That's Chicago, isn't it?
Yeah, completely forgot about that.
Wow.
You put one of them you put one of them in your hospital. We put one of them in the morgue. That's Sean Connery. Terrible accent. Terrible impression.
Megalopolis was the most surreal and bizarre film I've ever seen. It feels like it was directed by a student filmmaker, but the cast was stacked. Yeah, and it seemed like the cast were just told to just act, weren't given a script and just told to just do things. That's exactly what it feels like. It just was, yeah, just so odd.
And it was Coppola, right?
Yeah,
It was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
but it didn't
How-
surprise me because, as you know, so far I've not got on very well with his films. So didn't surprise me.
Say again. I think you've covered up your microphone.
Can you hear me?
Can now.
Yeah, I said it didn't surprise me because, as you know, so far I've not got on with many of his films at all.
Oh, yeah, that's true. You didn't like Godfather, did you?
Didn't like Apocalypse Now either. But it's like John said last week, some of those films, even for him, it takes multiple watches to like click. So I think those are going to be films that I'm just going to have to persevere and just rewatch over the years and hope that they click because I know that they are good films.
Yeah.
A film that I watched that I thought was terrible to start off with was The Arrival with Jeremy Renner, and then I watched it a few more times, and now I really like it.
So good.
I didn't like it at first. I don't know why, but when I watched it more and more, I sort of so maybe there are movies that are like that that takes a few watches for you maybe to catch on to everything, or certainly does for me.
Yeah.
May even be in my top 20. I love Arrival.
Yeah, it's in my top 50.
I've heard the 4K's not an enhancement on the Blu-ray, so I've never bothered upgrading it.
Yeah, I've never bothered. I've just stuck with the Blu-ray as well.
No.
I'm guessing he means Coppola has not made a great film since Dracula, and even that is not a great film, just a very entertaining and beautiful looking film. Yeah, I've heard Keanu Reeves' accent is one of the worst accents in film history in that one.
Oh, thank you very much.
Does it rival Dick Van Dyke?
Yes.
Oh gosh, that is bad then. I was watching one. Alan and Andy might know this more because I know you're deeper into your older films. I can't remember what it was called. I found it on YouTube earlier today. It's a 60s film with Dick Van Dyke, and he plays a butler. The title, I think it begins with an F, and the title is the name of his character, and he plays a butler. It was quite good what I saw of it. And he basically goes around robbing all these department stores to provide for the lady he works for to ensure that she keeps up her good lifestyle. Can't remember what it was called, but it was really good. It had the very young Sam Waterston in it as well.
It does sound good.
I don't know.
Yeah, you can't get it anywhere because I was looking at some of his films to get on DVD, but yeah, it was really good. What I saw of it, I'll have to go back to it because it was on YouTube for free. But I'm sure. Let me check quickly because I might be able to see. It's called Fitzwilly.
Fitzwilly.
Fitzwilly, and it's from 1967. And the score was done by, at the time he was credited, one of his first scores. The score, he was credited as being scored by Johnny Williams, obviously known to us now as John Williams.
Yeah.
One of his first films. But yeah, it was good. I just wondered if anyone had seen it, because it's like one of those really under the radar. But I was just looking at Dick Van Dyke films, and it just piqued my interest, and I think I'll go back to it at some point. But yeah, shame there's no physical release for it.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, there's a lot of his films, because I was looking at trying to get some of his films, and the only films really that you can get like a copy of, even just a DVD, is obviously the obvious ones, Chitty Chitty Bang Bang and Mary Poppins. And then I saw you can get Bye Bye Birdie, but I could only see one seller selling that on eBay. And there's one called Divorce American Style, I think it's called, which I think's got Debbie Reynolds in. But those are the only ones of his films that I think you can get any sort of physical release for, which is a shame, because he's a great actor.
Yeah.
Is that Ollie Fitzwillie Strikes Back?
Just called Fitzwillie, I
Oh,
think.
on IMDb it's called Fitzwillie Strikes
Oh, is it?
Back.
Might be the sequel.
It might be.
Yeah.
He's in Night in the Museum.
Yeah, that's another one. Yeah, I've got that.
I like
And he
Night
was
in the
in-
Museum. I think that's a great film.
And he was in the new Mary Poppins very briefly.
It's directed by Delbert Mann, who directed
That's correct.
Separate Tables, which is very
Yeah.
good. Burt
Yeah.
Lancaster in.
I think you'd like it, Roy. I think everyone would enjoy it. It
It
seems like an uplifting. What I've seen of it, I've seen about 20 minutes. It seems like an uplifting comedy. But he does attempt a British accent again at the start, but it very shortly stops it. But then he goes on to a friend, because he's trying to obviously con all these people in the department stores by pretending to be someone else. And it's like this big ring of people that are all helping him steal this, like he steals like silver from like a big department store, and is as though he's sending it to like an orphanage. It's really good. It was really funny what I saw of it.
Yeah, I'll have to give that a watch.
Yeah, because I think it's what they call, it's in the public domain now, so obviously you can watch it for free on YouTube. A few of his films are like that. I think there's one from the 70s which was a drama which looks quite good, but I can't remember what it's called. The River or something, The Runner. I can't remember.
I've fallen foul of these public domain films before. You order them on eBay and they come in just a sleeve.
Yeah, they do.
Oh.
Because when Maggie Smith passed away last year, I obviously really wanted to watch The Prime of Miss Jean Brodie, and I looked everywhere and I realised it's public domain now. So the only way you can properly watch it is on YouTube. If you want to buy it, it will just come in like one of those sleeves, just a disc, and it's not a proper copy. So I thought I might as well just watch it on YouTube.
It doesn't tell you until you click into the thing and actually read it down the bottom, do you?
Yeah.
I've a couple of times like that.
Yeah, because I think Charade's in the public domain now with Cary Grant. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I don't know how it works, how films get to it. I don't know if it's like age or certain companies. Don't know how it works.
You have to renew the copyright. And if they don't, it goes in. Yeah, so I think every 50 years you have to renew the copyright. And if the persons who owns the rights don't renew it, then...
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting.
I suppose it's quite sad. Everybody dies off, then nobody's interested.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sad, really.
Yeah, there was another one on YouTube that came up with Dick Van Dyke from the early 60s, one of his first films. And I can't remember what it's called, but it's got Shirley MacLaine in as well. And I really like Shirley MacLaine.
Yeah, she's good.
And it looked like a musical of sorts. Obviously, he's done quite a lot of musicals, so I thought that looked quite good. So that's one that I'm probably going to give a watch at some point. But it's crazy you can get all these like films on YouTube now.
Yeah.
Have you seen the Billy Wilder one she's in, Ollie?
That The Apartment?
No, the other one where she plays a prostitute. And
I know the one you're talking about, but I've not seen it. No.
It's on the Eureka. It's really, really good. The name of it's got out of my head now. A really good Billy Wilder film. That you'd enjoy
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, I think
Begins with an A, I think.
Yeah, I can't remember what it's called. I think I don't know what my favorite one is. Obviously, I've only seen the two, but I loved Sunset Boulevard, and I also loved Some Like It Hot as well. So I know I'm in for a treat for the rest of his films.
Witness for the Prosecution. Get onto that one. That's brilliant.
40s, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to check that one out. Jodie said the quality of his films has dropped dramatically. Multiple people walked out of Megalopolis in my cinema too. Yeah, it's mad that he even was allowed to. I know he self-financed it, but it's mad to think that they actually allowed him to release it. But I mean, even going back to when they were advertising it, do you remember they had to take one of the trailers down because in the trailer there was loads of these quotes from well-known people saying, "Oh, it's the best film ever made. It's like Citizen Kane," and it turns out they were all AI generated quotes and not real at all. So people were like, they were threatening to sue Lionsgate for releasing the trailer because it's false advertising. Crazy. But yeah, I don't think, from what I've heard, I don't think he's done any good films since like at least the late 80s. I think John was saying last week he really liked Rumblefish.
Oh,
That's
Rumblefish
really
is
good.
great.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's really good, Ollie.
Yeah, I might check that one out. I wasn't huge on The Outsiders, but I heard Rumblefish is more of like the indie approach at the same sort of thing.
Yeah, black and white film.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't he do that one with Jeff Bridges, Tucker, the Man in His Dreams, about the car?
I don't know that one.
I think he
No,
did.
I've not seen that one.
That's like late 80s, wasn't it? Yeah, that one looks like I would enjoy it. But then he did Jack as well. And was it you, Sam, that said you really liked that one?
Yeah, I've got quite a bit of a soft spot for that film. I know it gets a lot of slack, I mean, that's fair enough. Everyone likes different things, and that's cool right there. But yeah, I quite enjoyed that film. I thought it was all right. It was probably about a 6.5 out of 10, something like that, maybe. It was not too bad.
I think anything with Robin Williams in, instantly the film is elevated, no matter what it's about. I think you just,
Yeah.
as soon as you know that he was in it, it just
Yeah.
elevates it.
I would say to you, Ollie, I would say the film to compare that to would probably be The Curious Case of Benjamin Button.
Yeah, I think you
That's
said
probably
before.
the film I'd compare it to.
Yeah. Well, I think Roy's finding something.
I was trying to find that film with Shirley MacLaine in, but with my Master of the Cinema collection, because I've got them all in spine order, it would be so easy if I put them in alphabetical order, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I'll message you when I find it.
Cool. Yeah, because I'll try and add that one to my list if find out what it's called.
Please be.
What's your most anticipated physical media release of 2025 so far? The Nightmare on Elm Street 4K set, the new American Pie 4K, and Blu-ray releases from 88 Films, to name two, for example. Or The Substance and Nora.
Yeah, there's a lot of great stuff coming out, Ollie. The most anticipated physical media release for me would have to be the Dollars trilogy on Arrow 4K. But yeah, just to highlight for you, like the Nora, the Substance, Scanners, and the Brood from Second Sight. But yeah, the one I'm most anticipating is the Dollars trilogy on Arrow 4K, definitely.
I did see today that Warner Archive are releasing 3 new titles over here. They're releasing, is it Showdown in Little Tokyo? A comedy. I can't remember what it's called. I can't even remember. I know it was a comedy because it was meant. I think it was in one of the Facebook groups. And then they're releasing one which I'm definitely getting, which is a 4-pack of I think 4 films, or at least 3 of them were on the premium collection. It's Wolfen, which I think is that Albert Finney. I think the Abel Ferreira Body Snatchers, The Hunger, and John Landis's Innocent Blood, all in like a 4-pack. So I'll definitely be getting that because I've not seen any of them.
Yeah.
I never know what's coming out until we watch our learned friend from Sussex every Monday, I'm afraid.
Yep, that's exactly what I do.
Nosferatu, looking forward to that one coming out because I didn't get to see that at the cinema. There's a Lauren Hardy set coming out from Eureka. I'm looking forward to that as well. But just sort of as it comes, really, take it week by week.
Is that not out already, that Lauren Hardy set, Alan?
There's another one. It's 1928 silent shorts.
Oh, right, okay.
So I think it's out like 2-3 weeks.
Is that like the standard version of the one that was out before?
No, this is a brand new one they're putting out.
Oh, right, okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I'll have to have
Go
a
on
look at
there.
that.
Go on Eureka's website. It's all up on there.
I'll have to have a look.
Anyone else got anything they're looking forward to?
Ollie, I'm going to have to bow out because my headphones have run out of power. I can barely hear anybody now. So I'm going to
No
have to
problem.
leave. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Thank you for joining, James.
I appreciate you having me. Nice
You're
to see
welcome.
you all. But
All right,
I
bye.
can't hear it. I can barely hear anything on my phone now that my headphones have run out of power.
I'll
That's all
check
I'll
right.
in the
catch you
morning
next
with you.
time.
All right,
See you later.
bye.
Take care,
See you later,
buds.
James.
Bye. Who else wanted to go? Has anyone else got any?
I'd say the 88 4K of Species that's coming out. But yeah, definitely the Dollars trilogy, definitely the Elm Street. And if there's one standard film coming out, I know the pre-order went up days ago. I think it's Complete Unknown. 4K of that.
Definitely,
Really
yeah.
good. What did you think? Is that Andy, by the way, Complete Unknown?
I loved it.
Oh,
thought
it's
it was
great, wasn't it?
Yeah, I loved it. Loved it. Went to see it in IMAX. It was fantastic.
Oh wow, mate. Yeah, that was possibly so far, Andy, in like terms of like new releases and stuff. So far this year, that's been the biggest surprise of the year. And for someone who's a big Bob Dylan fan like myself, that was a bit of a rewarding surprise. That was very good. That was.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I got goosebumps when they did The Times They Are Changing.
Yeah.
I thought it was absolutely fantastic. But they didn't touch on like my favorite album of Dylan, which is Blood on the Tracks.
Absolutely love that.
Yeah, I didn't realize like how bad it was, that transition from when he went to acoustic to electric. How his band just pretty much turned on him.
Yeah. It's really good, Andy. I'll be getting that as well. I was saying to Ollie, I don't know if this will happen because I know it was based off the book, but there's still like I would still love to see like they do like some sort of follow-up where they focus on the 70s side of his career as well to see that transition. I think that'd be really interesting. I don't know if it would happen, but I think if James Mangold, if anyone was going to do that, it'd have to be James Mangold, I reckon, but because he did such a smashing job with that film. But yeah, very good film that. Yeah, I reckon you might like that one actually, Roy. That's definitely worth a watch. That.
Yeah, I think I will watch it. You'd say it's up there with like Walk the Line as music by.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Yeah, I would even say that. Yeah.
Yeah. One I will have to get for the wife is the Better Man. Is that? I don't think that's out yet, is it?
That's out the same day as Nosferatu. I think it's the first week in April.
Well, because she's a Robbie super fan, and we went to the cinema. It was actually pretty good. I quite enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I tell you on this. Oh, go on, Sam.
Sorry, Ollie. I was just going to quickly say, Roy, I'm not like a fan of like Take That and Robbie. I do respect their music. However, even people have come over to me and said they're not a fan of them, like Robbie or Take That music, but have really come out and said they love that film. So I'll probably have to give that one a watch at some point.
Yeah, I noticed surprised me because I know Disney are not releasing a lot of their Searchlight films on Blu-ray, but I looked and apparently A Real Pain is actually going to get a Blu-ray release, which is good because I really like that film.
That was a cracking film.
Yeah, really like
That
that.
was that was a
He
cracking
definitely,
speech as well from
Yeah.
Kieran Culkin.
I was going to say, he definitely deserved the Oscar for that.
Yeah. Did anyone watch the Oscars?
Yeah.
No.
I didn't watch it. I just watched the highlights afterwards. I was shocked that Mikey Madison won, but
Yeah.
happy.
I stayed up till 4 o'clock watching it.
Did you?
Yeah.
Did you watch the
really enjoyed it.
ITV coverage? Was it any good? Because it's the
Yeah, it was
first
good.
year, isn't it?
I would have liked to see a bit more Jason Isaac, but he had to leave because he had like work in the morning.
Hmm.
But I thought Jonathan Ross did a pretty good job. It was like they were cutting between the ITV studio and the Dolby Theatre, and it was like every 2 awards they cut back. But it was the first time I'd watched it live. Well, the first time I've managed to stay awake to watch it live. But I really, really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it. I thought it was a really good show. I thought Conan was a bit hit and miss, particularly at the start. He wasn't winning me over. But yeah, I did enjoy it. I thought it was good.
Yeah. I quite like the BAFTAs. I think they should keep David Tennant as the host, because I think the last 2 years he smashed out of the park as those. Because didn't they have Rebel Wilson as the host one year, and I just refused to watch it. She's one of those people that just rubs me up the wrong way. I just can't stand her. I just think she's just so unfunny.
I agree with you, Ollie. I would say that the one film I didn't mind her in as much was probably Jojo Rabbit.
Yeah, I'd say that. And what else was she in?
She's in one of the Night at the Museum.
She's in Night at the Museum. Yeah, I didn't like her in that. I thought she was annoying. Pitch Perfect. Yeah, I didn't like those. Was she in? She wasn't in Bridesmaids, was she? Did she have a small role in? She was, wasn't she? Was she one of the flatmates?
She plays Matt Lucas's sister in it.
That's it. Yeah, I knew it was something to do with that. Yeah, she was all right in that, but yeah, generally speaking, I just don't find her funny.
Yeah, Matt Lucas. I was surprised to see him in Gladiator 2.
Yeah, that shocked me as well.
Yeah. What the hell's he doing? How did he get that gig?
It looks like he's lost like a lot of weight as well.
Yeah, I think he has, because he used to be on Bake Off, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what he's doing now. I did see David Walliams doing a conference the other week, and he showed one of his infamous sketches with the 2 Chinese girls. If you know what I mean, if you've seen it, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I don't know in what context he was showing it, whether he was showing it to apologize or. But yeah, I think that's got a bit ridiculous now. It was what it was at its time, and people found it funny, and now people don't. So strange. Jim said, "Ollie, please sing the theme song from Team America World Police." I've never seen it. I know Sam has, so Sam, you can see it.
Here we go.
Here we go.
I know it sounded proper Yorkshire then. America, fuck yeah.
Is that the only line?
Song?
I don't know the full lyrics. And,
I could have sang that.
It's been such a long time. Sorry, I let the team down. But it's been such a long time since I last watched it. But yeah, I need to get the 4K of that though, Ollie, in the 230 deal. It's an amazing film, that.
Yeah, I'd quite like to check that one out, because I did like the South Park film.
Yeah. Did you get that one on 4K, Andy?
Team America, yeah. Yeah, I've still got to watch it on 4K, but I know the creators, they vowed never to make a sequel.
Yeah.
That's
probably a film that wouldn't get made now, wouldn't it?
Yeah, probably not.
There we go. We got Larry about your 500 subscribers.
Thank you, guys.
Tim's
Thanks,
congratulated you.
Oh, bless you. Thanks so much, mate.
Jim said Uncommon Valor is a great Gene Hackman film. Is that a war film?
I think so.
I've not heard of it.
Yeah, I think it's early 80s.
It's got some knowledge, any Jim.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't he used to work in a cinema, didn't he, or something? Or he works in a cinema?
Yeah, I think in his youth,
Yeah.
and I think from his stories, he was just chasing anything in a skirt while he was working. But
Larry says he reckons we should start a petition to get Zulu a 4K release.
yeah, it'd be good 4K, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I think the older films always do look better on 4K.
Yeah. I wonder if, Ollie, they'll go through more of the Alfred Hitchcock films and give them the 4K treatment, because apparently some of those Alfred Hitchcock films have got some of the best 4K looking transfers. Because I think you were saying that one, yeah, Andy, was it Vertigo or Rear Window? It's like some of the best, like most stunning transfers
Vertigo's
ever.
great.
Vertigo
Yeah.
looks immaculate. I've never
Beautiful.
like that was like wow. Seeing it for the first time, that was amazing on 4K.
I think that's one of my favourites, Vertigo, now.
Oh, it's a fantastic film, that, man.
I think my top has to be North by Northwest, because I think that was the first Hitchcock film I watched and I just fell in love with it. But yeah, I still need to get the Volume 3 set of the 4Ks. I think, what ones has he got left? I think, because obviously North by Northwest does a 4K now, To Catch a Thief's got a 4K, most of the Universal ones do in the sets. So I think it's like Dial M for Murder, I think.
If it's not got one, Strangers on a Train needs one.
That's another one, yeah.
That's my favourite Hitchcock film.
Same here.
Yeah.
It's my favourite. Fantastic.
Yeah,
Rebecca, I think, needs a 4K.
Yeah.
Rebecca, Suspicion, I Confess. So many 39 Steps.
There's an early one he did called Lifeboat. I'd love to see that.
I've got it.
Me too.
4K.
Yeah, I've got the Eureka release.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really, really good.
Is that one quite rare now, isn't it, Roy, the Eureka release of that?
Most of them are out of print now. They've just been decimated.
Yeah.
Outpost said, surprised no more mentioned Crimson Tide or Runaway Jury. I think you did, Alan, didn't you? You mentioned Runaway Jury.
Yeah. Runaway Jury played Rankin Fitch.
Finch, wasn't it? Yeah. Dustin Hoffman as well. That's a good watch, yeah. It's the jury consultants, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. Prime Cut 1972. Not heard of that one.
No, I've not seen it.
Not seen that one.
Good call with Prime Cut. Also, Cisco Pipe with Chris Christopherson from 1972. I've heard of it. I think that's an Indicator release as well. Peter Power Pop said the Dick Van Dyke movie is Fitzwilly. Yeah. And Larry seems to think Fitzwilly has a DVD release. When I was looking on eBay, I could only see the public domain release, which it said it just literally came in a sleeve with the disc. But yeah, unless I missed it. Dick Van Dyke was fantastic in Columbo episodes. Plays a villain. Yeah, I managed to grab. Was it last year this came out? I know they've released it in because I think you've got it, Alan. I think I've seen in your videos the English set, but I got the Kino Lorber one. This is just the first one. I know they've released the second half now, but I think I'm gonna have to get the Kino Lorber second half because otherwise it's not gonna match. But yeah, I've always loved Columbo. Always used to be on at my nan's house, so yeah, grew up with it and always had lots of great guest actors in it, like Dick Van Dyke.
Yeah, lots of cameos.
It's it's amazing how many people I tell that he plays the older Mr. Dawes in Mary Poppins, and they never ever realised it.
Yeah,
people are just in shock, and I'm just like, yeah, he's that's because he's that good.
Yeah. Typical of Hollywood to snub horror films. Naomi Scott should have won the Oscar for Best Actress for her performance in Smile 2. Her performance was next level. Never watched it, so I can't comment on that. Has any of you guys watched that? Smile 2?
I've not seen it.
Yeah.
Just the first one.
Yeah, I've not even seen the first one yet.
I haven't.
It's Smile 2, for me, it was everything the sequel should be. It upped the ante. It was really good. Her performance in it is yeah, it's next level. It's
Yeah.
shocking. You just generally believe this is a woman like losing her mind. But yeah, really good sequel.
I suppose they technically did recognize horror because they did have Demi Moore nominated for Best Actress, and she won quite a lot of awards during the awards season anyway. So I think they're getting to a point where they will start to acknowledge the horror films, hopefully. But yeah, there's been years where these big horror films have just been snubbed.
Yeah.
What about Terence Fisher films? Who here has his favourite horror films? Don't know who Terence Fisher is. Do any of you guys know him?
No, I'm gonna look it up.
I know the name. Let me have a look. Talk amongst yourselves.
I've only seen the Dracula one.
Devil Rides Out. Yeah, it's a good film.
Need to see that.
Did he
Island
do
of
any of the
Terror.
Dracula films?
The 58
Yep.
one. Yeah.
Prince. Yeah, 66 one.
Did he
Princess
do the
Dark-
AD 1972? Because I've seen that one. That's the only one I've seen.
No, he didn't.
Oh, there you go. That's the only one I've seen.
The Gorgon that James was on about. Yeah, the Bride of Dracula. The Mummy, 59. Revenge of Frankenstein. Yes, I've seen a few of them over the years. Curse of the Werewolf.
Hound of the Baskervilles. Yeah.
Don't think he did that.
Yeah, 59.
Oh, did he? I'm just skipped over that. Oh, yeah. Hound of the Baskervilles. Yes, I've seen a few of his. A lot of these Hammer Dracula films are all very samey for me. I think once you've seen them, you've kind of seen them all.
Yeah. Favorite Denzel Washington 1995 science fiction noir film with Rich Ross. Really soon, I hope will be in Blu-ray in Great Britain. Vinegar Syndrome released on 4K. Yeah, I did see that Vinegar Syndrome released a 4K for that recently. One I wouldn't mind watching. I know is that Russell Crowe as well in that one, I think? Yeah. Have any of you guys seen it?
I haven't.
No, I've heard of it.
Yeah, it looks quite weird. But yeah, I generally will watch anything with Denzel Washington in.
Some of these questions have stumped us tonight, haven't they?
I know, yeah. Not heard of some of these.
Call ourselves movie experts.
I know. Yes, so cheers, guys. Nice to see you all. I'll pass my details shortly to give to James for the 4K from earlier. Cheers. Thanks for joining, Giz.
Cheers, Giz.
Always a pleasure to talk to you. Outpost said, any of you guys had any problems with 4K discs, pixelation, artifacts, or freezing on layer change? Can't say that I have. I have an issue with my player itself. If I pause it and then leave it for like 10 minutes and go back and play it, it kind of freezes a second or two after I played it and then plays. But
yeah, my downstairs one does exactly the same.
Yeah, but not with discs specifically.
The one I've got upstairs, I've spent a bit more money and that's perfect. But I only bought a cheap one, the one I got downstairs, and yeah, it does exactly the same. And sometimes I do get a bit of pixelation. I think you get what you pay for, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it's down to the player rather than the discs themselves.
Yeah, I think it is worth pushing the boat out and buying a better player.
I got my one was top of the range at the time. It's a Panasonic. It's DP UB150, which I've heard is top of the range. It's just like HDR, and the upscaling's brilliant. But yeah, it's weird why does that jumpy bit.
Yeah, just for a couple of seconds, isn't it, when you press play again?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you could also say even Blu-rays, you can get problems with the discs playing. See, Outposter said he's got a Panasonic UB820. Have you got a Panasonic, Roy?
I have downstairs, and that's
That'll
the one
be
that
it then. Probably
the one I've
Panasonic
got
then.
upstairs is a Sony.
Yeah, it might be Panasonic. I think
Yeah.
the one that I use downstairs is a Sony because that's my Region 3 player.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's down to the player then itself rather than the
Yeah, could be.
disc.
Yeah, I think mine's a Sony, I think, but it's so weird, like, because of the Blu-ray player, like my parents, and it works all right, the player itself, but it's so funny, Ollie. Like every time, say, if I went to the bathroom or the kitchen and I had to pause the film, I come back, I play it, and then for like 3 seconds, it would just stop, and then from then on, it would just resume. It's so weird that.
Yeah, mine does every time. If I pause it
Yeah.
and then play it, it's like it's weird. I mean, it's not. I
Yeah.
know it's not the disc; it's the player itself.
Yeah.
Because it plays, it stops, and then it plays again. Yeah.
And
Odd.
I've not. Oh, sorry, Roy.
I was going to say, the thing is, the amount of times I pause a film because I see some, oh, what's he been in? So
Yeah.
I have to.
Same.
I can't wait to the end of the film. I have to check it out there, and then I
Yeah.
probably like a dozen times a film I pause it to look something up.
Yeah. Got a question for Alan here. Have you any intention of embracing 4K?
No.
Don't blame you.
Yeah, fair enough.
I don't blame you. It's very expensive and there's not much difference in my opinion.
No,
There's-
my eyes aren't getting any better either. So
There's very few 4Ks, and it may just be me. There's very few 4Ks where I can sit and I can say, oh yeah, I can definitely tell the difference. Like, it is mainly the older films that you can tell the difference on. Like, it clears it up, but only if the Blu-ray release was like released years ago, like was one of the like old Blu-ray releases. So obviously, that was back when Blu-ray was first starting. But yeah,
What
I can't
TV
say
have you
that.
got, Ollie?
Huh? What was that?
What TV have you got?
A LG. Don't know. It was given to me by my granddad. I don't know what it is exactly. It's a smart TV.
Yeah.
It's about, I think it's 40 something inch. Does HDR?
I thought exactly the same as you until I got an OLED television.
Yeah, I might have to do that at some point, but I know they are expensive.
The first time I put a 4K disc in it, I could see what 4K was all about. I don't think until you get an OLED TV, I don't think you've seen 4K properly.
But then at the end of the day as well, even Blu-rays now on these players that I've got, that we have now, they upscale them anyway,
Yeah.
so you don't really need to. So I'm sure that's probably why Alan doesn't really, and the amount you've got now, Alan, to start now also getting 4K would just be crazy because of the amount of films you've got now. I bet when you went from DVD to Blu-ray, that was quite a big challenge in itself.
Well, I when I decided to go over to Blu-ray, it's all or nothing with me. So I gave all my films away to my daughter, and she promptly threw them in the bin anyway. So so I started from scratch, and I'm not going to do that again. Not at all.
Yeah.
And I can't mix formats. OCD, I can't do it.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. It's difficult. I mean,
Although with them being in the same size cases as the Blu-ray, I could understand with your DVDs and your Blu-rays because different size cases, but couldn't you intermingle them with them being the same size?
No, because I've bought The Abyss. I had to get it on 4K to get the Blu-ray disc. I got it from Germany.
Yeah.
So I got my daughter to reprint a cover so it'd be Blu-ray, and I got rid of the case, and I tried to give away the 4K, but nobody wanted it, so I just ended up tossing it.
yeah. It's one of those things, like you say, it is all or nothing. If you're going to go 4K, you've got to go all in.
Yeah.
So, and it is expensive now. Like brand new 4Ks are £25. I mean, that Funny Girl Criterion I got was £30. And it's expensive when, like, for what it is, really. I mean, when you can get a Blu-ray for half that price, brand new, I suppose in a way it's a no-brainer. But as long as you've got the film, it's HD.
But your Funny Girl Blu-ray would have been 25 through Criterion, wouldn't it?
Yeah, the Criterion would have been, yeah.
Only an extra £5, isn't
Criterion's
it?
so expensive. Well, yeah, with Criterion, it's a no-brainer. But when you got like these brand new, like Wicked, for example, has just come out, that's 25 new 4K, but the Blu-ray's only 15. And with an Blu-ray player that upscales, you probably can't really tell much of the difference unless you've got a really, like Roy said, really good like OLED TV. Naomi Scott, great in Smile 2, acting and singing. She is definitely easy on the eye, but I've only seen her in, was it the Power Rangers film?
Yeah.
And she was in the Aladdin remake, wasn't she? I think she played Princess Jasmine. I don't think I've seen her in anything. Oh, and the crappy Charlie's Angels reboot. She was in that, wasn't she? Yeah. The only thing I liked about that was Patrick Stewart.
Was it no good, that?
It's just, see, I'm not a huge fan of the original films, and that's.
I like the originals.
I think it's more because I really don't like Drew Barrymore.
Yeah.
She really gets on my, especially nowadays. Like you watch her, like I won't watch clips of her talk show, but you know when you're on YouTube and they come up and you see the preview. I saw one the other day and she sat talking to one of her guests and she sat there with her feet up in their personal space, trying to touch their hands, and it's just like, just give it a rest. Like she's just like, to me, she just seems really annoying and clingy. And like I've seen her in some films over the last 10 years, and she just is just like, there's some films I don't mind, like 51st Dates and The Wedding Singer. That's more because it's Adam Sandler, but yeah.
Stay away from Smile 2 because she's got a cameo in that.
Oh wow, okay. We'll
And
do
she's
that.
got her feet out.
Yeah.
Oh god. Yeah, no. And with all that, did you see what she did during the writers' strike? She's what's the name they called? Is it scab? Where you carry on writing whilst the strike's happening, and she did that, and she got so much flack for it afterwards. They were talking about cancelling her show and all sorts. People were not happy with her. She just seems like she's like Little Miss Attitude, she seems to me. But I suppose that's Hollywood. A lot of the celebrities are probably like that.
Well, as I can tell, Ollie, Drew Barrymore's your favourite actress then.
Yeah. There's even a film that she's in. It's called Big Miracle. It's got John Krasinski, and it's when they're trying to save these whales in Alaska. I like the film. Don't like her in it. She's so annoying in it. Her character, because she plays like this vegan, stupid activist, and she's just in your face, and it's just like, if it weren't for the film itself being good, I probably just wouldn't.
Well,
did you like her in E.T. at least?
Well, she's a kid in that, so she can get away with that because she's not like the main focus of the film. But yeah.
I was gonna say to you, Ollie, you know, you found her character pretty annoying in that film Big Miracle. I was gonna say it was a big miracle that the film was good then.
Yeah, because it's got quite a good cast in that. Cause you've got Ted Danson's in that one as well, I think, and a few others as well that I quite liked, and because it's obviously a true story, and I think it's set in like the 80s or 90s, which I always liked.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was decent other than Drew Barrymore.
I didn't mind as well, Ollie. What was that other one about roller skating? Was it that Whip It or something?
I've still got that in my watch pile because I think she directed that one, but I'm hesitant to watch it. But I know that she's only got a supporting role in it. She's like not the lead, so I might like it because she's not in it that much. Do you know
Yeah,
that's what
quite good.
that is why Scream is one of my favorite franchises, because she's only in it for the first 5 minutes and she gets killed. I was clapping.
Her dad was quite annoying as well, wasn't he?
Yeah,
Michael.
yeah.
Hmm.
$22.99 Criterion Blu-rays. Yeah, that's so expensive, isn't it?
Oh, it is. Yeah, Ollie, that's why I didn't get, what was it, the 4K for Winchester 73. I thought the Blu-ray was going to look pretty solid anyway. Why? I was thinking, why to spend an extra £7, you know, like on a film that I've, you know, like never seen. And I mean, sure, it's still a great like 4K transfer, but I thought, nah, sod it, save the £7 and just settle for the Blu-ray, which is what I did for that one. But yeah,
Yeah.
really good film that. Yeah, I enjoyed that.
Yeah, I've not got that many Criterion. I've got Anatomy of a Murder, because like you, Roy, I love Jimmy Stewart.
Great film.
I got Being There, because I love Peter Sellers, and that was his last film. Dreams, because I just wanted to watch something that was Akira Kurosawa.
It's awesome,
Obviously,
isn't
yeah, love, so visually just beautiful, because
Yeah.
it's the 4K I've got, and yeah, loved that. Obviously, Funny Girl, and then I got Lone Star, which was it's a John Sayles film, which came out last year, which is Chris Christopherson, Matthew McConaughey. I think Chris Cooper's in it as well. I think he's the lead. That was a good film. That's like a good neo noir. La Bamba, which is a great film if you've not seen that.
it? I've not seen that.
About Richie Valens. Really interesting story, that. And then The Prince of Tides, obviously, because Barbara Streisand again. Tootsie, which is classic.
Hoffman.
So very small Criterion collection, but there's a lot out there that I would love to grab. It's just the prices just
Yeah.
expensive. What I'm willing to pay, really.
20 odd, I should think. Let me count
Yeah.
them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. So, yeah, just 22. There's a good, where's it gone? Good Jimmy Stewart one. Destry Rides again.
Oh, I've
I
heard
need
that's
to-
good. I'll have
Yeah,
to
I
grab
need to
that
see
one.
that one.
Yeah, it's a great one.
Yeah, because I wanted to get Winchester 73, but
Yeah.
I thought at the price it's at the moment, it's a shame Criterion don't do sales very often, because
Yeah.
there's quite a few I would definitely get my hands on if they did.
The one last year was pretty decent, wasn't it?
That was really good. The
Yeah.
one I was saying, one I Ollie last week when John was
Yeah.
on, like that was probably the best Criterion sale we had in a canny while, because like the one in May last year, I was saying to Warren, Goose's Movies, I was saying to Warren that was our first Criterion sale in like a year, and it was so lackluster.
Yeah.
It was just very bare minimum of titles that was chosen that made the cut for like the sale titles, but that was a fast improvement, the one back in November, definitely.
Yeah, I definitely grab some of the Wes Anderson films. I know Royal Tenenbaums is out of print now, but I'd love to get that.
Yeah, me
Bottle
too.
Rocket. What's the other one he did? Bottle Rocket, and
I love that film.
what was the other one he did in the 90s?
Rushmore.
That was it, Rushmore. Yeah.
Great. Yeah.
I love The Life Aquatic, so I'd love to get that one for the Criterion.
Moonrise
Darjeeling
Kingdom?
Limited, I've not seen. Moonrise Kingdom. I got the Blu-ray of that, so I'm happy with just the standard Blu-ray. If I've already got the film, like Fantastic Mr. Fox, Grand Budapest, I've already got the Blu-rays for them, and I'm quite happy with them, because again, I don't want to pay the price just to have the name Criterion, where I've already got the film. So I'm happy to have the film in the collection.
You know, what I've never seen is The Life Aquatic with Steve.
That's a good one. It's quite funny, that one.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I should see that.
Got a great cast, obviously Bill Murray, Kate Blanchett, Willem Dafoe's excellent in it. He's so funny in it, and he's Sam.
Yeah, definitely. I absolutely love as well the soundtrack is in, you know, like the song list,
Yeah.
but also the is it the Portuguese singer who does the David Bowie covers? I love that as well.
Yeah. Blu-ray is good enough for 90% of what I watch. Holds up well on my LG 83 inch.
Oh, it's a TV.
Bloody
That
hell!
was
That sounds like a cinema to me.
Wow.
OLED.
I thought mine
What
was
is it? Room.
Wow.
How big's yours, Andy?
75.
What are you laughing at, Ollie?
Asking us what our sizes are.
You're going to clip that, aren't you?
Oh, I didn't realise you were on about the telly.
When you're talking millimeters. Trust Ollie.
I know. That's usually something Stuart would do, wouldn't he? Bringing down the chat, as he says.
Yeah, that's it, yeah.
No, I think mine's what's the one under? Is it 52? And then what's the one below that? Mine's 40 something.
48.
I think
48.
48. Yeah, mine's
Yeah.
48. Yeah. Tim said, "Didn't you like her in E.T. as Gertie, Ollie?" Well, like I said, I wasn't really watching it for her because she's not in it that much, so she didn't bother me because she was a kid, so she didn't really bother me. I know Tim's picked for me this week Cat's Eyes for the watch pile, and I know she's in that, so I'm hesitant because that's why I sat in
Yeah.
the watch pile for so long, because I'm hesitant because I think she's a teenager in that, so I think she's really going to rub on me the wrong way, being a teen. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I will say, Ollie, with Cat's Eye, it's like because it's an anthology film.
Yeah,
She's in like one story of the film. Like I think it's like kind of like I didn't know, probably about half. Like, not to spoil it, but just the story anyway. But yeah, it's really good film. That yeah, it's like based off the Stephen King novel as well. So yeah, I really enjoyed it. It's quite a weird one. It's kind of like it's got a little bit of horror as you would expect in like a Stephen King adaptation, but there's a bit of crime, a little bit of a thriller in there. It's kind of a little bit of a versatility.
nice. I tell you a rare one that she was in, that she was the lead, that I did like. It's called Never Been Kissed.
Yeah.
I did quite like that one because it's got a really good supporting cast and a really good soundtrack as well, because you've got David Arquette, and I think I watched it not long after I'd seen the first few Scream films, so it's like on a like Scream high. So I think I really liked that, and just the story I just liked, and she surprisingly did not get on my nerves in that one. There's honestly not that many actors or actresses out there that really irritate me. I would say it's probably mainly just Drew Barrymore and Rebel Wilson. So if they're ever in a film together, I'm not there.
You're not going to get the Criterion if they star in the same film.
No. Or I could buy it and set fire to it like James did.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, one for you, Sam, because I know you got that.
Have any of you guys bought Chronos? Yeah, I got the BFI 4K of that. That was really good. It was yeah, it was really good. Really, no, it was really good actually. I think it was. I would say it's kind of like what I was saying to like Andy about Times Square. It's one I did like and I did really enjoy, but just not going to have much of screen rewatchability or anything. But I quite liked it. It was kind of a very interesting, thought-provoking, you know, take on the vampire subgenre. But I really liked it. A bit of a slow burn, but yeah, it was pretty good. I wasn't too hot on the ending, but I thought the film was quite good, and I thought, because I'm in awe and in love with those BFI what is it, 4K editions, you know, like with Watership Down, Get Carter, The Proposition, and Seven Samurai. So I thought I would take the plunge and bite the bullet and get that one, and yeah, it was pretty good. And Guillermo del Toro's first ever film, so pretty solid first ever film for Guillermo del Toro as well.
Nice. Any of you other guys bought it?
I did buy the new release. I got the original Optimum release. Came out years ago. Could be at least 10 years ago that came out.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've got it, but I
Yeah.
haven't watched it yet.
Yeah, I do want to watch it. I might pick it up at some point because I do like Del Toro. Did he do Mimic? Because I've heard that's quite a good one in the 90s.
Yeah, he did. Yeah,
Yeah, I wouldn't mind watching that one.
yeah, that's all right. I've
And
not
he
seen.
did another. He did
Oh,
another
sorry,
one.
Ollie.
Was it The Devil's Backbone? Was that him
I was
as
going
well?
to say that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
Pan's
supposed to be good.
Labyrinth as well.
Yeah,
Hands,
I've got that. That was a good one.
Shape of Water.
Yeah,
that's
Crimson
really good.
Crimson Peak. I've not seen yet though.
The,
I've heard that's quite good.
Pete's excellent.
the two Hellboy
Yeah.
movies as well. There's been-
Yeah.
Nightmare Alley.
Yeah.
That was great.
Oh, I like that. Yeah, that's good.
We've got Frankenstein this year. Be interesting.
Oh, really, Ollie? Guillermo del Toro's doing a new Frankenstein.
Yeah, I think it's coming out in November or December. Oscar Isaac, obviously playing Dr. Frankenstein. I think Jacob Elordi's playing the monster. Mia Goth's in it. Christoph Waltz.
No.
Ron Perlman, I think.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, they filmed a lot of it up by James, I think. I think they filmed a lot of it in Edinburgh. So, yeah, be a good one, though. It's interesting to see his take on Frankenstein.
I
Because
heard
they've
he's
obviously... They got, is it called The Bride coming out? Maggie Gyllenhaal's next film, which is the same thing about Frankenstein with Christian Bale and Jesse Buckley. That's coming out in September.
Oh, could be interesting. I heard his what was it, Ollie? His rendition, and I still haven't seen it yet. But his rendition of Pinocchio was meant to be brilliant, like the
See,
stop motion one.
I didn't get on with it as obviously it was 1,000 times better, and I've never thought I'd say this. It was 1,000 times better than the Zemeckis one, and being a die-hard Robert Zemeckis fan, I can't believe I didn't. But that was just an awful film. But yeah, I wasn't huge on the Del Toro Pinocchio. It was good. It's one that I definitely think I need to watch again. But yeah, I don't know. I thought it was a bit weird. But yeah, I don't know if any of you guys have seen it.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not as good as the original Disney one. But,
No, yeah.
I did enjoy it, yeah.
Yeah.
It's quite a dark story, that.
It was, yeah. Really dark.
Yeah, I must admit,
Did-
Ollie.
The
Sorry,
Disney
Alan.
one is a dark story, but the book is even darker.
Is it?
Oh, well.
Oh, God.
Yeah, it's brutal.
Yeah, might have to read that one. Some great recent Criterion Drugstore Cowboy. I wouldn't mind getting that because that is Gus Van Sant, and I think he did, because I was reading he had like a kick of films, like 3 years. I think he did that. Obviously, Good Will Hunting, and something else. I can't remember what. Something else
Ollie.
around the same time.
Yeah, Ollie, I think I know which film you mean. It's on the Eureka label, and a film I would love to see get like a re-release because it's so quite hard to come by now. And this is an amazing film, man. Talk about underrated. Finding Forrester with Sean Connery. He directed that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's a
I've
good
not
film.
seen that.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
really good, isn't it, Alan?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
also said performance. Is that Mick Jagger performance?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
You
Wouldn't
know what?
that release?
I
Wouldn't that on
always
the
thought that was a
premium
concert
collection?
film.
Yeah, wasn't it on the premium collection?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought I saw it on there. Happiness.
always-
That's
I always thought it was a concert film, but it's not, is it?
No. It's you got some guy. He goes and hides. He's a criminal. Goes and hides at Mick Jagger's house, and it's all about the three of them. Mick Jagger, the criminal, and the woman in the flat.
yeah. Sounds good. There's also Happiness. That's Todd Solondz, isn't it? It's Philip Seymour Hoffman's in it.
It's a dark film, that is.
That is.
Is it?
Oh, I've heard that is heavy
That's
going.
right, it's
That
horrible, man.
It's so dark and so brutal, but you never actually see anything that's dark or brutal
No.
in it. It's all implied, but it's
Yeah.
very it's so bleak.
See, from the cover, it looks like a black comedy.
Yeah,
When you look at the Criterion cover, because it's so colourful, it looks like it'd be a black comedy of sorts.
yeah.
It's,
And
it's a-
Gummo.
I don't know Gummo.
No.
Isn't that Harmony Korine? Who's a very weird director.
Yeah.
Didn't he do the one recently about the babies killing people? Yeah. Isn't it called like Baby Invaders or something? And they go around attacking people. And apparently it's one of the worst films ever made. And they did the one that's the rave one. Is it called Aggro Drift that's just come out? That's apparently awful as well. And people are saying what's going on in his mind. I know Tim's seen Gummo, I think.
He said he liked it, Ollie, but he said it is a stomach churning watch. He said it's not really like it's kind of, I think it kind of falls into that bracket of it might be a really solid film like Happiness, but just to not watch it if you're having even the most happiest of days or even the most saddest of days. It's kind of one you've got to be like kind of the right mood for. But Roy, I was gonna say, like Happiness and what was it? Panic in Needle Park. I definitely won't be watching those like nearer to Christmas.
No,
Yeah, Roy loves watching Panic at Needle
2 days
Park.
before Christmas.
I
We
do
did
want to check
mention
that
that
out
last
though, Roy.
week.
Don't get me wrong.
Wrecked my Christmas, that did.
Plus the forthcoming Basquiat. Don't know what that is. Does anyone know what that one is?
I've seen that a long time ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tim said it's 40% off during the sale. That's quite a good discount, I suppose.
Yeah.
Tim hasn't watched a lot of films that they're in. I'm guessing he's talking about Drew Barrymore, my favourite actress.
Yeah. I always forget she's in Batman Forever as well.
Oh
yeah.
no! Please don't tell me that, because that's the next one I've got to watch.
She's got she does have a small role in it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Ollie, I will say to you with this one on Batman Forever, it's not a patch on what came before with like 89 and Returns, in my opinion. But I would say taking it for like a fun, cheesy, campy, bombastic time. It does its own thing, but it's so much fun. I have a big soft spot with that film. Definitely.
Soundtrack's amazing as well.
Oh, it's great with that U2 song, and then there's who else is it? Andy? Is it Seal?
Seal, Kiss from a Rose.
Yeah.
Oh wow, yeah. I tell you a film with her in that made me want to put my head through a wall. It's called Music and Lyrics. It's got Hugh Grant in. The reason I got it. It made me want to put. Honestly, by the time it finished, I wanted to put my head through a wall.
I quite like that film.
Yeah,
I don't mind it.
It's just a character, and it's just so spraying the bloody plants all the time, and
it's bad the film's called Music and Lyrics, and it makes you wish you were deaf.
yeah. No, yeah, I think most of her films are not. So I'm glad she doesn't do much anymore. I'll say that, because it's less films, the chance of her being in that I have to watch, or a chance of watching. Because I don't think she's been in any like big film for like 10 years. The last film I remember seeing her in was that Blended with Adam Sandler, which again I like for Adam Sandler, but she's annoying as hell in it.
Oh yeah, I can agree with you on that one, Ollie.
Yeah. I'm glad it's not just me. I feel like sometimes it's just me, but I'm glad it's not just me.
Yeah, well, Ollie, I guess there's been a lot of love for Drew Barrymore on this stream, hasn't there?
I hope she's not watching.
She won't be anymore if she is.
Well, yeah. She'd be getting her lawyers to sue me. defamation. Question for Andy: are those IKEA Billy bookcases behind you displaying your collection?
Yes, they are. 5 of them.
Yeah, they're the best. The IKEA. I think mine's from IKEA, but yeah, they're good. They maximize space for sure.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're too deep as well.
Yeah.
Do you know how many you've got, Andy?
Films altogether.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's my next milestone's 7,000, so it's about coming up with 6.5.
Brilliant.
Wow.
So, what about you, Alan?
Yeah, same. 6.5.
Oh, the race to 7,000 then.
Larry's found the name of that film you were thinking of, Roy, because he sent me a link to it with Shirley MacLaine. It's called Sweet Charity.
No, that's not the film I was thinking of.
Is that not the one? That's the one. East sent me the link to that. I know Shirley MacLaine. I don't know. That's
I'm
not
gonna
the
have to go
one,
on.
is it?
I'm gonna have to go on IMDb now and find. That's definitely not that one.
Yeah.
And when I see it, I'll say, of course it is.
Yeah. Larry says he's off to bed now. Someone make sure Roy has his Horlicks and takes his pill and gets to bed, otherwise he'll be grumpy in the morning. He's always looking out for you, isn't he, Larry?
I know, yeah. He looks after me.
Yeah.
And
even
Alan.
even when you're not on the stream, he's still talking about you, saying that
Is
you
he?
need to get to bed. Yeah.
That's a good friend, isn't it?
Yeah. 50 sci-fi, Forbidden Planet, or The Day the Earth Stood Still. Haven't seen either yet, so can't comment.
I could go with the Blu-ray of The Day the Earth Stood Still in the shop Forbidden Planet. That could have a bit of a like combo there. See what I did there, Ollie? Lol. But yeah, to be honest with you, man, I've seen Forbidden Planet, the film, like a couple of years ago, and The Day the Earth Stood Still, it's quite unfortunate that I've only seen the remake of that from 2008, but not the original. So I need to definitely check out the original at some point.
Yeah.
For me, The Day the Earth Stood Still all day long.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Seminal science fiction film.
I mean, they're both good.
Mm.
Yeah, it's a hard one, that, because they are actually both good. But I don't actually mind the remake, to be honest, of Day the Earth Stood Still.
It's not terrible.
All right, yeah, I thought it was okay.
It's watchable, definitely. But yeah, I'll go Forbidden Planet just because of Leslie Nielsen.
In terms of general 50s sci-fi, I don't know if it's late 50s or early 60s, but one of my general favourite sci-fi films of all time is The Time Machine, the original one. Love that film. I know Stuart would agree as well. He loves that film. But yeah, Rod Taylor in that. Excellent.
Right, so Ollie, that film is Irma la Douche.
Irma la Douche.
Yeah.
Is it French? Because I know you like a bit of Le Oui Oui.
No, it's an English. It's an American film. It's a Billy Wilder film.
Oh, okay.
And it's Jack Lemmon and Shirley MacLaine again.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Keep an eye out for that one.
I think it's still in print as well.
Good. What are they, about 10, 15 pounds then?
Usually about 11, 12 pounds.
Yeah, that's not bad then.
Tops are in print.
On the subject of soundtracks, what are your faves, guys? Soundtracks as in collected songs, as opposed to composed scores. Gotta be something like The Great Showman, then, I would say, for me. Not for Roy. I think Roy's favourite soundtrack's got to be Grease, hasn't it, Roy?
No.
Sing it. Sam will sing it to you if you want.
I'll say Kill Bill. Any of the Tarantinos, really.
Yeah, I agree with you, Roy.
But is it? Would you say it's more songs than scores? Because I think he's asking soundtracks that are collected songs as opposed to the music itself.
No, I think Kill Bill's a lot of collected
Got a lot
songs.
of songs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably say
Baby
so.
Driver,
Yeah, Baby Driver.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's a great
amazing.
first Top Gun.
one. Yeah. Hairspray. Roy will love that one. Have you seen that one?
No, I've not seen that.
Well, if you like Grease, then you'll love Hairspray. It's got John Travolta, got Michelle Pfeiffer, Grease connection there.
No, I don't think that'd be for me.
But
Tommy?
the best thing is John Travolta's playing a woman in a fat suit.
Oh, jeez.
You watch it, and if you don't know, I've sat and watched it with someone before, and we get halfway through the film, and they're like, "Who's that?" I was like, "That's John Travolta." They're like, "No, who's that?" It's like, "That's John Travolta."
It wasn't a crying game moment, was it?
No.
No, because when you say it's John Travolta and you really look, you're like, "Oh my god, yeah, it is." And when he starts singing, you're like, "That's John Travolta." But it's got so much. It's not even makeup; it's prosthetics to make him look like a woman and talk like a woman. He talks like a woman in it.
That sounds terrible.
You'd love it. It's got Christopher Walken in it. Plays his wife, husband. Sorry.
Isn't Drew Barrymore in there somewhere?
No, gladly not. Gladly, it's got Zac Efron in it though. No, yeah, that's got a good soundtrack. La La Land, I'd say La La Land definitely.
Oh, La La Land is awesome.
Yeah. Soundtrack's Queen, isn't it?
I would say as well, Ollie, Magnolia. That's got one of the best soundtracks for me personally.
Or Boogie Nights.
Oh,
yeah. Have you seen Boogie Nights yet? Who was it? It's Roy that's not seen it, isn't it? You've not seen Boogie Nights yet.
The two Paul Thomas Anderson films I haven't seen, Boogie Nights and Magnolia.
Best ones.
The two best ones, yeah.
Yeah, that's what everybody says.
Yeah.
Go figure.
Yeah. No, Boogie Nights, the ending, Living Thing. Great song at the end. One of my favourite end credits when that plays.
You know what? I've loved all the other films.
Yeah.
I've not seen
Forrest Gump. Forrest Gump's got a good soundtrack.
Forrest Gump.
Yeah, Forrest Gump has got a good soundtrack, Roy. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know that. We need to force you to watch that, like Clockwork Orange style. Take you to a chair, open your eyelids, just play it on repeat until you like it.
That's my copy of it.
That's a lovely copy. Oh, I'd love to get a copy like that.
That's awesome.
It says like that's on the back. Like,
that is
box chocolate.
Cool.
That's a 4K.
Was that like? Did they release that last year when they did the anniversary?
No, this is. I think it's a Czech Republic version.
Oh right.
The company's called Film Arena. So it's limited to 400 copies.
Yeah.
Yeah. On the inside, it's got like three separate editions. So you've got like the box of chocolates itself, and then 2 Blu-rays and a 4K.
Yeah.
They've all got like different artwork, posters and stuff, and
nice set.
That's really cool. Yeah. Yeah, I've not seen Paul Thomas Anderson. Shockingly, I've not seen There Will Be Blood yet.
That's brilliant, Ollie. That's
and I've
really
not
good.
seen not seen the one Adam Sandler film you like, Roy, which is Punch Drunk Love.
Oh, brilliant!
That's really good, man.
I've not seen that. I've not seen Hard Eight because that's quite hard to get hold of.
Yeah.
But I'd love to watch that.
Licorice Pizza. I saw that recently. That was really good.
I've not seen The Master either, but I've seen all of his other films.
Yeah.
I'm really looking forward. I think it's called One Battle After Another or something. His new film. I don't know if that's the confirmed title, but what I've heard about it is so wild. Like Sean Penn's like the villain in it, and it's basically a road film, basically a chase film where Leonardo DiCaprio's character and someone else are basically being chased by Sean Penn's character, who's like this crazy political madman trying to get, and I've heard it's like an action road trip drama mixed with comedy. I've heard wild things about it. It's not out till August, but it sounds crazy.
Yeah. And was what was it, Ollie? And this is another really good film. It wasn't Phantom Thread,
Phantom
Daniel
Thread, yeah.
Day-Lewis's last ever film. I think
Well, it
wasn't
was his last. It was his last ever film, but he has done another one last year, which is due out this year, with his son called Anemone, which is about the relationship between a father and son. So it was his last film, but now he's got this. I don't know how big his role in the film is, but he was like photographed being like on the set, and I think that was filmed up north, quite a bit of it. So I don't know whereabouts, but yeah, that should be out this year. But that one might be quite good.
Yeah,
or anything with Daniel Day-Lewis.
I did find the Phantom Thread hard going, to be honest.
It is. It's quite slow, but I did like the characters in it and the writing, and I just thought it was really well done. But it is quite. I can agree. It's quite a slow film.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think he's definitely one of my favourite directors, Paul Thomas Anderson.
Oh, same here, Ollie. Yeah, I think Magnolia, There Will Be Blood, and Boogie Nights, I think they'd be my top 3 films of his.
Yeah, I need to watch There Will Be Blood. Definitely need to get on that one. But I say another one of my favourite, directors would be the Coen brothers. Just for The Big Lebowski and Fargo, 2 of my favourite films of all time. Love those films.
The View. Sorry, Ollie.
No, go on, Sam.
Sorry, mate. I was going to quickly say, I think the View Cinema have been re-showing The Big Lebowski recently. I wouldn't mind seeing that at the cinema again at some point.
Oh, dear.
Oh, bless you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd love to see that on the big screen. I just love that film. Just love where it takes you. It takes you on a ride, and Fargo's just such a contrast to that. Like such a great crime thriller.
Yeah.
And again, it makes you feel cold because of where it's sat, and it's just brilliantly acted as well by Frances McDormand and Steve Buscemi and everyone involved. Is it William H. Macy as well in it?
It is. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that they're great directors.
Steve
Buscemi's No Country for Old Men.
I've only just picked that up this week. I've not seen it yet. I picked that up when I went to Chester, so I need to get on that because again, I think they won Best Picture for that, didn't they?
That's an absolutely brilliant film.
Oh, it's really good.
Got to watch that.
Yeah, Bart Starr, one of my favourites.
What was that, Roy?
I don't want to spoil it, but I think it's brilliant until the end.
I agree with you, Roy. Was that No Country for Old Men?
Yeah.
I agree with you on that one, actually. But 80% of the film is, 90% even, is absolutely fantastic in it, Roy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a great film.
You got
really good.
True Grit, which I think's just, I've not seen the original, but I've heard it's just as good as the original.
Yeah.
You got Inside Llewellyn Davis, which I loved. I know you love that, Sam. Yeah.
That would make a great double feature with A Complete Unknown, to be fair.
I've still got Oh Brother, Where Art Thou to watch in the pile. One of my very few George Clooney films I've not seen. So I've heard that's good, though. Intolerable Cruelty. I quite like that one. That was quite a good dark comedy. Yeah. They've just done some great films. I still want to watch like Barton Fink and all the old ones like Blood Simple, Raising Arizona. Want to watch all those.
I've not seen it. Miller's Crossing.
I was just going to say, I haven't seen that one either, and I really want to watch that. Gabriel Byrne, I really like.
Yeah, Miller's Crossing.
It's good.
Yeah.
Favourite genre of film in your collection? That's easy. I think Sam will probably agree. Drama, because it's so broad.
Yeah, I agree, Ollie. Drama, absolutely love it. And especially like British drama as well. Absolutely love it. Yeah, it's great. And if it was to intertwine with something else, probably like world cinema and stuff. But yeah, I still love obviously sci-fi and action and other stuff and even horror. But yeah, my favourite would definitely be drama.
Film noir for me. Love my noir.
I'll probably go for a biopic.
Yeah, good shout.
I'll say it's probably between action and horror.
Yeah.
For me. Yeah. On that note, guys, I'm going to head off because I've got to get up for work in the morning. But
Right.
it's been a pleasure.
Thanks for joining, Andy.
Tonight.
Been nice, Andy.
Thanks, Andy. Bye.
Take care,
Take care.
Andy.
Bye.
I'll see you after. Bye.
Bye.
See you later, Andy.
Uh,
Yeah, I'll have to go in a few minutes as well because Mrs. B will be coming up.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
Travolta is excellent in Brian De Palma's Blowout. I've not seen that one yet.
That's
You
pretty
guys
good.
seen
I did like that one.
I've just
Yeah,
bought that.
no.
I've got that to watch.
No, yeah, I was having a conversation with my dad before the stream, and he was saying Travolta's one of those actors that he's never really had like a bit like Keanu. We were talking about Keanu Reeves and the fact that he's had like really big films like Bill and Ted, Speed, Point Break, Matrix, then John Wick. But John Travolta's one of those actors that's never really been. I was trying to argue with him and say actually I think he has, because obviously he's had the start of his career. He had like Carrie, Grease, Saturday Night Fever, then obviously he's done Blowout, and then the 90s you had like Pulp Fiction,
Look Who's
Face
Talking
Off,
as well.
Look Who's Talking, yeah, all of those films, which I think are still huge films. Like if you put it up against Keanu Reeves, I think I'd say it's even as to how big all of the films in each of their filmography is. It's just I think with John Travolta, his career now isn't what Keanu Reeves is now.
Well,
like he doesn't
he
really
kind
do
of
anything.
peaked and then he pitted
Yeah.
off. Then he sort of had a resurgence after Pulp Fiction.
Yeah, and then in the I'd say early 2010s, he went again, didn't he?
Mm.
And he's not really done anything good since. Yeah,
Straight to video.
yeah. It'd be good if he was like. I think he should be in Tarantino's last film, whatever it turns out to be.
Yeah.
Because originally they were going to try, when they were doing whatever the last film was, it was going to be Brad Pitt. He said he was going to try and get somehow Bruce Willis to do like a scene, which I think in a way is a bit cruel because of the way that he is at the moment, because he doesn't understand where he is and everything. I mean, I know it would be, everybody would love to see him in something again, but I think because of his condition and the way that he is, I think it's a bit cruel, because obviously he got to the point where he didn't know what he was doing or where he was. So, and I think they wanted Samuel L. Jackson, basically like a Pulp Fiction reunion for his last film, but it never got off the ground. I don't think. I think they ended up cancelling it, didn't they? So, still don't know what his final film's going to be.
I think the only way they get Bruce Willis now is if he signs his image over and they do a deep fake.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, it's sad because all of the last years and the straight to like DVD films that he did, and it would have just been nice for him to go out with a bang and have like something really great as his last film. And now all we've got to remember him in his later years was these really crap straight to DVD films. Like
I've got pretty much every film he's made now. I think about 110 of his films.
Because one of the last films he did, the Detective Night films, and I remember watching the first one and just looking and just feeling really sorry for him, because you can just tell he wasn't like he used to be.
Yeah.
He didn't really do much. He had very minimal dialogue.
They were like bringing him in, and he was doing like 3 or 4 lines, and that was it. They'd do his lines and sort of get him in, get him back out again.
Yeah, I think the last 2 really good films he was in was Motherless Brooklyn, which he only had a small part in, but I thought he was really good in that. And obviously Glass was the last big film he did that went to the cinema.
Yeah.
Adore Blowout, it was a good scream. I'm guessing that's something from the film. Don Cheadle in Boogie Nights, What Kind of Brother Are You? Sorry guys, but I can't stand Forrest Gump. One of those films that just gets under my skin. Plus Hanks is overrated and the film was over mawkish and slightly patronising, but that's just me. Okay. Well, everyone's entitled to their opinion, but
it's very divisive, that one, though, isn't it, Ollie?
Very divisive, yeah. It's weird because when I first watched it, I didn't think it was as divisive as it is, and then it's only when I've started hearing people like Roy Jodie and the like say they really didn't like it. It's
Yeah.
odd.
Right, guys, I'm gonna have to love you and leave you now.
Thanks for
Me
joining,
too.
Roy.
Me too, I'm afraid.
Thanks for joining as well, Alan.
We're getting old, Roy.
It's been nice talking to you, Alan.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining, guys.
Take care, guys.
Take
Thanks,
care, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
And then there were two. One of my favourite Coen Brothers quotes. These blow up into funny shapes and all. Well, no, unless round is funny. Oh, Raised in Arizona. Have you seen that one, Sam?
Yeah, I really enjoyed that one, mate. It was probably about 5 years ago since I last watched that one. Yeah, that was pretty good. I quite enjoyed that one. Yeah, I need to get the Blu-ray because I think the Blu-ray you can get for about £7, £8.
Yeah, I
maybe.
don't think it's that expensive. So
I
I
definitely
think,
have to get that. I love that film. I think even The Simpsons parodied one of the scenes in that
yeah,
film as well.
yeah, I'd like to get that. Have you seen Blood Simple? I've heard that's quite good. That was their first film. I want to get that one as well.
That's really good, Ollie. Yeah, they are, like we were saying about PTA, they are also one of my favourite directors, definitely.
Yeah, definitely. And a director, I'd say more of their newer stuff is films that I really like is David O. Russell, because I really loved The Fighter, Silver
Okay.
Linings Playbook,
Oh, that's
Jo-
brilliant. I love that
Joy.
film.
Joy was really good. And I'm in the minority, but I quite enjoyed Amsterdam as well. I don't know if you've seen that one yet.
I've not seen the film, but I certainly would love to go.
Good one.
Did that.
No, yeah, Amsterdam, great cast. I mean, you've got Christian Bale, John David Washington, Margot Robbie, Mike Myers, Taylor Swift, Zoe Saldana, Chris Rock. Crazy cast in it. Robert De Niro.
Yeah.
And I thought it was a blast. I thought it was a great time. But I know it's, again, very divisive one.
Yeah. Is it falls into that similar bracket, Ollie, to films like, excuse me, Babylon and what was the other one, American Hustle? Is it kind of similar to those films?
Yeah. Yeah, American Hustle's David O. Russell as well. I forgot that one.
Okay, yeah.
And then, yeah, his earlier stuff before The Fighter wasn't as good. Not like you can't quite, like he did one called I Heart Huckabees in the early
Not heard that one.
2000s, which had Dustin Hoffman, Lily Tomlin, Jude Law was in it, I think, Mark Wahlberg, Naomi Watts. Good cast, but it just wasn't as good. And I've heard stories. Well, there's a video footage of he basically threw stuff at Lily Tomlin and was like being vile. Apparently, he's not a nice man to work with. He's apparently vile. But he was, very abusive towards her when they were filming that. But he also did. I don't know if have you ever seen Three Kings?
Three Kings,
George
did you say?
Clooney?
Sorry, Ollie.
Yeah, with George Clooney, Mark Wahlberg, and Ice Cube.
I've not seen that one. I've seen it like on the shelves for like years when I've been in either it's like CEX or even one of the charity shops, but no, it's not one I've seen.
Yeah, it's a good one. That's more of a black comedy. It's about a group of soldiers that are in Iraq and they go looking for treasure.
Okay.
Yeah, quite funny, that one. Think you'd like that one.
Oh yeah, cheers, mate. Thank you. Yeah, I've seen it. I've heard about the film for many years, Ollie, but just one I've never got round to. And when we're talking about, George Clooney films, that's actually one of the George Clooney films I've not seen as well. But I wasn't a fan of George Clooney as an actor. But do you know what, Ollie? When I was watching, say, some of the Coen Brothers films he's in, that kind of changed my opinion a bit on George Clooney as an actor, to be fair.
I've seen most of his films now. I think there's
Yeah.
only 3 or 4 films. I mean, I haven't seen the remake of Solaris, which he did. I've not seen Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? I've not seen Batman and Robin.
I love that. It's not a good film, but I love it.
I've not seen. He did one called Welcome to Collinwood, which I actually think was one of the Russo brothers' first films. So I'd quite like to watch that. But other than that, I think I've seen most of his films. I think the Good Germans one as well he did with Tobey Maguire, which was
Yeah.
filmed in black and white. I'd like to see that one. And Good Night and Good Luck, which I think he directed as well. Quite like to watch
Okay.
that one. So there's only a few. I think I've seen most of his newer stuff as well. But yeah, I think he's a good actor.
He is. I'll tell you what, Ollie, as much as I love the Coen brothers, and I might be in the minority here, but I hated that film. What was it, Hail Caesar? Or
You
Hail
didn't like
Caesar?
it?
I really didn't like it, mate, and it's such a shame because I love the Coen brothers, but I just couldn't get on with that, unfortunately. Saying that, it was about 9 years ago when I last watched
Yeah.
it, mate, so hopefully my opinion would change on that one now.
Yeah, I thought it was quite good. I mean, I've still got it in the collection.
Yeah.
Probably again one that I should watch again. But I think with the amount the actors in it and the general story, I
Yeah,
quite enjoyed because it's quite
that's
interesting.
gold.
Another film that's really interesting to watch if you've not seen it, which is set around the same time in Hollywood. It's called Hollywoodland, and it's all about the investigation of the murder of George Reeves, who was the original Superman.
Okay.
Well, it was supposed that he committed suicide, but the film goes a different, well, looks
Excuse
at
me.
different
Yeah.
routes. And it's got Ben Affleck plays George Reeves, and you've got Adrian Brody who plays the private investigator investigating, and then you've got Bob Hoskins who plays the same character that Josh Brolin plays in Hail Caesar, because he was a real person.
Yeah.
He's called Eddie Mannix, and he's what they
Yeah.
called like the fixer for the like the head, like he did a lot of the different stuff for the studio. Yeah, I think you'd like that. Good true story, the one that is, looking at what might have actually happened to George Reeves
Yeah.
and the impact he had on, because obviously he's the first superhero on television.
If you want, Ollie, you can like on like say like Messenger and stuff, send some of these recommendations down, like
Yeah,
in
of course.
case I forgot it, I'll add them to my watch list. And I think it's really interesting. Definitely. Talking of Bob Hoskins, Ollie, did you ever watch the film Mermaids with Winona
Not yet.
Ryder and Cher?
No, not yet. No, I'll try and get that one on Blu-ray. I know it's quite hard to track down because I know Stuart was saying that he really liked it, but I'm sure I've seen it on Prime somewhere, so I might watch it on there before, or I might even just pick up a standard DVD release because I'm sure that'll be pretty cheap just to watch it.
Yeah, I just got the VHS of that, but I watched it a couple of weeks ago, mate. I thought it was brilliant. Really good little film, like sort of like in little family orientated sort of drama. That one, yeah, it's pretty good. That one, really good. That one, yeah. Hopefully that one might get a Blu-ray release over here. I'm not too sure.
Yeah. No Country for Old Men, Anton Chigurh, Pure Nightmare Fuel. Yeah, I've seen images of Javier Bardem, and I've seen the clip in the petrol station. Very tense clip, but yeah, I've heard the film overall is a masterpiece.
Oh, it's amazing, Ollie. It's one of those rare occasions where, to my knowledge, I think it doesn't contain a film score for majority of the movie, but it is great. Like his performance in it is brilliant. He plays an absolute bastard in it, so
Yeah.
mean-spirited, but he does it all too well. He's really good in it.
Yeah, I'll definitely have to check that out. I don't know if have you seen my latest video that I put up today yet?
I did, Ollie. I was meaning to get round to commenting. I'll definitely have to.
That's
Yeah,
all
really good video, mate. I'll definitely leave a comment on soon. But yeah, No
Picked up
Country
quite
for
a
Old
few
Men.
stuff.
Sorry, Ollie.
I was just saying I picked up quite a few stuff. That was one of the things I picked up.
Yeah, and you picked up Once as well, which coincidentally I've only seen the once.
Yeah,
It's
I
really
think
good.
it's because Ash was talking about it and saying it was either me or you that had recommended it, and I know that you've spoken about it before, so
That's
yeah.
brilliant. I've literally only seen it the once, but
Yeah.
it was probably about over 10 years ago when I last watched it, mate. I'm well overdue a rewatch of that. I got the Blu-ray new and sealed in a charity shop for about £1.50. Yeah, that was
Yeah, that's
bargain.
good.
That was.
Yeah, I'd quite like to watch Salem's Lot as well because everyone's been saying that's really good. The
Oh,
original.
Yeah, I only watched it for the first time, Ollie, back in October, but really good. It's probably one that might not have a lot of rewatchability for me. I think that's just because of the, like, don't get me wrong, some of my favourite films are 3-hour movies, but that one just doesn't fall into the bracket of much rewatchability, but it's really good though. Definitely.
Have you seen Mindhorn before?
I haven't.
That's a good British film. If you like British comedies, that's pretty good.
Yeah. I want to though, because Julian Barrett, fellow
Yeah, very
Yorkshireman
funny.
like myself, and yeah, he's in the Mighty Boosh, which I
Yeah,
absolutely love.
because he
So
wrote
yeah,
it as well. It's yeah, I think Steve Coogan's in it from memory. Harriet Walter. Yeah, I remember it being really funny when I watched it, and I saw it on the shelf, and I thought, yeah, it'd be good to give that a watch again because I don't think I've seen it since it came out. But yeah, very funny watch. Russell Tovey playing like a serial killer. Funny, yeah. Are you both Willem Dafoe fans? Yeah, I definitely would say I am. He's definitely an actor that I enjoy. Some films that are not too good that he's been in, but some films that he's really impressed me in. Like I really liked him in Nosferatu. Um, the Spider-Man films where he obviously played the Green Goblin. I thought he was great in. Yeah, there's lots of different because he nowadays he's one of those actors, sorry, that sticks with a lot of the same directors. Like he's in pretty much all of Robert Eggers' films. He's in most of Yorgos Lanthimos' films nowadays as well. He's in a lot of Wes Anderson films as well. Great in the Grand Budapest Hotel.
oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, he's just a very versatile actor, and he does a lot of different stuff. So yeah, I definitely say I was a fan. I'm pretty sure you are as well, aren't you, Sam?
Absolutely, mate. Yeah, Willem Dafoe is one of my favourite actors. Fantastic, and there's still a lot of his films I still haven't seen. I need to put that right, but yeah, it's so funny, Ollie. You just put the two and two together there for me. Nosferatu and Grand Budapest Hotel, both obviously starring Willem Dafoe, and I both watched those films on my birthday as well. Like
Yeah.
Nosferatu, I went to see the cinema. Grand Budapest Hotel, I watched in the evening on my birthday. So yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, great actor. Though I would like to check out. What was it? Is it Mississippi Burning? Was he? He was in that one,
I
wasn't
think
he?
he's in that. Yeah, I think he plays the younger agent. I've not seen it, but I've heard it's a fantastic film.
Yeah.
Adam says, thanks for another great stream, gents. Great seeing so many hosts and enjoyed listening along to your conversations. Lots of knowledge and clearly a shared love of film. Keep up the good work. Cheers. Thanks very much for joining, Adam, as usual. Always a pleasure to see you commenting.
Thank you so much.
And Outpost has said Salem Slot's quality. Remember him watching it over 2 nights on BBC One back in 1979. Yeah, I know Tony left a comment on my video saying he remembers watching it when it was first on the television, and that he went. It's completely scared him. So I hope I really like it. I know it's got David Solin, and I quite like him as a singer. So it'd be good to see what he's like as an actor, because I can't see. I know he used to be in Starsky and Hutch, but I can't see I've seen anything with him in before. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to watching it because everybody's praised it so much and said like it's one of the best TV movies ever made. So I'm sure I'm going to get some enjoyment out of it.
I've got the VHS on display up there as well.
Have you got the Blu-ray or just the VHS?
I've got the Blu-ray of it, the same one as you, Ollie, but I've got the VHS up there as well. Can I get it? I think I can get it, actually.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Just that one there.
Oh, that's a nice VHS.
Yeah, I went onto eBay for this one. I think it cost about what was it, £16, but well worth it. It's because it's quite a rare one. This one home video one, but great stuff. I love collecting these, Ollie.
I was going to say I'd
cool.
love to get into collecting VHS because my nan used to have so many VHS and she just got rid of them all because nobody was watching them anymore. But I'd love to buy a VHS player and start collecting. But the issue is they're so hard to come by nowadays. It's mainly
Yeah.
you got to go online, and they can be expensive. I mean, they used to sell them in charity shops, but I don't even think charity shops sell them anymore. But there was a guy when I was in one of the CEXs when I was away the last few days. He went in and asked if they sold any. I think it was the one in Liverpool, and he
Yeah.
said no, they just don't sell. And he doesn't know of anywhere that would sell them anymore. I know there's that shop down by me that Tim sent you a few from, the retro
Oh
VHS
yeah.
shop. So, I mean, that obviously would be a good place to start if I were to start collecting. But again, I think the fact that I already collect Blu-ray, I already collect 4K,
Yeah.
I still get some DVDs. It'd just be so expensive to also get VHS. And I'm the type of person, I don't like double dipping. I only like to have one copy being the best copy available for that film. And with a lot of the VHS releases, there are for like films that I probably already have on Blu-ray or 4K. So I know for like proper hardcore collectors like yourself, and like I know Stuart collects them as well, they're probably films that you just really want, because even if you do already have them, like Salem's Lot. But yeah, I just think budget wise, I think they're a bit too much out of my price range to start collecting now.
Yeah, I totally get that, Ollie. Like a lot of my the VHS tapes, I've been quite fortunate to get. Like Tim kindly sent some, but also there was the ones I got in like the Far Place charity shop is. I think that's the main one that still does VHS, but a lot of charity shops sadly don't do them anymore. I think Far Place and possibly Veterans at Ease, I think, still does the odd VHS every now and then. But yeah, like I've had to go secondhand market as well. And the thing is, Ollie, even if I you know, like get a film on VHS wherever I already own it on Blu-ray, or wanting to eventually get it on Blu-ray, it's still kind of really good to have it like as a kind of a retro piece, part of like a bit of a nostalgic thing, a bit of a like a retro collection. Whereas if I was to pick it on a standard DVD, I don't know, will look much better, of course it will, but it doesn't have that same nostalgic or retro factors on it on a VHS. So like say if I bought a film on DVD and I, you know, like I would eventually get it on Blu-ray or 4K, I would be most likely to pass on DVD. Whereas with VHS, because it's got more of that retro feel and nostalgic feel about it, I'll still keep hold of the VHS regardless of getting the Blu-ray or the 4K. Or there's been times, Ollie, where I've had it on Blu-ray or 4K and still happily pick up the VHS. It's yeah, but I think I've got to give big props to Stuart though for being a big inspiration there for rebuilding like my VHS collection, and I've absolutely loved it. It's been brilliant. I think I must have a couple hundred, getting on maybe less than 300 now of them. It's been amazing, man. But yeah, it's great. But a majority of which I have picked up in charity shops as well.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. Maybe one day in the future I'll start collecting them. Just like you say, because they do hold that nostalgic value.
Ollie, sorry.
Yeah, what was that?
Sorry, Ollie, you went a bit quiet there. I think it was because of the mic.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, mate. Sorry
Yeah,
about that.
Maybe one day in the future I'd like to maybe collect them for the nostalgic reason, because like I just remember the feeling of having the VHS, like the clamshell ones, and putting it in the player, having to like rewind at the end, and yeah, I think that feeling is just, it makes you feel really nostalgic. But maybe one day, yeah, maybe one day I will.
And the thing is as well, Ollie, like, oh, thank you so much, Outpost. Really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. The other thing is as well, Ollie, and I totally get maybe from your point of view with this as well, it can take a lot of space as well. Like I'm kind of in that position where I'm always constantly running out of space, but yet try and find some space, if that makes sense. But I think what I'm thinking about doing, the books that I've got in this bookcase over here. I'm even thinking about taking down all these books and probably I might even move them into my bedroom and possibly put my VHS tapes there because I just think they'll look so much nicer. The ones I've got like by my in my bedroom and by my VHS TV, I think they'll just look so much nicer on there. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. And the books I probably would just happily put on like a different bookcase or something. But yeah, it's really good. It's kind of interesting how, you know, like once upon a time ago, I was just collecting. I was started out with VHS, then I would completely ditch VHS for like many years and just stick to DVD for the longest time. We're talking 10 years or something. And then I went to Blu-ray, got rid of most of my DVDs, and now Blu-ray, 4K, the odd DVD here and there, not as frequently, but if it's a film, say, that never got the Blu-ray release but has a DVD only release, I'll make an exception there. And since the summer of last year, rebuilding my VHS collection, so I'm kind of open to all 4 formats now, I would say, definitely.
Yeah. Sam, Taxi Driver or Scarface?
Oh, what a question. I think because he's seen the posters on
Yeah.
there as well. One of them kindly, actually, sorry, Scarface, sorry, Flesh Eaters, Tim kindly sent me, but fantastic question outpost. I would probably say Scarface is a fantastic film. It's a brilliant film, absolutely brilliant. But I would probably say, for me, Taxi Driver, because it is my favorite Martin Scorsese film. It's in my top 20 films, and not taken away from Scarface because it is a phenomenal movie. But even if someone came to me and said Scarface is their favorite, I totally get it because it is a fantastic film. But yeah, both great films, but Taxi Driver is definitely my favorite out of the 2.
Yeah, that's a hard one. I have seen both, but only the once. And like you say, both fantastic films. But I'd probably be inclined to go with you, Sam, and say Taxi Driver, just but based on both, just having only seen them both once. I think the writing, the acting, just the whole story of Taxi Driver is just such a interesting and compelling watch.
Yeah.
I would rather, like, the first, if you ask me which one would you want to rewatch for the first time again, I'd probably go Taxi Driver over Scarface because it left me with more after watching it. Whereas I did really like Scarface. I like the story, but it's sort of something. It's a remake for one, and it's sort of the same sort of thing you've seen done before, like with gangsters and all that. Whereas Taxi Driver, the whole story and the characters and everything are completely original. And I think just watching it with a new pair of eyes again, years later, because I've not seen either of them for years, I think that would be a great experience to watch Taxi Driver again for the first time in years.
Yeah, I've seen it at the cinema, mate. It was phenomenal seeing that movie on the big screen. And excuse me, but yeah, Taxi Driver I've seen multiple times. I think it's amazing. I kind of get maybe why there might be some people that might have not enjoyed it as much, which is absolutely fair enough. But it is an amazing movie. I think it kind of showcases how it is for someone that's kind of on that road to recovery. You know, like someone that I think that's kind of suffering with PTSD, and you know, seeing what they've seen, and it's horrible. But yet, you know, like being a taxi driver, but having to deal with some kind of, you know, like tough and not the nicest customers, and it kind of transitions, you know, like that character like into a different direction with like Robert De Niro's character. But it's absolutely amazing, Ollie. It is a 10 out of 10 film for me personally, I think. And it's just it's incredible, man. It's kind of like a film of 2 halves as well. Like the second half of the film has a real different tone to the first half of the film.
Yeah,
It's like you see the guy as a taxi driver, but then in the second half of the film, you see him as like a completely different character to when you originally knew him. It's yeah, absolutely brilliant, and the score, the score is absolutely amazing as well. Have I got that? I think I've got it on vinyl over there as well. But yeah, fantastic.
I just picked up a VHS copy of They Live from Vice Press. The tape is limited edition, finished in white. That'd be one for you,
Yeah.
Sam.
Oh, I do want to get that, mate. Definitely. Yeah, I must admit I was tempted by that, and then there was the one for Stuart got this, the one for Suspiria as well, which looked amazing when he did that unboxing video of it.
Yeah, I think They Live as a film, excellent film. And I think the 4K looks really good as well. Just a really great. I think John Carpenter was on a roll in the 80s, and I think They
Yeah.
Live's one of his better films. Obviously, Rowdy Roddy Piper, Keith David, fantastic film. Just the plot and just how relevant it is to today about being told what we can and can't see, what we can and can't say. I think it's always going to be relevant, that topic.
Yeah.
Like consumerism as a whole, and the fact that it's mixed in with obviously these aliens being disguised, not being able to see these different aliens, and it speaks a lot, that film. So as a film, They Live, yeah,
Yeah.
fantastic film, I think.
Oh, it's brilliant, Ollie. I remembered watching that. I think I watched it for the first time, like it was probably about over 5 years ago now. I think I recorded it on Film 4 or the Horror Channel, something like that. And I loved it. It was absolutely brilliant. And I didn't know much about the movie as well going into it. I think I went into that one completely blind, but absolutely blew my socks off, that film did, mate. It was brilliant and very different to anything else John Carpenter has done as well, which just goes to show what an incredibly versatile director he is and stuff. But yeah, oh, it's amazing and stuff, and kind of like yeah, and the ending's really bizarre, and
Yeah,
I've quite warmed to the I didn't like this the first time, but I've quite warmed to the you know, the ongoing 10-minute fight scene in that movie, you know, like that's lasts for 10 minutes. I've actually come to quite appreciate that a bit more now, but it's brilliant. Yeah, I'd love to see that on the big screen at some point. I sadly missed that one a couple of years back when Tyneside was showing it, but yeah, fantastic film.
yeah, definitely. Talking of De Niro, have either of you seen The King of Comedy? Not seen it yet, but it is in my watch pile. I know Joker took a lot of influence and inspiration from it, from what I've heard, the first Joker. And I've heard it's a great film. Jerry Lewis in it as well, I believe. But yeah, one that I do want to watch, obviously, because not only is it De Niro, but it's Scorsese as well, who's one of my favorite directors. But yeah, not seen it yet. What about you, Sam?
Oh yeah, I've only seen it the once, mate. I remember it being fantastic. Love it. Again, one of those that I don't have in my Blu-ray collection, so I kind of need to put that right. But I remember it being a fantastic film. Don't remember loads about it. It was probably about over 5 years ago, but I will say, and without spoiling it, Ollie, there was one scene that kind of it kind of went a bit to the upper level, and I was quite, you know, taken back. I was quite not taken back. Sorry, I was quite surprised that film. I think was a PG because of
Yeah,
some of the like the content in it, but it's still a really good film. And yeah, Jerry Lewis is brilliant as De Niro is. Yeah, it's one I need to revisit as well. I think the same year as or what is it called? Brazil, which Robert De Niro was in as well. So he had,
yeah,
yeah, he had a great year that year, definitely.
yeah. It's early 80s, isn't it? Was it 82 maybe?
I
82,
think
83?
Brazil was Brazil 1980? 82, I think it was.
Yeah, I know it's
But
early
yeah.
80s. It was
Oh.
his follow-up to Raging Bull, wasn't it? Another one which I've not seen yet.
That's brilliant, Ollie. That's
Yeah.
really good. I used to say I preferred Raging Bull to Rocky. I actually think now I prefer the original Rocky. However, Raging Bull, not taken away from it, mate. It is a brilliant movie. And yeah, like Rocky, that is how you do another phenomenal boxing movie.
Yeah.
It's brilliant, and it works so well in black and white as well. Yeah, fantastic film.
Yeah. Check that one out soon, I think.
By the way, Ollie, when we're thank you so much,
There you go.
Outpost. Thank you. By the way, Ollie, you know, when we were talking about films that we were watching and stuff recently,
Yeah.
I was going to say as well, I did watch Rocky 5
And what were your
recently.
thoughts?
I quite enjoyed it, mate.
Yeah.
Quite liked it. Not a patch on the first 4 movies, absolutely not. And from memory, Rocky Balboa, but I'm yet to revisit it, but I can sort of see myself much preferring that film. However, Rocky 5 was quite decent actually. I did quite
Yeah.
enjoy that one. It's got its problems. It have some flaws here and there, but it's not perfect. But I quite like how it goes back to the original to some capacity, but
Yeah.
also Rocky taking on a new role, like training up Tommy Gunn. Yeah, I quite enjoyed that one, mate. Not brilliant. It had a couple of cringe dialogue here and there, a bit of tongue-in-cheek, but it was still pretty decent though, and happily would watch that one again, definitely.
Yeah, I think I definitely need to go through all the Rocky films again, because it's been, I think, maybe 2-3 years since I last, which was the first time I watched them all the way through. So it'd be good to give them all a watch again, because they're all, even like you say, Rocky 5, still a fun, enjoyable watch. They're all great sports films in their own right. So yeah, be good to give them a watch again.
Yeah, honestly, Ollie, I'm having such a great time with the Rocky film series. I've got, like I say, I've got the 4K of Rocky Balboa to pick up, and then I'm probably gonna revisit the Creed trilogy. I have seen the Creed trilogy, but I've only seen the films the once, so that'll be a nice revisit that. And I did really enjoy all of them movies when I originally watched them.
Yeah. Outpost 31 says, "Can you guess what my favorite John Carpenter film is?" I'm going to
Oh,
guess The Thing.
well, that's my second favorite John Carpenter film, but not by a long way by any means. Actually, Ollie, there we go. Can you guess what my favorite John Carpenter film is? There we go.
I'm going to go Halloween. Not Halloween. Oh, is it The Fog?
Yeah,
It is The
that's
Fog,
my
yeah.
favorite.
Yeah, I'd probably go The Thing as my favorite, then The Fog, then They Live, then Escape to New York, or is it From New York?
Yeah, from New York, yeah.
Then probably Big Trouble in Little China. I don't know if I've seen any others yet. I've not even seen the original Halloween yet.
Oh, really, Ollie? Oh, wow.
Yeah, I've tried watching it before, but it just didn't really work for me.
Okay.
Yeah, it just didn't really do much for me. I've tried watching the 2018 one as well, which didn't do much for me as well. But I think, yeah, The Thing is sublime, is the word
Oh,
I
it
would use
is.
for it. It's just such a piece of cinema. And The
Oh.
Fog, I can see why you like, because to me, that again, like you said, very close, not much between them. The Fog, only seen the once, but just such a great tension-filling film, just builds the tension throughout, and the not knowing what's going on for most of the film, and then all these characters grouping together to help each other. Fantastic film.
Oh, it's amazing, that film, Ollie. It just defies like how great of a setting that is, you know, with like Antonio Bay and, you know, like obviously, you know, just the slow burn, the atmosphere, you know, where you see that petrol station and then you see obviously the radio station and like this road. It's brilliant. And I really, like I say, Jamie Lee Curtis and Tom Atkins, Janet Leigh, and Hal Holbrook, all great characters to that film. But the score as well, the opening sequence with like the campfire and the ghost. That's it, the 100th anniversary. I think it was the 21st of April. It said as well in that film. Telling the 100th anniversary. I absolutely love it, man. And obviously that final scene is really chilling as well. Obviously where you see the fog and all these, you know, mutants or pirates just coming to force. It's incredible, man. It's that and The Thing. My top two John Carpenter films are in my top 4 horror films, but they're also in my top 40 films of all time, mate. Both 10 out of 10s.
Don't blame you for that.
Phenomenal, wonderful.
The Thing's definitely in my top 50. And The Fog would probably be in my top 100. Definitely in my top 10 horror films, I would say The Thing. Obviously, not The Thing, The Fog. Obviously, as you know, horror's not my strongest genre, so there's probably less horror films overall in my top 50 and 100. But the ones that are in there, I think, are really strong ones, and I have really strong feelings about them.
Yeah, I will say to you, Ollie, similar to you, I didn't get on with horror like once upon a time ago. It was just a genre that I just didn't really appeal to me all that much. But I think since 2018, 2019 was when I was really getting more into like older horror, and then I would watch the odd like newer horror film, which I really enjoyed. But yeah, for myself, mainly older horror, like vintage horror is the better term to put it. But yeah, I would definitely say yeah, I'll definitely say like 70s, 80s horror. But I was gonna say as well, Ollie, it's so funny because don't get me wrong, I really enjoyed the original The Thing from Another World from, was it 1950 something? That is a fantastic
That's
film.
the Howard Hawks one, isn't it?
It is. It is. I loved it, man. And the remake, it's that rare occasion where the remake, in my opinion, is better than the original. However, it's funny how the original, The Fog, is amazing, but the remake was meant to be one of the worst movies ever.
Yeah,
I
I've heard
found
it's terrible. Yeah. Stallone is great value in Copland. Fantastic early James Mangold film if you've not seen it. Another stellar cast. You got obviously Stallone as the lead, Robert De Niro, Ray Liotta. Who else is in it? Can I grab it? Is it close enough to grab? Hang on, I think it might be in reach to grab. Oh, and it's
that's what
pulled
she
out.
said.
It's pulled out for some reason. Harvey Keitel, that's the other name I was forgetting. Robert Patrick, Peter Berg. The score was done by Howard Shore, obviously most well known for The Lord of the Rings. Fantastic, like crime thriller. One of Stallone, outside of the Rocky and the first Rambo film, one of Stallone's best performances, best films.
Oh, nice.
Have you seen it yet, Sam?
Copland, no, I haven't.
Grab a
mate,
copy. Grab a copy. It's fantastic.
It's meant to be brilliant. And I think, Ollie, after, like I was saying to you earlier, after watching Sleepers and with an incredible cast like that, I do want to check out these other like films, either well known or maybe a little bit under the radar with a big cast. And yeah, after watching Sleepers, that's it. Copland, I've heard really good things, so I'll definitely have to look out for that. Again, I think the Blu-ray is meant to be quite easy to get, I think, so I might have to get that one.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think I paid about £8 for it because it's been re-released in the last few years, so I think it's fairly easy to get a hold of still. Tim said, "Great stuff, Loons. Thanks, Tim. The Thing is epic. You're right there, Ollie. Yeah,
Ah,
superb.
yeah,
Again,
amazing.
similar to like The Fog and the others, the tension that is built throughout that film, the unknowing, the not knowing what's going on, who's real, who's not, who's like, and that whole scene with the fire, the test, as they put it.
Yeah, the
Um,
transformation scene as
yeah,
well.
the
It's just,
transformation scene, one of the best body horror special effects. Just a like I said, an awesome piece of cinema there.
it is got great characters in there. Like obviously
Yeah,
McCready is just gotta be, in my opinion, one of the best lead characters I think we've ever seen like put to screen, and obviously
yeah.
other great characters like Palmer and who else, Solly. Just trying to wrap my brain around some of the other characters in this. Palmer is one of them, and
Not
there's
sure of the names. I know the actors, but not 100% sure on the names. I know Keith David was in it. I don't know what the name of his character was.
is it Niles or Giles? One of them characters. Yeah,
Yeah,
there's some great characters in that film.
yeah. John Carpenter is the GOAT. I'm not too sure what ACV stands for, but to die for. Yeah, he's a great director.
Have you seen Assault on Precinct 13, Ollie?
Not yet, no, but is one I want to get. I think was that Second Sight maybe that
It
released that.
is.
Yeah, I'll
That
have
is
to
an
get that.
amazing film, that, Ollie. I'm
Yeah, I'll get that.
actually gonna hold out and see through eBay if they got the Second
Oh, yeah, the big
Sight
one.
limited edition. I'm gonna hold off for
I
that one,
know.
see if they're gonna one crops up.
Yeah, I know Tim was lucky enough to get that, so hopefully it comes through again.
Yeah, it's brilliant, man. And that was only
Yeah,
his second film as well, which is
I
just
know. Yeah.
phenomenal.
Hello, Tom. Tom
Hi,
180.
Tom. Good to hear from you.
John Carpenter's Elvis, starring Kurt Russell, is epic. Yeah, I've heard that's pretty decent. I mean, I enjoyed the new Baz Luhrmann one. Thought I was interested in, and I am interested in Elvis's life. So be interested to see a different take on his life, I suppose. I know it was a TV movie, I think, but Kurt Russell can't go wrong. So yeah,
And I've heard, what is it, Ollie? You were saying Kurt Russell. I've not seen Escape from LA, but I've heard
yeah,
that
I've
one's
not seen that
not
yet.
too bad. I love Escape from New York, but Escape
I've
from
heard
LA,
it's
I've
not
heard
a
it's,
patch on the original, but it's still fun, I think.
yeah, apparently it's finding its feet as a bit of a cult gem of some sort. So I'm looking forward to
Yeah,
checking that one out.
yeah, definitely. More John Carpenter goodness. Starman, Christine, both ones I'd love to check out. Only heard great things about both of those, so love to give those both a watch.
Oh, you've got to check out Christine, Ollie. That's
Heard it's
fantastic
really
as
good,
well.
yeah.
Really good. I need to check out Starman at some point, but Christine, coincidentally, a film about a red car on the Indicator label.
There you go. I
There you
think
go.
Roy watched that one recently and said it was he really enjoyed it.
Oh,
I
I
think.
don't think he did, Ollie.
Oh, did he not?
Yeah, no, I wasn't too impressed with
Who
that
was
one,
it that watched
unfortunately.
it? Maybe it was Tim that was talking about. I think it might have been Tim. I know someone was talking about it recently and said they really enjoyed it. So I'm thinking it may have been Tim then. I mean,
Yeah.
Tim's in the comments, so he can correct me if I'm wrong. Stallone and Rutger Hauer in Nighthawks from 1981, essential viewing. Yeah, I've heard that's a decent one.
Yeah, I've not seen that one.
I think it's like a thriller of sorts, but I've seen the poster. I've seen. I think you have to get an import for that one, if I remember rightly. But yes, not one I've actually seen before, so one that I'll have to have a look into, I think. Windows, Charles, McCready, my favourite characters. Those are some more of the characters. There you go, Sam. Yeah.
Yeah,
Not
no
great.
worries.
I've only seen the thing for once, but I think with some films you can watch them once and they instantly connect with you. And I think the thing's one of them, which is why I love it so much.
Yeah, it's just it's amazing, man. It's just I honestly think, Ollie, I can't see a remake or many other movies in that matter, in my opinion, ever topping that.
Yeah,
It's hard to beat that, especially a remake. I would say I just don't think remakes will get any
yeah,
better like than that like ever again. In my opinion, we might get the odds really good remake, but that is just at another level, man. It's just incredible, in it.
yeah. Have you seen the prequel as well? That's supposed to be all right.
The prequel, it's not too bad. I would definitely be open
Yeah,
to checking that one out. Definitely.
I think it's because I looked on the back of my 4K because I've got the 4K for the original, and it has the runtime 2011 one on it, but there's nowhere in the special features or anything that says that the prequel's a bonus, like special feature on it. So I'm not sure whether it comes as part of the 4K, the prequel as well, like on the Blu-ray or not. But if it is, I'd definitely be willing to give that one a watch.
Yeah, I'd definitely check out the prequel because, like when I said, not many remakes will probably get better than that nowadays. Ollie, like just remakes in general. Like, don't get me wrong, you might get the odds really good remake and stuff, but yeah, that's definitely. I would say John Carpenter's The Thing, in my opinion, is definitely the greatest remake ever made. Definitely, but
You got
yeah,
Star is Born as well. They've had some pretty good remakes over the years.
I've never seen any of them.
You've never seen any? I think they'd be right up your street, especially the newest one, which personally I think, well, I've only seen two, but I do love the Gaga one. And I think Roy's the same.
Yeah,
Roy really likes the Gaga one as well. Barbara Streisand one, fantastic as well. So I
yeah.
really need to watch the first two now, because I think I'll really enjoy those two as well.
Yeah, I've heard really good things about them, Molly. I'd definitely be open to checking that out and stuff. But yeah, I've still not seen what was it? Babylon. Still need to check that one
It's
out.
great, fantastic. If you like Damien Chazelle, more of the same sort of thing from him. Not his best, not his worst. I'd say First Man's still his weakest film, although it's still a fantastic film. Babylon would then come next. Still a lot of fun, bit long, but some great characters, some great scenes in it. Very funny. Well worth the watch, I would say.
Yeah, I definitely want to check that out, man. It's yeah, it's definitely been on my radar for a while. But actually, Ollie, I wouldn't mind because I've only seen this the once. I would like to check out what is it again? La La Land. I might even get the 4K of that some point.
La La Land and Whiplash are both in my top 5 films of all time. 3 and 4, because I think it's Whiplash 3 and La La Land 4.
Yeah.
Perfect films, just absolutely perfection there. Yeah, highly recommend La La Land. One of my favorite modern musicals, just so
Yeah.
well done. One of those that when I watched for the first time, I really didn't get it, thought it was overhyped. Watched the 4K 2 or 3 years ago, and all of a sudden it clicked. Like we've been saying, sometimes it can take a few times to watch a film for it to click
Yeah.
with you, and it clicked for some reason, and I just absolutely adored it. So yeah, one of my all-time favorite films that is now.
Oh yeah, I've seen it the once, mate. I thought it was great. Like it was probably about 8 years ago since I last watched it. But yeah, well overdue rewatch of that one. And I can imagine the 4K transfer of that
Yeah,
looking
it's
brilliant as well.
definitely. Enjoy Christine, though haven't watched it in recently. Yeah, one that I will try and get. As you say, I think it's Indicator in it, Sam. So maybe
It,
two for, is it, they're doing 3 for 20 at the moment, I think. So maybe get it in that if I can. But yeah,
yeah,
one I want to watch. And
oh,
Stephen King as well, isn't it? So
it is. I do want to, yeah, it is. I do want to check out the Stephen King novel at some point, because apparently that's quite different to the film. I think there's a lot
Yeah,
of it in the book that I think wasn't in the film. Not that that's a problem or anything, mate. Just it's kind of just interesting to see where a lot of the original source material is from. But yeah, I'd be interested to read the book at some point. But I think with Indicator, I've got a feeling, Ollie, in a couple of weeks' time, 2 or 3 weeks' time, we might get that house sale again. That
that would be
normally
good.
happens every tail end of March. So I'm probably going to take a look at that, because I didn't do that last year and I quite regretted it. So I'm
We
hoping
got
we'll
like
get.
3 for 15, wasn't it, last year? Because there was one in November last year as well, 3 for 15. Because I remember I bought The Swimmer, Jagged Edge, which is Jeff Bridges and Glenn Close, which is really good,
Yeah.
and Devil in a Blue Dress, which is Denzel Washington. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that was in November. So I think this must be November and March they do them. So I will definitely. There's a few I've already got my eye on to get. So there'll definitely be a few I get when that sale comes back around again. The prequel has bad CGI, though interesting story isn't too bad. Okay, yeah, definitely have to. I won't go out of my way to get it if it's not on the 4K to watch, but if it is, then I might give it a watch one day just to see what it's like. The Thing prequel originally had practical effects, but the film studio vetoed them and went full on CGI.
Yeah.
Bad decision, unfortunately. It's always a bad decision when they do that. Practical effects are always better.
Yeah.
CGI can really ruin a film, especially if it's not done well, because it just completely takes you out the film, which is why practical effects are practical, for lack of a better word, and work quite a lot of the time. So yeah, I think sometimes studios just interfere too much and should just leave it down to the director to do what they need to do.
Yeah, definitely. Ollie, I'm just going to nip to the bathroom.
Yeah, no problem. Whiplash and La La Land quality, yeah, said. Two of my favourite films of all time there. And Whiplash, I've only seen the once, but it's another one of those films that just instantly hit with me. Just absolutely adored it. I got the 4K as a blind buy. Just thought I'd give it a go because I'd heard lots of good things about it. And it's one of those films that's also kind of made me kind of do a whatever you call it, 380 or whatever, on jazz as a whole. Wasn't really that much of a fan of jazz before, but watching that film and the way that jazz is almost a character in the film in itself, the music, just really appreciate jazz now even more. And Miles Teller, J.K. Simmons, both in that film are absolutely perfect, excellent. Just a must-watch film if you've not seen it, I would say. And then La La Land. Yeah, Emma Stone, Ryan Gosling, fantastic chemistry in that film. Some fantastic musical numbers. I mean, City of Stars. Obviously, Another Day of Sun opening the film. What an opening! Um, Again, jazz used through that film perfectly. Uh, Lovely, just great story. Yeah, another one that, for those reasons, is one of my favorite films ever. Yeah, like you say, Miles Teller and J.K. Simmons both on fire. I mean, J.K. Simmons is one of my favorite actors anyway. I'll watch anything with him in. Always excited when I know that he's part of a new project. But yeah, definitely deserved his Oscar there. One of his finest performances. Miles Teller again, great rising actor. One of his first big roles. Really showed that he's a great actor in that. And yeah, always looking forward to seeing when he has a new project out. Obviously, he's just done The Gorge, which I'm really interested to check out. I think he's done an indie film for maybe A24 with Elizabeth Olsen, which be interested to check out. And obviously he's got the Michael Jackson biopic where I believe he plays his manager, which is due to come out at the end of the year. So we'll definitely be interested in checking that out. But yeah, like I said, both not perfect actors, but perfect performances in that film and fantastic actors. So yeah, just wait for Sam to come back now, see if there's any more comments coming in to read before we finish the stream off for the night. But yeah, as I said, been another fantastic stream, some great guests on this week. Hopefully we'll have more next week, different guests. Obviously Sam will be here next week, I'd imagine. Roy, I think Tim should be back next week as well. Be great to get some previous guests back on, maybe Marcus, maybe Jodie. John, I think, might be back next week as well. So yeah, always great to talk to these people. Different every week. Conversations are different every week, but it's always great conversations when we have them. Have you watched all that jazz about the life of Bob Fosse, starring Roy Scheider? No, I've got it. I believe, is it Jessica Lange in that one? I believe that's one that I have on DVD that I'd taken out the case and put in my case with all the discs in. But I haven't actually seen that one yet. If you think it's worth moving up the list, then I may give that one a watch at some point. Because I do like Roy Scheider, obviously, in Jaws and the like. But not too familiar about the life of Bob Fosse. I believe he was a dancer, was he not? Or a choreographer, maybe? So yeah, I'll give that one a watch at some point, I think. Tim's off as gonna watch Satan's Blood, the treasured film's release. Shall rewatch the live stream. Enjoy, lads. Fantastic job, boys. Yeah, thanks for joining, Tim. Always great to have you commenting. As I say, hopefully you'll be back to join us next Monday on the stream.
I love that guy. He's such a lovely fellow, isn't he, Ollie?
Yeah, we're hopefully going to meet up, maybe if not one day this week, next week, because obviously we live literally 10 minutes away from each other and we've still not met. And I've got a few of the Blu-rays left that, like I said to you, he wants, so I'm going to give them to him and he's going to give me something as well. So it'd be nice to meet, maybe go for a coffee. I mean, there's only really charity shops in Keynsham where he lives, but I'm sure we could still go look around there. But yeah, great guy.
Yeah, top guys. Tim, got a lot of time for him. It'll be good to have him back on Monday as well, Ollie.
Yeah, and it's great that he's coming to the meetup as well, and he's got it all booked now.
Yeah, can't wait for that. And by the way, Ollie, I could say now to everyone, good morning.
Yes, you can. Before you went to the toilet, it wasn't. Now you can say good morning.
It would have been like, good morning, Baltimore.
I don't think Roy would like that.
Nah. Do you know what? I've not seen.
I love that film.
Yeah, I've seen the remake, Ollie, and I quite liked it. Don't remember too much about it. I quite liked it, but I've not seen the original from John Waters.
Yeah. So Outpost said, and I haven't. Have you watched All That Jazz? Have you seen that one, Sam?
I haven't, but I do need another really good Roy Scheider film because I was so disappointed with Sorcerer. Probably in the minority with that one. Probably, I know that might be a bit sacrilege to say, but no, I'll definitely have to give that one a watch. And I love jazz as well. Love jazz music.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying. I was just saying about both Whiplash and La La Land, like the music in that, which is obviously primarily jazz, is a character in itself in both of those films. And watching Whiplash for the first time just made me appreciate jazz on a whole new level again. Which is why it's one of my favorites.
I recommended it to my friend, and I think it's because the fact it's jazz that I think he might have been a bit put off by it. But I said to him, "Oh no, mate, it's really, really good. It's amazing. Even if you're not into the genre, it's really good." But I like it. We'll definitely get there, Ollie. But I think even for we were saying, Ollie, we could probably even both say that even boxing, we're not massive into boxing, but we do love the Rocky films.
Definitely, yeah.
So I think it could be, yeah. But hopefully, maybe, I mean, obviously everyone likes different things and they come entitled to what they want to watch. But I think with that one, I've got a feeling my friend, he probably would really enjoy it. But yeah, it's even if you're into jazz or not into jazz, it's an amazing movie.
Yeah,
Like
definitely.
I remember watching it for the first time, and it's yeah, and I was just blown away by it. It was like nothing else I've seen like it. It's just, yeah, from the lighting, the cinematography, the acting, the performances, the tension, the scripts, the dialogue. It's perfect, man. And I honestly be so surprised if many films, even nowadays, and yet that only being a 2014 film, but I'd even be so surprised if many films even tops that now, because it's just incredible.
Yeah, definitely. Through the lens, still live, fellas. Indeed, we are. Awesome. I'm watching a film called Josie and the Pussycats. It's so good so far. I've heard of that one, not seen it. It's an
Okay.
early 2000s film, isn't it?
Yeah.
About a girl band, maybe, if I remember rightly.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've not seen that one. So let us know what it's like. Calling time now, lads. Thanks for your company this evening and most excellent chat. Thanks for
Thanks,
joining.
Outpost.
As always, Outpost. It's been cracking having you here, and yeah, great to just interact with you as always. The 7-Ups with Roy Scheider, one of the greatest car chase scenes ever. Not seen that one, but I've heard of it and I've heard it's good. Have you seen that one, Sam?
I haven't, mate. I've got the Blu-ray, and okay,
Is
that
that
will have to
Signal
be the
one?
next Roy Scheider film to check out. What was that? Sorry, Ollie.
Is it a Signal one release?
It
I'm
is. I've
thinking of it.
got
Yeah,
the
I thought it was. Yeah.
Blu-ray back in the summer. I love Signal 1 releases though. And like,
Yeah.
even if you buy one title, you still get it with free postage, which I think is excellent. But no,
Yeah.
because I was quite disappointed with Sorcerer, I think that'll have to be my next Roy Scheider film to check out and have a beverage of it. And what could it be?
Go on,
7
Sam. I
Up.
know you want to.
Yeah, 7 Up. There we go.
Awesome to see Sam on live streams. So much fun seeing you live.
Oh, thanks so much, Josh. Really appreciate that, buddy.
And that is it. We have finally caught up with all the comments 4 hours and 41 minutes later. Sprite.
That is close, Tom. It was close, definitely. To be fair, though, Tom, I do prefer Sprite to 7-Up, though. Don't mind 7-Up, but I do prefer Sprite.
Yeah, I'm not really a fizzy drinks person, but I'd probably say Sprite. Yeah, so that's
Yeah.
it. Just over an hour less than last week, so still pretty good. Almost clocking in at 5 hours. We've managed to keep going, even if it's only just us two left, with still comments coming in, which is great from you guys. So thanks for always sending in your comments and letting us have something to talk about. And yeah, that's it for this week. So we'll end it there. Hopefully, same time next week. Like I said, it should be again myself, Sam, Roy, Tim should be back next week as well. I think John's going to be back next week.
Oh, is he, Ollie?
I think he said at the last one that he couldn't do this week, or in the maybe it was in the group. He said he couldn't do this Monday, but he could do the Monday after.
Oh, nice.
Be great. Maybe Marcus, maybe as well.
Yeah.
And maybe Jody again, because I think Jody was going to come on this week, but obviously we had a packed one this week, so I hope it'd be good to see if Jody is available to come on for the next week's one. But yeah, that's it. Thanks, Tom. See you later. Thanks to the
Take
lens.
care,
Have a great
guys.
night.
Thank you so
Thanks,
much.
guys. Bye.
Bye.